Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite doesn't like Hitler, Adam Friended.
Wait. Hates Hitler. If he had a
Okay.
time machine, would kill baby Hitler, would abort Hitler in the womb, would have
Mhm.
no compulsion about doing it. So
Yes, we're
yes,
all
yeah,
pro-abortion here, pro-aborting baby Hitler.
yes,
So now that
yes.
we've been demonetized for this stream, do you want to introduce what's happening, Adam?
That's okay. Look, we're demonetized most of the time anyway. So we have a couple of guests here with us. We have WhickTV, who I put a link to his channel in the description so you can check it out. He does panels and whatnot. And we have Katee, who is our progressive celebrity on this show. She did a panel with was it a Wick panel that you were on? This was. Oh, and what was the topic of that panel? Was it platforming or was it? Oh, it was why why do progressive lefties eat one another? That was the panel,
Adam,
correct? What?
Adam, I do a lot of panels. So I think you mean the what's the biggest harm to progressives today, wasn't it, Wick?
Yes.
The one that you put
What
with
is the greatest
stupid,
threat to
prompt?
progressivism
Yeah.
today?
Okay.
Yeah.
But there was a little side quest in that panel where you guys talked about ethical platforming, which, we have a dog in this fight. We have a platform here. I mean, it's not a giant platform, but we don't want to be unethically platforming anyone. So I often think about, why is it some people can platform just about anyone they want and nobody gives them any flack for it whatsoever, and some people platform people and they get massive flack for it. And I just wanted to have a conversation about kind of what are the rules around platforming. I have put together some questions basically to get us going, but I'll let you guys introduce yourself a little bit before we go. Katee, we talked a little bit before the stream, but do you want to let people know like what you're all about?
Yeah, I think it's a very good example of like the topic that we're talking about, that Adam and Sitch are platforming Wick and linking his channel and promoting his streaming career and not mine. And I think this is misogyny. I think this is woman-hating behavior.
Well, I am a
So, yeah.
sexist, so it would make sense that that's happening.
Yeah.
But we can fix that. I'll put a link to whatever platform you want in the description. So
I'll send it to you later. Yeah, I just stream on Twitch. I do politics stuff and crafting and hangout streams. So if you come and ask to see my tits, that's not the type of stuff I do. So just don't come. Like,
well, good.
I mean, okay.
Glad you're up front
What
with
I
it.
mean is, if you want to come. Just don't talk to me about it. It's weird.
Oh, God, nice.
So do you get a lot of people that are basically want you to be like sexual on your streams? Is that a problem on Twitch?
Yes.
Okay.
I have like a document of stuff that people write in chat and DMs that I get, which is just about people like soliciting stuff or asking me to take my clothes off or telling me to bend over or like asking to be my slaves or whatever the fuck. It's been interesting.
Wow.
I mean, we get a lot of people that draw like gay art of us together.
I know we've got some of those people in our chat
But,
too, Katee.
I think we encourage it a little too much. Maybe that's the problem.
I know we usually show the art on the stream. So.
I mean, dude, if I got like drawings of like erotic art of me, I would show it on my stream. That's not what I get.
Okay.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I get
Now there will be erotic art of you by the end of the stream, I guarantee.
No. I support art, okay? And whatever they draw of my tits and my pussy, it's gonna look better than what it is, right? So I have no issue with that, right? Okay. What I care about is the messages that's like, I'm not interested in, it's like, if I want you, I'll come get you, okay, boo? It's like, I'm good. Like,
there you go, guys. You heard it straight here. If you want to woo a lady on the internet, don't say, what's up? Just send her a tasteful nude you drew of her. That's very artistic. Or, have even if you can't draw, just get like an AI drawing to do it for you,
The
right?
DiCaprio method, right?
I don't think
exactly. Yes. Titanic.
So, Wick, you want to give people your intro?
Sure. So first and foremost, if you want to come on my stream and see my tits for the right price, you absolutely can. That is absolutely a service I will provide for you if you give me enough money. Name is Whick. I go run a show called WhickTV, both on Twitch and YouTube. We do discussions where we talk about this subject a lot. And I have people that run the gamut from very, very far right to very, very far left on my show. It's cross ideological space, but that's what I do. So yeah, that's me, Whick TV.
I've heard you say that before, and we try to be like, we call ourselves enlightened centrists. It's a bit tongue in cheek, but we do try to fight tribalism, and that's one of the reasons why ethical platforming kind of comes up from time to time. I want to kind of look at it from the lens of unethical platforming, though, because I don't like ethical platforming seems hard to define. I want to know when I'm, breaking the rules here. And Katee, you had a big problem with Destiny platforming Nick Fuentes without, this turning into a, Destiny is terrible stream. Let's say we platform Nick Fuentes. What would be wrong with us having a conversation with Nick Fuentes?
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. The question is how you do it, right? So there are two elements to this. One is that I think depending on what a creator says that their goals are, I will have a different standard to what they're supposed to be doing. Like if somebody says, I'll platform anyone and I don't care, I'm not going to whine about who they platform. They've made it very clear that that's what they're doing. If someone says, I think I have a certain responsibility, I think this, or I think that, then I judge them differently. In terms of like platforming certain people, I think you can platform anyone as long as you do it responsibly, which is something Destiny believes in as well. It's just that when Destiny was platforming Fuentes and they were arguing and he was bootsing him in debates, that was all, that's good, that's great, keep doing more of that. Once it's starting being like, oh, Nick is impressive, let's just hang out at my house sometimes this one time and let's go get waffles together, then it's like not so responsible platforming as far as I'm concerned. So yeah.
So it's more of the friendliness. Whick, do you have a take on this?
Sure. I personally, think that if you are going to have someone on that is dangerous, let's say, that you, in whatever moral or ethical framework you work within, think, hey, this guy has some really bad or dangerous beliefs, and you bring them on, be prepared. If you are not prepared, that's a problem. I don't know if it's unethical, but it's just a mistake to do. You're going to hurt whatever cause you're trying to bring. It's not something you want to do. I differ from Katee, and I don't think that one has to... I don't think it's a bad thing to humanize other people. And I think that simply hanging around and being around even really bad people, it does humanize them, but I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. And so that's my stance on this. So I don't think that you can't have, there is no one I think that you can't have on, but it behooves you to be prepared when you do. That's all.
And that's just to respond, like if they have unsavory ideas that come up. What if what if no unsavory ideas come up on the stream?
I mean, it really depends on what you want to do. So say if I had Nick Fuentes, I would drive the conversation to the points of contention where I thought I could be the most effective at pushing back. So I would do my best and attempt to drive the conversation towards his views on anti-Semitism or his views on nationalism and try to push back in that way. And I think, look, at the end of the day, it's not that deep. As long as you try and as long as you're at least somewhat prepared, even if you lose in that debate rhetorically, that does serve a purpose that can help you because other people can watch that later and see, oh, hey, this line of questioning or this line of argument doesn't work and we should probably try something else. So even in failures, I think that as long as you're trying, it's okay. Right?
So if he has those ideas, it's important that you address him. Is what it sounds like.
If you can, yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Whick, first of all, I didn't say that humanizing everyone is bad, but let's talk about neo-Nazis. That's a very easy example, right? Or like tankies. I'm fine
No, we
throwing
can do
tankies
neo-Nazis.
in
Let's
there
go
too.
neo-Nazis.
Okay.
Neo-Nazis
am
and tankies are
open.
kind of the same. So, I
But you're
mean,
fine
Pretty
throwing tankies
close
out of
enough.
helicopters? Is that what you just said?
I'm fine throwing tankies wherever I throw the neo-Nazis, okay?
Okay. Nice. Nice. Okay.
I have certain boundaries, even for leftists. So yeah. I'm open to hearing the benefits of humanizing someone like Nick Fuentes. You said that you think it's not necessarily bad, but sell it to me.
Sure. I could do that real quick. So one of the problems with extremist movements, and one of the things that extremist movements themselves like to do, is to isolate themselves. What they do will, like, so for example, when the KKK marches, a lot of the times they'll put their kids first, so that the kids got a lot of hate, they get spit on, they get showed, and so they use this as a way to say there is no other space for you. You have no other option but to be within our group. So when there are no off ramps, when they only have one path forward, it throws them. We toss these people aside. They are irredeemable, unsavable. You can't do anything with them. But if you are willing to see the humanity in a public manner of even someone as odious as Nick Fuentes, it does signal that, hey, maybe there is an off ramp that I can take. Maybe there is a place where I can actually get out of this and get back into society, because a lot of times, I don't want to say a lot of times, but there are times when an extremist will think, I want out, but I don't think anyone's going to accept me, so I can't go anywhere else. So does that help explain?
It does help. I think you use the word humanize different than me. I do agree that like speaking with compassion to like the audience is important. I don't think that like in a sphere when you're debating ideas, or when even you're having a cordial conversation about ideas, being kind of like, let me help you, Mr. Demagogue, who's earning a lot of money and has an entire career out of pushing neo-Nazi, for example. I don't think Nick Fuentes is coming over. So I wouldn't say like showing any type of like compassion towards Nick Fuentes is necessarily something that I'd see value in. But I think that someone who talks to Nick Fuentes needs to remember that they're also talking to his audience, and they need to drop those signs that like, if you guys want to come around, will help you. So I do see value in that. I just think it's different than humanizing Nick Fuentes. But yeah.
Well, he is the spokesperson, right? He is the representative, right? And the way you treat the representative signals to the group how you will treat them. So by treating Nick Fuentes that way, you signal to the group that you are willing to treat them that way.
Sitch, you want to respond?
No.
Okay.
I like not having to talk.
Well, we want to what you guys are talking about is perfect. Like we want to moderate extremist views. It seems like that's what people are worried about. But my question is, I'm not sure. Like there's a subset of YouTube that believes you can platform people with extremist views as long as you dunk on them, as long as you embarrass them to the world. Like that seems to be the modus operandi for a lot of streamers. And I'm conflicted because I understand that shows, some level of ethical platforming, I guess you'd say. But at the same time, I don't think that's an effective strategy for winning over their audience. Do you think like dunking on people helps moderate their views?
Whick?
Well,
do you want to go first?
No. I'm with you. I don't think dunking helps.
Katee, you in the very beginning, you said, listen, I didn't mind Destiny talking to Nick Fuentes as long as he's dunking on him, right? That's basically
no,
what
not
saying.
As long as he's dunking on him. They were having debates.
Or challenging him.
Yes. Like whenever I talk to anyone from Destiny's community, their biggest, strongest, point about platforming Nick Fuentes was that watching Destiny absolutely demolish Nick Fuentes' ass in every debate. it's not just Destiny doesn't just dunk in a debate. Destiny is very good at what he does. He's very smart. Like, he doesn't need to dunk on you to show how stupid your argument is. I'd argue that Destiny is in his debate tactics is a lot less dunky ish than a lot of other streamers. Destiny doesn't usually need to resort to like silly little like quips and shit like that. I mean, he enjoys it sometimes, but he really doesn't need it to dismantle an argument. He's pretty good at what he does. So yeah, I didn't mean dunking. I don't think Destiny's
You
bread
said
and butter is
absolutely
dunking.
demolishes. I think that's
Well,
my question is,
yeah.
is that an effective strategy to win people over from their audience? Ultimately, if you platform Nick Fuentes, you're saying, look, Nick Fuentes speaks to a bunch of extremists, and if I'm going to talk to him, I have an opportunity to win some of those extremists over to a more moderate position. People talk about this all the time. They say this happened to me. We'll get emails from people or messages from people who would say, I was really much more extreme in my views. I started listening to you guys. You guys gave me better arguments, and now I'm a more moderate person. And thank you for that. So that's really what you're looking to do. But I'm not sure if you have a conversation with someone like Nick Fuentes and it's just like dunk fest, that you're going to...
Let's not use the word dunk.
Right.
Let's just say dismantle fest, right?
Okay, dismantle fest.
I guess I'm confused about how you think. Okay, first of all, you said something and I have to address it. I don't have an issue with extremism, okay? That's not my issue. My issue is with certain ideas that I think are harmful to society, okay? I advocate for very extreme revolutionary action, okay?
God.
I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I fear extremes on both sides. No, I'm very much like very far on the left side of the spectrum.
Right.
I'm just fine. Extremism is needed, okay? Like, we've suffered long enough. I mean, not we. I'm very privileged. Other people, but So I just needed to say that.
Well, that's good.
That annoyed me.
Okay.
About the dunking. Can you maybe very shortly explain to me how what you do is somehow different in its dunkiness than what Destiny or Vosh used to do during his debates?
Well,
because I saw you guys talk about Contra, and that seemed like a lot of dunking and whining that you are talking about. So you were whining. Adam wasn't whining.
Oh my God. Before the stream started,
right now?
Katie
are
was
we dunking right now?
Katie was so nice and funny before the stream, but now she's breaking my heart. She's going down a path I can't follow.
It sounds like she's calling you out here, Sitch.
Oh my God.
What were the dunks that he was doing?
We have to, I guess, I mean, we're going to get into Sitch's law here. What do we all mean by when we say dunking? Because when I hear dunking, what I think of is sort of like a dishonest way of kind of clipping someone out of context or not really addressing the argument or kind of being debate brained. And you're just kind of trying to look for some sort of tactical, optical win as opposed to actually addressing whatever the argument that they're making is. To me, that's what dunking.
Do you agree with that, Adam?
Do I? Of course. I'm contractually obligated to agree with virtually everything Sitch says. So. No, I mean,
okay.
Yeah, no.
So do you think that's what Destiny did with Nick Fuentes?
No,
because I don't think so.
Not necessarily. I don't fully agree because you can dunk on someone without there being any sort of dishonest component. Like you can basically do it stylistically and keep it completely honest, which I would argue. I mean, that's probably what you're saying we're doing with Contra. Like, I don't think we're being dishonest with Contra, but we are, making jokes, all kinds of, funny stuff. I mean, obviously.
Yes, it was very funny.
That could be.
Thank you.
Doesn't sound like that sounded sarcastic.
Take the compliment.
Hey, can I give maybe an example of a dunk and what I would consider a dunk?
Yes.
Sure. So Katie, right? When I make a tweet about how, I really like genuine people.
Bitter.
Let me finish.
Oh my God. He fucking dunked the shit out of you. He's so right.
So when I make a tweet on Twitter about, hey, I really most qualities I value genuine the most out of most qualities, right? I don't care if you're wrong, right, smart, dumb. I want you to be genuine with me. And then someone, I won't name names, tweets.
Katie.
So, Hitler was very genuine.
Yeah.
That's a dunk because it doesn't address the argument. It frames it in a wild, extreme way that has nothing to do with what is being talked about, and it dishonestly frames the narrative. That's a dunk. That's a dunk.
Wick. Wick.
Oh.
Do you think that's a dunk if later when we talked in DMs, I explained to you that I used an extreme example to show you how
It's still a
retarded
dunk.
your logic is?
Look,
Still a dunk.
look, I'm gonna have to change this progressive after you use the R slur on
There
my
you
stream,
go.
Katie. I don't think I can call you a progressive anymore. No,
I
I'm,
mean-
I'm just
enabler?
I'm just kidding.
You
R slur.
virtue signaling progressive little snowflakes.
That was a
Okay,
joke,
so wait.
Katie. I'm only playing. So go
So
ahead.
wait,
Sir.
so Wick, what is your response to this?
No, I see. This is kind of like the way they project or they deflect. I guess they swerve it, right?
Who-
Yeah,
They
who's
dunk
they?
on
Hey,
you.
Wick.
Okay.
Who's they?
You specifically,
White
Katie.
women?
The way Katie,
Oh, okay.
women in general. I'm not racist. I am misogynist. Okay, I am misogynist, but that's only because it's reality and we got to deal with that. Anyway, jokes aside. Okay, so when Katie, right, when you do these things and you make this dunk, and it was a dunk, even if you explain it later, especially in private where no one else can see it, right?
We can
It
release the
doesn't change the
DMs
fact
if
that
you
it's a
want.
dunk. Like this doesn't change what happened, right? It does clarify it, but it's still, I would still, even with your explanation, I still feel it's a dishonest framing of things. I just do.
Okay. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings.
I'll be okay. I'll be
Okay,
okay.
good.
Well, Katie, you understand that, like, so when Wick had his tweet about, to him the most important thing is to be genuine. Like, a lot of times when people say things or tweet things, they don't mean them. I feel like you can take a lot of statements that are like we all understand, and if you kind of take them to their extremes, it obviously is not really what the person meant to say, right?
Yeah. I really enjoy doing that. It's
No,
really
but right,
funny.
but so you understand, like, that's not what Wick was saying in his tweet. He's not saying
No,
like, oh, Hitler's good.
so people have this really annoying shallow quality when they would say empty generalities that make them feel good about themselves, and that's just
Wow.
like a pet peeve of mine that I find very annoying. I like substance in arguments, so like when it's just an empty like platitude,
Yo,
it's
I was
just kind of like
it was late
boring.
night on Twitter and I wanted to make a tweet. It wasn't that deep. I wasn't trying to make an argument or craft a statement or anything. I
Wick,
just wanted to
Wick,
tweet. That's all I wanted to do.
Wick, I'm completely aware that it wasn't deep. That was my point. It wasn't deep, okay? And I don't like it when people are shallow.
Wick,
Sorry.
Wick, how do you feel being a shallow, empty vessel of a human being?
You know what? It's just another
Hitler
Tuesday.
loving,
Okay,
shallow,
look.
empty vessel. Get it right.
I have to
Sitch.
fill the void with
No.
products from capitalism to sate my. So actually, Katie's probably promoting capitalism by making me turn to material and other objects in order to fill this void that she has created in my heart. So.
Wick, you are between enlightened centrists right now. There's nothing I can do to promote capitalism to any of you more than your brains have already you are so far past me, dude. Like I can do nothing for you. Also, let's use this public platform to delineate this. Obviously, my tweet hurt you a little bit. Can we just maybe you need to talk it over with me?
Wait.
Well, yeah, let's
Talk
not.
what over?
Let's not turn this into a therapy
Oh, I see.
session.
I
do.
see. You're saying you want to talk about this in private. Okay.
I do want to continue on our path about ethical platforming. So.
Well, okay. So
Yes.
before we went live, you said, Katie, that you weren't sure. You're not streaming yourself because you don't know enough about us, which is fine. That you didn't know if you wanted to platform us or not. So I asked, what is to you when you make a decision? Like, what is the point of oh, this person, I'm not gonna platform them. How extreme do their views have to be?
To be very clear, I am a tiny, zero viewer Andy. Even if I platformed Nick Fuentes, it would be meaningless because my platform is so tiny and irrelevant. It has no bearing. So
Mhm.
like,
Well, it could
even
though
if you,
easily. Like if there was a viral moment that came out of it, if Nick dunked on you as a progressive and all of a sudden that went viral, that could be
Yeah,
bad.
I'm
Okay.
sure you've seen all those
So-
Lances putting his foot in his mouth during Tim Pool's,
Yeah.
clips that have been
And
coming
Okay.
he's got no platform. Obviously, everyone hates him now.
I don't hate him, but okay. So here's a distinction that I'd like to make. It seems that for you guys, platforming is just like collaborating with someone. And for me, platforming is when you have a platform and you bring someone onto your platform. So you introduce them to your audience. You have
Right.
them directly
Okay,
engage
that's
with your
interesting.
audience.
Okay.
So maybe we should make that distinction, because I think you guys are just talking about like, who am I allowed to collaborate with, which is not what I'm talking about when I'm saying platforming.
No, I meant it the way you meant it. Just having them
Okay.
on your platform. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because like, for example, I do a lot of shit is like when I'm not on my platform, because I don't want to bring that into my platform. But like, I went on Cozy and just shot the shit with just like my own like provoke Britney from like that's Britney, blah, blah, blah. And it was just like
Brittany
dunking on
Whitney?
Nazis, and it was fun. Yeah. What?
Brittany Whitney? Or
No.
which
Politically provoked Britney.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I'd never do that on my platform though, because like I'd never like let my audience near those people. But like to just go on Cozy and it's just a bunch of neo-Nazis and like laughing at them, though, that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that very much. Yeah.
Right, but so like okay, so ethno-nationalists, right? You don't want to platform ethno-nationalists, right? But I'm assuming there's lesser views people can have that you wouldn't want to platform. Like, there's red pill, this, and you said you thought maybe we're anti-trans. I'm sure there's like a host of views that I'm curious as to where you draw the line.
Okay, so what I mean, again, I thought I made it clear. So it's not about someone's views that, like, for me, when I choose to platform someone, it's not about that. It's about, do I trust them to behave the way I need them to behave on my platform? So, for example, I platformed Lav, like, I think it was a few days ago or a week ago. And the only reason I agreed to do that is because prior to that, we had DMs and I said, this is what I won't let come up. And if it comes up, then the conversation is done. And I took a leap of faith, then the conversation is going to be in the confines that we agreed on. If I can't trust someone to keep my platform clean the way I want it clean, then they're not allowed on my platform. That's all that is to me. So it's like, it's not about the opinions. If I could trust Nick Fuentes to behave on my platform, I would. It's just, I can't control someone like Nick Fuentes.
Right.
So I wouldn't bring him on my platform. If I could, I would.
Well, like, what is behaving, like, not saying slurs or, specific topics you don't want to talk about or something?
Yeah, so like TOS is obvious because you don't want to get banned.
No N-words.
After that, there is like topics that you want to bring up. For example, I didn't want to talk to Lev about the trans issue. It was very important for me. I did not want to get into that. So topics that you don't want to get into.
Is there anything you don't want to talk to us about?
Well, the topic is ethical platforming. I don't know how long that would last, but like, I'm open. I am worried. I've seen some things, but we'll make it through.
Okay.
You remind me of Doobie, and I like that. So
you like and don't like that, yes.
Yeah. What'd you say, Adam?
I don't know who Doobie is, but I mean, I
He's
still
the
have a bunch
lizard
of
guy.
questions. So
Doobie's cool. I like Doobie.
Look, my question is like, what are we worried about? So if you're just saying, look, your platform, you want to run how you want to run it, it's not really a question of ethical platforming. I'm wondering, when you do something on your platform that other people are going to have a problem with, that other people are going to go, Katee, I can't believe you did this. You totally are an unethical platformer, and I hate your guts now, right?
Yeah. So like, at the end of the day, like, for example, I had people who told me they're not happy that I'm coming to talk to you guys. I've had people that left my Discord.
Who are they? We need names.
But I had a talk with Mr. Girl, and a bunch of people left my server for it. That's fine. Like, they're allowed to do that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait, I didn't see your talk with Mr. Girl. How'd that go?
I mean, I told him I thought he was a dishonest piece of shit in the very beginning of the conversation. So, I mean,
That's about how it went. Yeah.
it was all downhill from there.
Fair.
But I mean,
It was pre manifesto and all that stuff. So
yes,
Adam,
totally.
I guess I have a really boring answer to what you said. I don't really care what people are going to like disapprove of. Like, I try to be pretty responsible. I think maybe this will answer your question. I wasn't sure how you guys are going to have your rhetoric in terms of like racial issues or like trans issues. And there is some rhetoric I would not want on my platform.
Gotcha.
So, but that's my preference, right? And if somebody, for example, I say retard on my platform, if people don't like that, they can leave. That's not something that's going to change. If people in my chat say, hey, this bothers me, can you adjust it? I do.
Okay.
But if people are going to say, if you're saying that word, I'm not going to watch you, then I'm not for them.
Look,
This
puts you in a difficult spot, though, because as political streamers, I think we want to win people over to our arguments. And if you're saying, look, I can't even talk about this issue because I don't want it on my platform, how am I going to win you over to my personal opinion, which I think is correct?
I don't think there are topics that I don't talk about. So I talked to a lot of transphobes. I've had a lot of conversations like that. I had some interesting racial conversation, a lot of gender and like feminism related arguments. There are just certain rhetoric, especially regarding trans people, that I'm not happy about.
Right.
And that's because I am not trans, because I'm cis. I am more worried about that. Like if I talk to someone about like women's issues and they're being like super offensive, super misogynistic, like really shitty, I can endure that because it's like it's a personal thing for me. But if I'm now talking about trans issues for trans people, it kind of feels really gross to say, oh, me and my audience should endure this type of dehumanization for like the sake of bringing them over. And it's like, I don't feel comfortable exposing people to any level of dehumanization. So, yeah.
Okay.
You're going to say something, Whick?
Yeah, Whick.
Oh, I just had a small question. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe I'm missing it and things like that. But I understand that these are your preferences, Katee, and that's what you would do. But I don't know, when it comes to ethical platforming, I think that the question is, what would you look at someone else doing? And regardless of their preferences, say, hey, what you're doing is wrong and you need to stop because you're being unethical right now. Right. So I get what your preferences are, and your platform's your platform, your house, your rules. But when it comes to, say, me, for example, let's use me as an example. Has there ever been someone I've had on that you said you absolutely should not have this person on? Or is there anyone you can imagine I might have on that you would say you absolutely, under no circumstances, should platform this person?
I thought I answered it, but I guess it's like hard for people to pick up on. So like, depending on what someone's values is, that's how I judge them. It's kind of like I judge people based on how hypocritical I think they are. So Whick, I see you as mostly like an entertainer. If you told me, hey, I'm here as a progressive advocate, I would judge you to a very different standard. A lot of people you platform, I would not be okay with you platforming, right? But as from the many conversations I've had with you publicly and privately, it seems like you have certain like things that you would put first. And according to those things, I'm just like, okay, I guess he's just doing his thing. I'm not going to judge. You have different values than me. I'm not going to get upset that you have different values. That doesn't make any sense to me.
We do that all the time. No, this is weird. We do that all the time. I don't care what values someone has. It's different from me, right? I still think that there's certain things that you can do that, regardless of what you value or not, are ethically wrong. Female genital mutilation, ethically wrong, regardless of what values you have, right? Beating children, ethically wrong, regardless of what values you have. Like, these things are ethically wrong. I don't care what values or religion or cultural they are in. They are ethically wrong across the board, full stop, right?
Okay, so you want me to have that line of like threshold in regards to platforming? I
No, I'm
guess
trying
I
to.
don't think platforming is as bad as female mutilation. So
Okay.
like female
Okay.
genital mutilation.
Well, that's
Fair enough.
good. That's definitely good.
Mhm.
I don't talk to me about. I'm gonna get in so much trouble. Don't. This topic is bad for me. Moving on from this, I have
Wait,
hot takes
FTM
on
is
this.
So
bad
is that
topic?
in the situation of Destiny and Nick Fuentes? I mean, you got super angry. You did exactly how Wick described it. You looked at someone else and you said, listen, what you're doing is wrong and you should cease and desist immediately. Are you saying that was because of the hypocrisy of Destiny? What was hypocritical about what he was doing?
Yeah, so the thing that people don't get in what I criticize Destiny about is that, for example, a lot of people are mad at me that I say Destiny isn't a progressive. If Destiny is a progressive, his platforming of Nick Fuentes was harmful, and he should not have done that. If he doesn't give a fuck about progressive people or Jewish people or anti-Semitism, then he can do whatever he wants. But Destiny proclaims to have certain values, certain things that he cares about. It's like how I came on his platform and I was like, hey, here's this quote from you. It seems that you understand that hooking up with orbiters can put them in a very compromised place in terms of like them being able to consent. And so now I'm confused because before I didn't know you had this position, but now you do seem to recognize that there's an ethical issue with that. So how do you reconcile those two things? And before that, I couldn't come to him with complaints about that. But if someone says, here's my ethical line, and then they directly go against it, then that's an issue that I have no problem like calling out. If Destiny said, I don't give a fuck, I just want to talk to whoever I want to talk, I don't care about the consequences, fine. But that's not what he says. So he should do what he says.
What is the harm?
What is the harm
Yeah,
of
you
what?
said
Platforming Nick
it did
Fuentes?
more harm than good. Yeah, obviously. I
Turning
mean,
people to white nationalism would be the harm, right?
well, okay, Sitch. What do you think the harm is?
Well, I assume the harm in these cases of platforming would be, people in your audience get turned into or get turned on to extreme views that you don't like as a platformee or the platformer. I mean, like if Destiny platforms Nick Fuentes and like Nick Fuentes turns a bunch of Destiny's audience into being white nationalists, right? That would be a harmful thing, I assume, right?
But the question for me is that actually happening? Like,
Well, yeah,
if
but that's
Destiny
right. So that goes back into sort of the question is you can platform. Well, my argument is like I think you can platform whoever you want, but you would have to be prepared for the conversation. I think if you have a white nationalist on or someone has an extreme view on and you're not prepared so that they make you look foolish, to me that would be sort of from your perspective, that'd be unethical platforming because you basically just help them create a bunch of clips. It's kind of like when I alluded earlier, like Lance, I think if you're on the left, I would say that Lance unethically platformed himself onto Tim Pool's show by just making himself look really bad, making the left look really bad, and giving Tim Pool a bunch of free clips.
Well, I question that just because there seems to be two movies going on Twitter. There are
Yeah,
a
but
lot
one of them
people
is cope and one of them is not.
Yeah, but the question is whether or not people move from one audience to another. Like,
sure,
if they're coping,
well,
they're not moving from one.
Well,
audience
there's two
to
questions.
another.
There's two questions. One is whether people in your audience will move to the other audience. The second is because in our day and age, even if people like, I don't think anyone from Lance's audience is going to go to Tim Pool, right? But all the clips that are circulating might get people that don't watch Tim Pool to start watching Tim Pool, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, there's also the question of handing the other side ammunition, right?
Right.
So you were Lance, for example, gave ammunition to the other side. If we're going to look at it in these terms, I don't like looking in these terms, but let's use this framework. They are giving ammunition clips that the other side can use to people who are not Lance's audience, to normies, to people who aren't involved in the space, and they can use these clips going forward and say, hey, look what a fool this guy is. Like, look how we dumpstered him here. And someone who's not familiar with the situation, not really educated on the topic, can look at these things and say, hey, wow, yeah, that looks really foolish, right? Man, those lefties don't know what they're talking about. I guess this guy's pretty smart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I feel like you didn't seem like you were happy with this, Katee, judging from your body language.
A lot just happened, right?
Yeah.
There's very succinctly, we don't have the data to know how many people transferred from Fuentes to Destiny and vice versa. Okay, we seemingly we don't have it.
Sure.
Okay,
Sure. That'd be impossible
that's
to have, right?
the only real harm that I can point to in terms of that, again, very shortly, just to move on to the Lance thing, because it's more interesting, is that there's a very common psychological phenomena. Obviously, when you humanize someone, when you like someone and they become friends with someone else, or they approve of them, or they seem friendly with them, that makes you more amicable to that person as well, which just makes Destiny's audience more susceptible and more charitable towards Nick Fuentes. And I want anyone to be charitable to Nick Fuentes.
Right.
That is what I was talking about in terms of harm. We can talk about how significant that is, whatever. At the beginning, when I was watching the clips for Lance, I thought he did really bad because I just watched the 2 clips. And there was one narrative on Twitter at the time was like, Lance did horribly. And all of my progressive leftist friends were like, oh my God, we need to run Lance off the internet. And they were all like upsetty. And it was very cute. Anyway, I watched not the full thing, but a lot of it. I think considering that Lance is human and he was in Tim Pool's like den.
The den of Pool.
It was a rough conversation. Do I think he could have done better? Obviously. Do I think there were major fuck-ups? Obviously. Do I think he was terrible? No, I don't think so. I actually think that the biggest clip of like the abortion thing is not Lance's fault. I think there's like something unresolved in the progressive movement in terms of what our advocacy should be in terms of abortion in those 3rd trimester cases. And I think Lance was in a position where he had to say something that felt very nonsensical. And everyone's like, he could have just said that when the baby is viable, just take it out. But saying it really takes away from the potency of the argument of like bodily autonomy triumphs all. And I don't think the progressive movement has reached a conclusion on what our messaging is there. And I think Lance was just caught between like not trying to sell out the party and trying to make a coherent answer. And it just looked really bad, but I don't think it's his fault. I think it's like our fault for not figuring out what our messaging is yet. So yeah, that's what I think about that.
That's very interesting. Do you think, because I didn't think about that, do you think that Lance had an answer, but he didn't want to give it because he wants to stay on point with the, quote unquote, progressive message?
I think when I was watching it with my audience on my stream, I was experiencing cognitive dissonance, and I noticed it because I was like, okay, our thing is bodily autonomy at all cases. On the other hand, I don't feel comfortable with putting down alive babies, right? But the concept of extraction means that if the woman refuses that, you are having to force her to go through a medical procedure. And the progressive movement needs to agree that we are fine with that prescription. And I don't think a lot of us are. And there's a discussion there that I don't think we've had yet. So I know that when I was trying to explain it to my audience and when I was trying to explain why I actually am for extraction, and it was very hard and I was very pissed about it because it felt icky to say. But I could feel it in myself. So I don't know if Lance had a different answer that he wanted to say, but I can imagine that if someone wants to like not break ranks, not because like some weird blind loyalism, but because it is really good ammunition for the pro-life side for us to give in on extraction at like late trimester.
Well, I mean,
I don't think so.
Really good ammunition.
Well, I'm not sure because so Tim's point was, which first of all, I think there's an argument against this because I mean, Tim's whole point on abortion is that he thinks if the baby or the fetus, I should say, is viable, it should be, extracted and then incubated and, then put up for adoption. But I don't to my knowledge, I don't think any state has any laws like that whatsoever.
I
So
mean, yeah,
I don't
nothing
think
that
it would
Tim.
be, well, let me say, I don't think it'd be, like an optical win for Lance to just bring that up to say like, well, maybe in theory we could do something like that because, that'd be fine. Just no one ever does that. Because the thing that I think made Lance look really bad is that, well, there's a lot of things, but one of the things that made Lance look really bad was that when he wouldn't, it felt like he was completely debate brained because Tim is saying, well, if you perform an abortion on a woman or you extract a fetus on the woman, both of these things are, you're putting instruments inside of a woman to get a baby out. Why are you saying that one of these violates her bodily autonomy and the other doesn't? And Lance didn't really seem to have an answer to that question.
I think,
Um,
if I may,
Mhm.
I disagree with your analysis. I do think that Lance was towing the line and for this kind of tribal loyalty, and I think that was what made him look worst of all is his refusal to even give an inch on what I think most people would say, yeah, at least saying, hey, I don't know the answer to this, right? I may not be sure what the proper thought is. I haven't given this much thought, but this idea that he has to toe the party line, that's what I got from watching this, that he felt like he had to be the face of progressivism. And I think it
He
did him a
was
disservice.
in that space.
I think it made him look bad because he refused to even entertain anything outside of his bubble. That's what it looked like.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay. That's really dumb. Now that I'm
Great
done with
argument.
that.
Glad we got through that.
I'm sorry. I just needed to like vent that. Now I'm gonna. So I get why you're saying that. I do. Also because
Why
you're
am I saying that?
because
you're
you're
dumb.
centrist brain.
Yeah, you're dumb.
Okay.
That's the
No,
insinuation.
Wick is not dumb. He's just like he sees ghosts. Never mind. Okay, so
Mean, Katie, please don't be mean to our guests. Okay.
You can be mean.
Please be meaner.
I consent to mean.
Nice.
Okay, well, if he consents, obviously.
we are pro consent. Okay. I think that without me explaining why caving on what everyone wanted Lance to cave on, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, but I don't want to derail that completely. So just like try to imagine a reality where it does make sense to not give in on that point. Lance there was the representative of progressivism, of leftists. That's why everyone are mad at him. They're saying he did bad for the side he came to represent. Obviously, Lance had to represent. You're basically saying if Lance didn't want to look stupid, he should have just thrown them under the bus.
Wait, no, wait. See, I think this showcases a fundamental dissonance that we're having here and how we think about these things. He did not have to be the face of the party. He could have just gone on and been an honest actor and been a genuine, that word again that you don't like, a genuine person and represented his own damn self. Why can't he do that? Why can't he come on a show? I'm not here, for example, I'm not on this show to represent the party of centrists or whatever you think I am.
Yes,
right?
He did introduce himself,
values
though.
that you advocate for.
He did introduce himself as a leftist, though, Wick. He did come on and
but doesn't mean that he has to have every
have to.
opinion that is, the standard leftist opinion, right?
Sure.
No,
and he didn't have to
doesn't.
introduce himself as that, right? He didn't have to come in as that. He didn't have to, right? This idea that he had to is what I'm pushing back against.
No one said that he had to. He did that, and once he had done that, he had to act inside the lines. If Lance wanted to be an independent player just coming in there being like, here are my own cool takes about shit because I'm Lance and I'm cool, then fine. But that's not
That's
Lance's
kind of exactly
thing.
what happened. Wait, so Katie, Lance coming in, you yourself said you had some kind of cognitive dissonance over this opinion. And we watched a panel in front of Congress, a congressional hearing, where it seemed people didn't really want to say that it was wrong for a woman to abort a child at the ninth month of pregnancy. So, I mean, obviously that position you have a problem with.
Yes, I do. Just very quickly, I will answer that. People refuse to engage with the fact that Lance has made it very clear that most times when they terminate babies at third trimester, at 8 months and 9 months, it's not voluntary. Okay, Tim Pool had to come out of his ass with a hypothetical scenario that doesn't exist, that doesn't happen in reality, that is a non-issue, that he had to make up a law that didn't even exist to coerce Lance into making a nonsensical argument. Obviously, this is not a thing that is happening in reality where women go in 8 months and go like, actually, kill the motherfucker. I don't want it. Well, that just doesn't happen.
Hold on. If Katee, if the only 9th month abortions are happening because it's the life of the mother is on the line, there is already an exception in place for abortion when the life of the mother is at stake. Why not make it illegal for situations where the life of the mother is not at stake?
Do you know that it's not legal?
Well, that's the question.
Well, no. So the question would be like, I think there's 6 or 7 states where that you can get an abortion with no restriction whatsoever. And so like the question would be for, I mean, I'm pro-choice, Adam's pro-choice. I don't know what Whick is. But I assume, what the counter argument is like, well, that seems weird that there's no restrictions. Most people think that there should be some restriction based on time. And think that, whether it's 12 weeks, 16 weeks, 20 weeks, whatever. I mean, most people don't feel comfortable with a woman getting an abortion, in the last month or so, just for whatever reason. And if you say, well, that doesn't happen, it's just weird because it's like, on one hand, it's like, oh, that doesn't happen. But then if it doesn't happen, why is there a hesitancy to make it illegal anyway, right?
Okay. But we just agreed, if you're correct, that it is illegal in most cases. And just to make it very clear, I don't know why it wouldn't be already illegal. So I would want to read the justifications for what reasonings that were there.
It is legal in some states, and Lance seems to be endorsing the position.
So it's generally illegal. We understand this. So why are we pretending like it is?
Well, if Lance is going on Tim Pool...
Wait. My question isn't... So there are 6 or 7 states, including DC, that it would be legal. But my question isn't that. My question is, like, even if you want to look at it from a purely optical perspective for like winning online arguments, it just seems weird to me that there won't be this, well, even if it doesn't happen and no one agrees with it, then why not just agree to make it illegal? Like, that's what kind of makes people think that there's some sort of hiding of power level or some sort of ulterior motive here.
So the reason I thought I answered this, I would want to read why they didn't make it illegal, because maybe there's an argument I'm unaware of that I'd be convinced by. And according to what I currently know, I don't know why that wouldn't be illegal. Okay. So unless I hear a convincing argument, that I'm sure there are, or am I sure there are? I'm sure there are arguments. I'm not sure that I would be willing to come forth on them. Then I am completely fine. It's mostly legal anyway. I assumed there was a complete lie that it was legal anywhere. That seems ludicrous. The only thing that I'd like to say, sorry, Adam, that I'm taking your space.
That's okay. Go ahead. We'll finish up on this and we'll move back to the other thing.
Is that in terms of bodily autonomy, we need to understand that if a woman wants to do an abortion in 8 or 9 months, let's just run the hypothetical for a second, for any reason, and that's what she says, and you say, no, we can't kill the baby, we're doing an extraction instead, you need to understand that what's happening in that moment is that we are saying there's a baby inside you that we recognize is a human, that we prioritize over your bodily autonomy, and we will coerce a medical procedure on you that you do not consent to. And
vaccines.
Let's not cloud it with the vaccines yet. Go ahead.
Well, we can, but later.
And as a progressive, that feels really uncomfortable to say. I'm personally okay with that scenario.
Mhm.
I would not be fine with forcing women to carry to term. So once it's viable, I would want an extraction. But I think we need to recognize that there's a huge violation of bodily autonomy in that case. And it can't be like, oh, just get it out. No, you're like forcing a surgery on a person who doesn't want it. It's like, I don't know if that's even precedented in any
Killing
way.
a viable baby, though, is of threatening bodily autonomy too.
Yes, but then we have to talk about if it even has rights without being burned. Just let me complete the thought. So if we accept all of that, I think that leads a lot of credence to conservative arguments that we're saying, well, we're already pushing bodily autonomy here, and then they're going to want to push it before viability. Carry it until viability, and then we'll extract it. And when I think about that, that's horrifying to me. So I realized that when I see this ground of like extraction and viability, I'm potentially giving conservatives like, hey, we already kind of violated this woman's bodily autonomy. So why not a little bit more, you know? And that's disturbing. I don't know if we have another more ethical option, unfortunately. That's my answer.
Well, I mean, there's two things, and I don't know which direction I want to go in because I feel like both of them lead to long pathways. The first would be, which was Tim's point, which is, a medical procedure to extract a baby and a medical procedure to abort the baby. How different are these procedures? And is one of them, a violation of bodily autonomy than the other one? I mean, that's kind of the first pathway. And the second pathway is kind of what Whick brought up, which is, do we really buy into, or maybe I should be, how do you feel about this ultimate bodily autonomy question? Because then it kind of gets into this weird realm of, does that mean that the government can have vaccine mandates for any reason? Does that mean that, the example Tim brought up, like that a woman should be able to do meth, when she's pregnant and no one can tell her otherwise, or, something that's dangerous to the baby just because she wants to?
Just real quick. So I just want to put this out there, right? Like, I personally think it's okay to violate people's bodily autonomy under certain conditions, very fringe, very small conditions. But I do not hold bodily autonomy as this thing that must never be, violated at all. Right. I think there are very good reasons to violate other people's bodily autonomy in certain cases.
Sure,
but they're very rare and they're very specific, and there is a danger in making it too broad. And so that is something that we do have to be aware of.
Of course.
So, Sitch, we're kind of drifting into like an abortion debate here.
Well, I was curious about I mean, we don't have to go down the whole path, but I'm curious about because it sounds like you're saying, Katee, that there is this bodily autonomy argument and that it kind of has to be bought into by progressives, like from the most extreme end, which to me, I'm not sure why you would have to do that.
I would have to do that because my advocacy for pro-abortion comes from
not pro-choice, pro-abortion.
Pro-abortion. I don't know the terminology, dude. Okay, pro-choice. Thank you. I will.
Okay.
Let's cover it. Okay.
You've kind of said, Katee. I mean, she said she doesn't want to give in here because she feels like it. Next thing you know, we're having a conversation about life at conception and bodily autonomy at conception.
So like,
it's like a slippery slope.
Yeah, she is making a slippery slope argument.
I don't argue personhood. Like, I don't care about personhood. My argument for pro-choice is that bodily autonomy of the woman triumphs whether the fetus in 1 month is a human or is a person or not. Okay, so for me, if I give up on the bodily autonomy argument, I lose all of my argument. There's an inconsistency in my argument if I'm saying sometimes it's okay and sometimes it isn't.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But then, so does that mean that you have to bite the bullet on all these more difficult positions about anti-vaccine and pro doing meth when you're pregnant?
No. So there's a very big difference between vaccine and between like doing stuff that are harmful to the baby when you're pregnant. There's a whole interesting discussion about like how responsible a woman is for the healthy of the baby and stuff like that. In terms of vaccine mandates, can you explain to me what exactly you mean by that? Do you mean by like grabbing people and injecting stuff to their body against their will? Is that what we're talking
Well,
about?
it
Because
would
that
be
doesn't happen.
so right. So it would be well, it can happen depending on where you are in society, but
Yes.
usually it means that the government says in order to do certain things, like go to public
Yeah.
school or leave and return to the country and get on an airplane, or there
Mm-hmm.
or even a corporation could say this, not even the government. A company could say this, that you
Yeah.
have to get the COVID vaccine or whatever other vaccine, and
Mm-hmm.
that would be a violation of bodily autonomy for the
Yeah.
safety of other people, right?
Yeah. That's retarded. That's
So
not a
you're
viol.
against these sorts of mandates.
No.
Are you saying what I'm saying is
That's
retarded? Or are you saying that the
what
mandates are
you're
retarded?
saying is retarded.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Why is it retarded?
That's not a violation of bodily autonomy. Okay. A violation of
I'm
bodily
so glad there's
autonomy.
other people to take these shots for me. It's not just me this time. I'm glad.
I'll spread it out.
um, it's just like that's why I rolled my eyes at Wick. It is. I don't know if it's. Oh, I don't want to bring. Okay, I won't say it. I don't know what it is, but it is very weird that people think that being told you're not allowed to go on a plane, so you have to get vaccinated, is the same as like people not letting you choose what's growing in your body or potentially forcing a surgery on you. One is harming bodily autonomy. So when you actively operate on another human's body without their consent, versus telling someone, like we do in capitalism, hey, if you want to not starve, you got to work. So unless we're going to say that that's a violation of bodily autonomy, I need you to stop with this nonsense. It's very upsetting and dumb.
So, okay, well, let me write down the capitalism thing because I want to get back to that. So let's just make sure that we're all using the same definition of the word bodily autonomy. So when I Google bodily autonomy, it says the right for a person to govern what happens to their body without external influence or coercion. But you don't agree with that definition, right?
So either that applies to everything that we do in life ever. So yeah, I guess I think the colloquial understanding, at least from what I use it, is when you physically infringe on someone's body. But if we want to use
include coercion, you only include a physical direct
coercion,
control.
physical coercion, yeah.
Right. But not like financial coercion or anything like that.
It's weird.
So like if the government, like just
not to the
hypothetically,
same extent.
so like if the government said like, oh, you don't have to take the COVID vaccine, but you can't leave your house, you would say, well, they're not technically infringing on your bodily autonomy because, you can just live in your house forever.
Yeah, that is the argument some people make. It's
well, I'm asking, I know, but I think it's a bad argument. So I'm asking you if that's your argument.
I don't think it's the same as like the type of bodily autonomy argument we make for pro-choice, for example. So we can say that they're both infringement of bodily autonomy, for example, or that there's coercion. But when we start equivocating these things, when we're saying like we understand that there's degrees to saying
sure
you don't get to go to the cafe if you don't get a vaccine, versus putting someone in jail, versus performing a surgery that someone doesn't want on them. Like, and we can say all of that is violation of bodily autonomy, but to put that all in the same category is just like very reductionist.
No, wait, I agree completely with what you said. This is my problem. There are degrees to everything. And it's weird because I would put that in the degreedness of what you're talking about to the question of bodily autonomy in the first place. Yeah. I think there's very few things. I'm sure someone could think of a couple. I think there's very few things, very few arguments that we would be comfortable with, being driven to their most extreme, right? I always said this, people say they're free speech absolutists, and I say, no, you're not, because, you're not in favor of, CP and, stealing people's work and slander being legal and all this other stuff. And so it's kind of the same thing with bodily autonomy. Like, I feel like you can make a bodily autonomy argument without saying, well, that, I have to take it to the extreme version of like, until the baby comes out, you can, kill it. And so to me, it's just a weird bullet that I don't understand why people on the left kind of bite that.
I think it's because we're worried about the slippery slope. And it's fine if you guys feel like it's a fallacy. But I think considering Roe v. Wade, I think we have good reasons to be concerned. It's really hard to engage in nuance when the other side has no interest in your nuance. Like the other side wants one outcome. So it's very I okay, here's an interesting thing. I'm not going to name her, but she's a progressive advocate, and I told her that I think we need to completely stop like negotiating like third trimester stuff. We should just give it to them and just like get Roe v. Wade back, like first trimester. Just get that like codified, and that's the only thing we need to focus on. Like we can't keep dying on the third trimester hill.
Right,
Like it's
right.
not a large enough significant. And they're a very respectable progressive, and they told me if this doesn't come as a package deal, we're never going to get third trimester. Like it's just not going to happen, and we're going to lose
They
this.
want to get third trimester abortions. That's the goal.
I mean, that's kind of slippery slope in the other direction, isn't it? Like, oh, I feel like there's two different arguments because I understand. So the argument that I thought you're making was the reason we have to defend bodily autonomy from this extreme level is because if we don't, then the right will keep chipping away at this forever, essentially. Like we have to have this like complete absolutist position that we call standby, which I understand that argument. I don't agree with that argument. I think that argument, I think that actually hurts your case because the way that I see a lot of these political arguments play out is that the left and the right will kind of take the most extreme argument on the other side, and then they'll paint the entire left and right, their opponent with this broad brush of like, this person is this extreme. So like the right will say, oh my God, every single person on the left wants the baby guillotine, right? They want to be able to have, the woman go up to Burger King and get an abortion when she's 9 months pregnant in the drive-through. And then, the right, and then the left will say kind of like, oh, every single person on the right wants it so that, it doesn't matter if you get raped or, whatever. It doesn't matter if the woman's about to die, they can't get an abortion. And to me, like on both sides, like when you have the right, there's like 17 or some 16 states that like basically have no, you can't get an abortion unless you're dying. Like even if you're raped, you can't get an abortion, which I think is insane. But I feel like it doesn't, these sorts of positions, they don't lead the slippery slope. I think they just give the other side ammunition.
Yeah, that's the
Because
problem.
if you have these sort of like the openness to the 3 trimester abortion, then you are giving ammunition to the right to say these people are crazy. Like
It's-
it was
That's
actually
the thing, though.
when we
it's
were
not
when we
an
were,
openness.
well,
Sorry.
let me just finish. I'm almost done. But when we were streaming about, because we covered the entire Lance Tim Pool stream on Sunday, and a lot of people in our audience are pro-life, and they disagree with us being pro-choice. And a lot of people in our audience were saying, I was more in favor of abortion until I saw the left position be, you should allow abortion up to 9 months. And that turned me off so much that I've gone into the extreme in the other direction. So I just feel like it's counterproductive.
Just to make it very clear, it's not about abortions for third trimester. I don't know if people don't care much about it. But again, when we're talking about extraction in third trimester, if a woman doesn't want that, that is a coerced medical procedure on a human being that does not consent to it. And progressives just need to decide if they're okay with that. It's fine that centrists and conservatives say that's a small price to pay for the life of a baby. I think when it's women paying that price, that's a lot easier to say. But maybe we'll reach that conclusion too. I
mean, it's just weird to say. Obviously, they have a baby in them, so they're going to be paying the price one way or another. It's not like, I mean, I would argue we're talking about the various extremes. I mean, if you're talking about vaccinations, you're talking about some untested vaccination. Like we know the abortion procedure quite well and have a long history of knowing the side effects and potential outcomes. We don't know those with a vaccination.
If you do a C-section to extract a baby at third trimester, women die from C-sections, right?
Sure, totally. But we know
Okay.
we know the likelihood of that happening. In the case of vaccinations, we don't know the long-term effects of vaccination, so we have no idea what the likelihood of any sort of bad outcomes are.
I'm not going to talk
okay,
about
I
the
gotta push
validity
back,
of
like,
vaccination.
the vaccination stuff. We do have a good idea of the
Well,
long-term effects of
let's
vaccination.
this
We
is
do.
like way off the beaten path anyway.
yeah.
But I'm just look. I'm saying you can make arguments on both sides for which is going to be the most extreme. Okay. Can we go back, Sitch? Are you done with abortion, or like we keep slipping into abortion debates? Here.
Sure.
Like,
Well, I mean, it was.
Adam, it's interesting. Come
It's
on,
interesting.
loosen
It's
up,
more
like,
interesting than ethical platforming. No one cares
If
about
I may,
bro.
is it?
If I
I mean,
may.
I don't.
It's
Okay.
so much
Yes,
more
Whick,
I want to
interesting.
try to tie these
Please.
things together,
Yes.
if I may.
Can
Right?
I go pee while you do that?
You go.
Yeah, go
well,
ahead.
Sure.
Wick, we have a history of understanding various vaccines, but this vaccine is a completely different technology. So I don't understand how
Sure,
you're
I'm not prepared to have a vaccine debate with you right
Okay,
now, so I
okay,
can't
good.
really do that.
Well, it
Unfortunately, and I
sounded
try
like-
not to talk about things I don't know.
It sounded
that's
like
the
you
thing.
were, so I was like,
Well, I do know I have done this in before. I just
Right.
don't have all my ducks in a row to present the evidence
Right.
to you at the
Right.
moment. But if you want to do that at a later time, we
no, I don't.
absolutely
I'm not.
can.
I'm totally
Fair.
not interested in vaccines. I'm
Okay.
just saying, obviously, there are unknowns in both cases. And I would argue that in the abortion case, the unknowns are far fewer. That was the only point that I wanted to make.
Fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think that one of the problems we're going to have in any of these topics comes to a lot of the ways that I think a lot of people, not just Katee, but a lot of people on both sides frame these things. This idea that if we give any ground to the other side, quote unquote, that they want what they want. And you heard Katee earlier say this, like, we know what they want. They're not going to stop. They're going to keep going until they get what they want. There will be no compromise. There can be no compromise. They are the enemy and we have to fight them. I think that is going to frame every conversation, whether it be platforming, whether it be abortion, whether it be vaccines, whether it be any issue we can think of. This mindset that people have, and it's a lot of people, right? It's not just on one side or the other.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people on all sides of the aisle have this mindset that if we give any ground to the other side, that they, as the dishonest actors they are going to run with it. And I think this is why this talk, when I talked earlier about humanization, right? That's why I focus on that, because we have to stop seeing everyone that doesn't agree with us as an enemy to be fought. And we need to see them as a human to be talked to and conversed with. We have to be willing to give something up to get something else. Compromise is a good thing. It's a function. It's a feature, not a bug. And I'm just, this whole conversation has been frustrating to me to no end, because we cannot seem to, it's this framing of this like this. I don't know. I'm sorry for ranting, but that's
No,
just
it's okay.
No,
all
I-
except for Hitler. Okay, I'm going
There
to
you
draw
go.
the line at Hitler.
We'll screw on Hitler. But no, I mean, I agree with you completely, Wick, and I think that's why you are a centrist, and that's why
not a
we're enlightened
centrist. People keep saying this.
Okay, so
I'm
you're
not
just a
centrist.
smart person.
Centrist
Okay.
is a team in of itself. Okay, I'm not on a
wait.
team.
Centrist is a compliment. You're more is like
There you go.
when I
What-
say centrist, I'm being very nice.
What
I
do you
don't-
want to call me
Stupid,
besides retard?
shallow, and imbecile.
An enabler, a liberal. I don't know.
Oh, dirty liberal. Oh, so awful. But well, okay. Regardless of labels, no. But I agree exactly what you're saying, Wick. 100%. I do think that is part of what's polarizing everyone, tearing the country apart. And I think it is. I think that attitude only serves the extremists entirely. I don't think it serves us moving forward in any sort of function in this country where we can all get along and keep getting along with each other. So.
Yeah, it gives us a great choice. It gives us no abortion, even in the exception, even in the case of rape and incest, or abortion up to the moment
of birth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
Those
It's fascinating
seem
that you
like
can
two
continue with
options.
that framing, even though you realize that's illegal in most countries.
Those are
and
the
yet
two options on the table, though, as
Well,
a
no, it's
voter
legal
right
But
now.
they're not.
6 states.
But they're
Yes, they
not.
are. The Republicans are offering zero abortion even in the case of rape and incest. And the progressives are offering abortion on demand up until the minute of conception or up until the minute of birth.
Do you deny, Kate, that there are? I could find you them right now. I could pull up their. You know who they are. You've
Those
talked
are
to
the
them
two
before.
options.
People who use things like "yeetus the fetus," right? They use these phrases that they basically say they don't just say abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. They say I want abortions on demand. They really lean into it in order to try to get. And the thinking is we want to normalize abortion so that people can have just abortions on demand. They do this. This is a rhetoric that happens, and like to act as if it doesn't happen, I think just shows like this either unwillingness to see or just ignorance of. It might be a large voice, but even if it's just a small voice, it's worth pushing back against. There's not a lot of white nationalists out there. They're small. But we push back against it for very good reason, because even though they're a small voice, we want to shut it down, nip it in the bud. An ounce of prevention is worth about a cure.
You've been
Lance
trying to shut
Tim
down
Pool.
white nationalism for a long fucking time, and it's on the rise. So clearly the centrists have been doing it not very well, have they? They're too focused on the tiny little whiny voices on the left that are saying things that are mostly illegal. That's the problem with centrists, too. Like,
not a centrist.
They keep.
It's okay. We are. So tell us.
Go ahead. Yeah. What's your beef?
Really, my beef is that doing the whole like, oh, compromise is just a part of life. We just all want to be happy together. Why you gotta rock the boat?
That was a great Bubbles impression, by the way.
Thank you. Is great when you are not oppressed, not marginalized, not suffering from certain issues. It's called privilege. And usually centrists are pretty fucking privileged.
Well, I'm not privileged in the abortion debate because I have two unreasonable positions to choose from. I don't feel very privileged.
Aww, that must be so scary to you when you get pregnant, doesn't it?
Well, I have obviously.
Did you just assume Adam's gender?
Yeah. Well, I do. I have, females in my life that I do worry about. Obviously, I'm not just exclusively focused on the male population. So.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
So.
Centrists are privileged.
I need to drill this down. So in most states, it is illegal to do the second option. But you are upset that progressives can't say, in the 7 states that it is legal for whatever reason, we will not stand for it. Stop it immediately.
No, I'm upset that I'm upset that there's not a reasonable option for voters. Like, let's make abortion legal up until a certain point. Like the viability standard, I think, is a reasonable standard.
So I don't know what Joe Biden's position was when he ran in 2020 on abortion. So I don't know that. But if in 2024 rolls around, my guess would be he's going to take a very vague position where he's not going to exactly say whether he's going to give an argument about bodily autonomy for the woman. He's going to say it's a woman's right to choose, and he's not going to specify whether he's in favor of any sort of ban or not. That'd be my guess, right? Because he doesn't want to alienate either side of the conversation. So,
yeah. So it genuinely sounds like your gripe is with the American political system more than any of like. It's true. Two parties.
Well, no, my gripe
suck.
was specifically with you for calling me privileged when I can't even have access to a reasonable abortion debate. It's like.
What do you mean can't have access
privileged?
To a reasonable abortion debate?
Look, the framing of the issue right now is either you don't accept, like you're pro-life to the point of rape and incest is just fine, or you're pro-choice to the point where if a woman wants to have a child sacrifice at the 9th month and, is a Satan worshiper, she can do it as long as the baby is inside her womb.
Okay.
Those don't seem like reasonable positions to me.
Okay. And that framing is what, from our conversation? Because that's certainly not
No,
what
that's the
we
framing
talked
I
about.
see just out in the world.
Well, it's from if we have to accept the ultimate bodily autonomy position, right?
Yes.
Yes. So if I say very early on that there is a like an unresolved issue in the progressive movements regarding that.
And I was
And
happy.
that-
I was happy to hear you say that, Katee. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I'm fine with critiques. I think critiques are good. It's just a lot of the times when centrists whine about the left,
Mhm.
they seem to whine about an aesthetic that they don't like. Why do you virtue signal? Why do you
hold on.
gatekeep? Why do you do stuff that I'm annoyed with?
You
And,
said
like-
earlier on you were in favor of substance, okay? What I am talking
Mhm.
about has nothing to do with aesthetic. I'm talking about putting a date on the calendar when abortion is no longer legal. Like, is it 12 weeks? Is it 15 weeks? Is it 24 weeks?
Okay,
That's
so I'm
substance.
asking you.
That's not
So
aesthetic.
I'm asking you. I agree with you. I'm asking you, what do you need progressives to do to further what you want?
Well, I mean, just agree.
Put the date on the calendar.
Put the date on the calendar. Stop whining about bodily autonomy, and the woman should be able to have abortions at 9 months. You're the one whining about women's bodily autonomy, not me.
Yes, I do fear for women's bodily autonomy. That is true.
Yeah, I fear for everyone's bodily autonomy. And I feel like a baby at 9 months, there's a good argument to be made that they should be entitled to some kind of bodily autonomy. They're literally in there sucking their thumb.
Yes, but you also compare that to vaccine mandates, so it's hard for me to
Whick
really.
did that. That was the Whick's fault. Like,
I did it
Wow,
too.
way to like
I'll
throw me
take-
under the bus. No,
I'll take some blame.
if
Look.
it comes down to like bodily autonomy, this is a question. Like, as a concept, right? As a conceptual thing, you're right. Progressivism has to decide. Well, I guess
yeah,
progressivism.
what
has
is
to
the
decide.
position going to be
Yeah.
that's reasonable, that people will vote for?
Okay, so you don't just want a date. You want a date that you want. Okay, so
No,
tell me
no.
what you want.
Well, look, I would like a reasonable position that we could move past the abortion debate happening. Like, obviously, there are going to be extremists on both sides that are going to be crying and whining, but I feel like the majority of the population would like just abortion to be legal in the first trimester, and then after that, no more abortion. Like, except in the case of the mother's life is on the line, which I think obviously those exceptions are needed. Like, if there is some catastrophe that takes place, and this is what Lance was talking about on Tim Pool, if some catastrophe takes place in the 8th or 9th month and the baby needs to be aborted to save the life of the mother, there are already exceptions in place for those things. And this is why he's trying to push a position on Tim Pool that he doesn't hold, because Tim Pool already knows those exceptions are in place. And he's saying, you know, if the Satan worshiper mom that wants to sacrifice the baby doesn't need any exception, then there's really nothing we can do.
Okay, so let's talk about you said after first trimester, no abortion unless it's necessary. But
Right.
a lot of late term abortions, so like not third trimester, but second trimester, happen when women, for example, realize they're not going to get the financial support that they need, or that their partner is not going to be there for them. So late abortions happen. So you'd be against that.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, yeah.
Second trimester is not viable. Now what?
Look, you're in a weird situation where you're weighing like the financial situation of the woman against something that's become a human being. It's like, you don't. So what if a woman has a child and then all of a sudden loses her job and now her financial state has completely changed? Should she be allowed to just like,
obviously
take like, sorry, kid, it was a good go.
First of all, yes, people give their children to adoption. Second of all, we talked about viability.
Right.
Viability is at 6 months. There's 4th and 5th trimester, which is late abortions, which are not viable.
Right.
So what do we do then?
Well, I don't know. My position is somewhere around the first trimester, like 15 weeks, 12 weeks. I mean, whatever you want to do. Like, if you want to go 20 weeks, I think it's a little, I mean, conservatively, you're getting, Sitch, when do they say consciousness comes into being? Like around 10 to 12 weeks, or
no,
10 to
it's
18
late.
weeks?
It was like 18, 20 or something.
18 to 20 weeks. So like after 18 to 20 weeks, you're talking about a potentially conscious being.
Yes. So here's the thing, right? And this is why I'm being pushed to the extreme position that I am. Because now we're not discussing third trimester. You were like, hey, stop being so extreme about this. 9 month abortions are crazy. And now we're discussing how you don't want second trimester abortions because there's actually a person there.
Yeah,
and this is exactly what I said will happen once we start entertaining this.
No, you
and
set
now
up,
we're deliberating
no.
a
Look, that's not fair,
non-viable
Katie.
fetus.
That's not fair, Katie. Because
Oh.
you set up a hypothetical of some hypothetical conservative that doesn't believe, they believe life begins at conception and it's a baby at conception and no baby should be aborted for any reason whatsoever. And they're proposing to you, oh yeah, let's draw a reasonable line at the first trimester, when really they want some more extreme position. I want the position I'm advocating for, and I'm like, let's just be done with this whole abortion debate.
Yes. And I'm saying that the position that you're advocating for is you don't want abortions in second trimester when it's not viable, and you're talking about personhood.
Okay.
So
I'm
asking you what your position is.
Well, my position is kind of personhood. So, but go ahead.
Sure. I think that there is a danger to putting restrictions on even very late abortions. And that danger is how these restrictions and things look, how it works out when boots are on the ground, when the rubber meets the road. So a situation, for example, you have a state where there are legal exceptions for the health of the mother in very, very late abortions. The doctor has to make a calculation. An emergency comes in. Is it life-threatening enough to qualify for these exceptions, or what I'm about to do illegal? There is a time limit on this decision that has to be made, and they have to weigh the life of the mother and the health of the baby versus, is this going to be something that gets me in trouble with the law? And that does put an onus on the doctor. That does present a danger to putting on restrictions in even late-term abortions. That's the proper argument.
There are dangers in all kinds of professions. Obviously, police officers have a bunch
but we try
of
to mitigate
dangers.
that.
Yeah, we try to mitigate
it as much as
we try
possible.
to mitigate it with the law, but the way to mitigate it is not to make it completely legal to do anything. Obviously.
Certainly.
No, but
certainly. But again, I'm just saying you have to be aware of what restrictions you're putting onto place. Just saying we should have exceptions for the health of the mother in the late claim, I don't think is enough. I first of all, my position, I am pro-choice, but abortion deeply disturbs me. I, for myself, would never choose to engage in it, but I'm not everyone else. I think everyone else can make their own decision, right? For me, it's not a route I'd take, but for other people, have at it. But again, for even the late term stuff, you have to realize any restrictions going to be put into place. You have to be cognizant of what those restrictions are, or what those ways are. Those exceptions, that's the word. Those exceptions are, because unless those exceptions are broad enough, you're going to run into a lot of more trouble than you probably could think. Yeah.
No, I agree with the practical concerns that you're talking about, Whick. I mean, we talked about. I bring this up always, we talked about there's some horrible case where this woman was like slowly going blind, and I don't know what exactly was causing this, but something about her pregnancy was slowly making her go blind. And it was some sort of autoimmune thing that the baby was causing to her own immune system to attack her optic nerves or something. And it was like, even though she should have been able to get an abortion under the law, it was so difficult because whatever state she was in, all the doctors were just so concerned about whether this would satisfy the law. Exactly. No one wants to perform the abortion. And so I think that is a real concern. I mean, it'd be really bad in Texas, where they have that really wacky law where like a third party can sue a doctor or a woman for getting an abortion that was not deemed legal. So I agree completely with that. But I think kind of what I'm hearing here, like what the base foundational belief difference is, I think, between at least me and Katie, and I think Adam agrees, I don't know how Wick feels about this, is that I think in my mind, the way that I see it is that extreme positions beget more extreme positions. They don't provide shielding for... Well, let me just finish. they don't provide shielding for more moderate positions. So what I mean by this is like, you said earlier, oh, the centrists have been trying to get rid of white nationalists and they haven't gone away. So there's a failure there. But from my perception, I remember growing up on the internet in the 90s and the 2000s, and it felt like there was kind of a general consensus of moderate liberal view on the internet. It didn't, there was like edgy racism, of course, but this definitely was significantly less than by today's standards. We didn't see it actual, ethno-nationalism and movements like this kind of cropping up on the internet, back in those days, to the extent that we're seeing them now. We didn't see the kind of anti-Semitism that we're seeing now. And to me, all this stuff, I start seeing it all starts, 2014, 2016, as soon as all like kind of the woke stuff kind of starts to rear its head. And to me, and when I hear these people talk, they point to the extremeness of wokeness and they say, and that's like their number one selling point. They say, look at all these people with these extreme, crazy left-wing views. You need to fight back against them, become an ethno-nationalist, become a Nazi. And so to me, it's just, that's what I see. I see the pendulum effect happening, and I see that the moderate positions actually prevent these extreme positions from taking hold. I feel like you have a foundational belief where you think it's the other way around.
There's a term for this. It's called reciprocal radicalization, where both sides radicalize the other to more and more extreme positions in order to fight the other. That I just wanted to throw that in there.
That's another term for it. What is it? For the privileged, equality feels like oppression. Is that what it is? Yeah. I don't doubt that a bunch of whiny 16-year-olds that now are having to re-examine their, or 30-year-olds or 40-year-olds, people who became neo-Nazis because suddenly Black people were like upset again, those uppity, annoying ones. Yeah. If that's what extremism does to you, you will never reach any liberation for any oppressed minority. But no.
Okay, continue. If you're gonna,
you guys, you keep doing the thing, and I let you do the framing of like, oh, extremes are just causing extremes. Like, why can't we talk about the nuance? Let's fucking talk about the nuance, Adam. I am willing to give up third trimester abortion if you're willing to give up second trimester abortion.
Second trimester abortion? I mean,
let women get second trimester abortion until viability, and I will allow for extraction after viability.
Well,
Can we agree on that?
That would be, I've drawn a line at consciousness for my position. So, it would be, that would force me to be okay with aborting what are basically
when is second trimester end
for any reason whatsoever. And I don't like, that's not really a tenable position. Why is, I guess bodily autonomy is your reason why you think it's okay to abort a conscious baby at 8 months?
No. Okay. If you think you know what consciousness is, great for you. I don't know why would someone ever have the vanity to be able to conceptualize what consciousness is or how we determine it in the womb. Like, we can't even determine what it is with like adults speaking that are like breathing. So
based off of brain structure.
If you're undergoing surgery, and I don't know if you've ever had a surgery or anything, but they give you anesthesia and you're basically just unconscious. Like you it's like 1 minute you're there, the next you're like in the recovery room, right? That, I'm under the impression, is not the experience for a fetus. In the second trimester and third trimester, the fetus is having like a conscious experience. They're sleeping, they're awake, they're experiencing life in some way, shape, or form, which is just, that's far different than turning off the ventilator on some vegetable.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. So do you feel like turning off things on like the ventilators on vegetables is fine?
I don't mind turning. Okay. Look, but they're not conscious. They're not conscious. They're not.
Okay, I'm just making sure that's okay.
Okay. So, but that is my reasoning for coming up with a certain cutoff date. But you're asking to go beyond that cutoff date because of women's
No.
bodily
Okay.
autonomy. Like if
No.
there's a situation where the mother's life is at stake against the baby's consciousness, like I'm going to go with the mother, obviously. Like she's her health, her ability to see, I would default to in every circumstance. But these exceptions are already built into the laws.
My frustration comes from the fact that the entire framing was about like, oh, why do we have to have two extremes? Like, why are you insisting on third trimester abortion? And I said, because people are always trying to weasel their own little shitty things in there. So I have to stand fast. And here we are, where you actually have a different line, consciousness, which you didn't even bring up.
Mhm.
Until now,
Well,
when
it wasn't a
fine.
secret. I mean, you could have asked me, what is your
Oh
line?
my fucking God.
Well, no,
That is-
so okay, stop. Now I'm frustrated with you, Adam,
Mhm.
because she did offer a compromise, right? Say, okay, I'll give up some of what I value, and you give up some of what you value. It's not a compromise if you don't give
Look,
anything
it's
up.
not. If
So
I have
why-
to give up my integrity, it's not a
But if you-
compromise I'm
I
willing to take. Okay.
Well, Adam, well,
No
no, I want to challenge you on
integrity.
this. Stop. I want to challenge you on this a
Shit.
bit. So if you had a choice before you had options, okay? And one of the options was you get nothing. You get nothing at all.
You get
Nothing
nothing.
whatsoever that you want. But the other option is you don't get everything you want. You don't get to stop them all after
Look,
consciousness, but you do get to stop some of it.
if it's up to
Why?
if it's
Why
up,
would you
look,
choose
if it's
the
between
nothing?
I didn't say I wouldn't.
Because
I didn't say I
knows he's
wouldn't
going
choose
to
nothing.
win because the
No,
extreme
wait.
extreme of
That's
That's
progressive-
unfair.
Yeah.
Totally unfair. Totally unfair.
Mm.
Like if this was on the ballot and we're taking third trimester off the table and we're going to make an abortion law where abortion is illegal after the second trimester, I would vote for that. Obviously,
Okay, then that's
because
compromise.
that is the most reasonable position out there. And
Okay.
I'm a pragmatist. Obviously, I'm like that would be a more reasonable position than
You would-
anybody else
right.
has put on the table.
If you had to choose between the two scenarios, you would choose the compromise position.
Of course, yeah.
Right. But I think that's the way it should be. I mean, everyone has to be, everyone has to give up a little bit to feel comfortable, right?
Right.
Exactly.
That's what
Like with
compromise is.
guns and things. Like if we're going to want like the people who want all the guns off the street and the people who want like to be able to just carry guns into nurseries and
Right.
and like
Sure.
government buildings, there has to be kind of this reasonable compromise. And I think it's a feature, not a bug, where we both sides leave thinking they gave up, they violated their integrity a little bit.
I don't
Because
that's not a
the
good
other option is just
Mhm.
getting nothing.
that
right?
Yeah.
that framing is awful.
I wouldn't use
The
those
framing
words.
is tough.
I wouldn't say violate your integrity, but I agree with everything. Like,
Oh,
I'm
man.
I'm not very optically minded.
Yeah, I
so
understand,
excuse me,
I
but
understand.
you understand the concept.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But okay. So I don't know. I kind of want to go back, and I feel like maybe we've done with the abortion stuff. I do want to go back to the centrist are privileged thing that you said, Katee, because I feel like when I have this conversation with people that are the anti-centrist position, I do hear a lot of kind of the same thing that what you're saying, like, oh, this is you're speaking from privilege. The freedom is never easy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the way that I look at it is like if we were to go back in time, civil rights movement. In the South, Black people literally treated like second-class citizens, don't have equal rights. You can make an argument that I might even agree with, where I'd say, yeah, it could be moral for Black people to destroy a government building in the South where they literally don't have rights, in some, really horrific fashion that I disagree with, But just because I think that the action is moral doesn't mean I think it's going to necessarily be helpful to their cause. I do think that with the civil rights movement, so much of what was helpful to the cause was the fact that there was a lot of saying we need to be, not everyone, but there was a lot of we need to be nonviolent. We need to go out there and unfortunately basically sacrifice and paint this picture of like we're out here in suits and ties trying to sit at a counter and here's a fucking racist white guy with a baton or a fire hose or a dog attacking me. And it's not fair. That's not a fair thing that happens. It's not a fair thing. But I'm just being kind of like practical in terms of how to get people on your side Sometimes you just have to do that. And I just feel like the idea that, oh, well, that's, that's privileged position. I feel like that's an argument of emotion towards the unfairness of the situation, as opposed to a practical argument about what's going to actually materialize the change in the world that you want.
Yeah. I think that liberation and like the relieving of marginalized groups like conditions would instantly be improved if mostly centrists and liberals stopped worrying about all the other normies who need to be brought up to the other side. It seems like mostly centrists and liberals like, yes, the cause, like, I'm totally down with that. Yes, I got you. But also the way you're going about this, it's kind of like, and it's gonna scare off all the other people. Just do it differently. And it seems like all of them are like that.
Katie,
Shut up.
Do you
Shut
think?
up. Shut up.
Do you think?
Let me finish.
That
Shut up.
ends justify the means?
Shut up.
Can you do literally
Shut
anything to get what you want?
Shut up.
It's a good question.
It is. Now I'm going to finish talking.
We'll ask you. Go ahead, finish, Katie.
Yeah. So I think if centrists were less worried about like trying to get marginalized groups to behave better and just like use their power and their privilege and their political power to just push for better treatments of those groups instead of whining about the optics of those groups, that would cause actual change. But centrists mostly want to whine that they don't like how oppressed minorities talk to them, and it really hurts their fifis.
Right,
and that's okay.
I think there's some I've heard what you're saying a lot, and I think there's kind of a misunderstanding of the situation, which is that when a centrist like myself or Adam, says something like what we just said to you, we're not the majority. We're a tiny, tiny minority of people. And what we're saying is, listen, I would still, if I'm in the 1960s, and black people burned down a police station, I would still vote in favor of civil rights. It's not going to change my mind. But I'm aware that a lot of people who are maybe political normies, people that don't really follow politics, that don't have strong moral convictions, which I think are the majority of people in the world and in this country, they look at that and they get afraid and they go, oh shit, I don't want this, right? And so that's what we're talking about. So it's not a question of like, oh, if all the like there's some mass amount of centrists out here that are complaining about this would just vote in favor of what the left wants. It's like, no, I'm just saying, I know the majority of people out there, they just look at the optics of things. They look at, during like BLM, they look at like, a city block get burned down or get looted or rioted, or, there's a lot of rioting, and it just turns them completely off of helping you.
Yeah.
So, but do you understand that so if the centrists come around and support you, that's not going to change anything.
It's really weird that you're saying that you're a small minority when we understand that there are more Democrats in the United States than Republicans. Now, we're not talking about like who votes or who wins, because American politics is fucked. But in terms of like pure numbers, but in terms of like raw numbers, if all Democrats and centrists and liberals came out and vote, like Republicans would never win, period. We know this. Those are the numbers.
Well, okay. So, it depends, because number one, they don't, so it doesn't matter. And then number two, even if they did, maybe for certain elections, but maybe not for, Senate and presidency, because it's not a pure population vote. So
here's what frustrates me. If you are a small minority and you understand that you're very sympathetic to the causes of the left, right? But you're a small minority. You can't do anything. The normies are the one that are turned off by it. It sounds like you're a perfect conduit to get the normies to be less afraid. Instead, you pander to the normies by whining about how annoying the leftists are, which proves that you're either not very dedicated to those ideas, or that you're just a shitty advocate. Either or. I think most centrists, and this is what the privilege talk is, they simply don't care enough to be bothered to do any type of like meaningful advocacy. They're just like, in 50 years, like racial relations will
Oh
get
my.
better. It's fine.
Right.
Like, and that's okay. I'm sure they're not
Right.
particularly
So-
bothered by it.
Right. So there's a reason I use the example of the civil rights movement, because that would be a movement that I would support. So I'm not saying that I personally support, every leftist movement that's going on right now. So I'm not going
I
to,
would never assume.
advocate. Right. Well, as you would call me a dirty, dirty liberal. I mean, I don't believe in, I'm pretty anti socialism for the most part. So I'm not going to go out and support a lot of the leftist movements,
I'm
and
not
I
a
wouldn't support them.
socialist.
Okay, fair enough. But I wouldn't support a lot of leftist movements that are, to the left of liberalism, whatever we want to call them, from that level. But I was just saying that when you hear someone tell you that they do support you or they're more supportive of you, and they talk about the optics of the thing, that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about privilege. They're talking about the practicality of getting people on your side. And I feel like a lot of extremists, they just don't want to accept that because it doesn't feel good. Like I understand it feels good to be out there and to be, fucking shit up, right? We all, we all like that, to have the energy and the adrenaline pumping through our veins. I just don't think it's effective political strategy. It's hard for me to look in our history and see where that has been effective political strategy, at least in our recent.
What do you mean by
history,
fucking
so.
things up? Are we talking about like riots right now? Like what are we?
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, you could go. The BLM stuff was like a really good example. There was, do you familiar with David Shore was some polling guy who came out and he was talking about how, we as a society should, in the left should be really trying to push against people rioting because it helps right wingers win elections. And he had all the data for this. And he talked about how, Nixon basically won on the back of a bunch of riots. And, the left just attacked him and he got fired. I mean, he got rehired eventually by someone else, but he got fired from his job. And it seems like people don't care about actually enacting the change that they want, or they have a different change in mind, which I think is really what's happening. But
I do have to go. Unfortunately, I have another appointment.
You can stick around, Katee. You don't have to take off.
Yeah, I'm not tied to this. Can I give a brief outro?
Sure,
of course.
Go ahead. Yeah, okay. By all means.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you want to happen. Politics is the art of the possible. It's what you can get to happen. So if I have to, right, pander to an audience by hook or by crook, I will try to get those values and principles in place that I want to implemented. The best way to do that is through persuasion and nonviolence. As soon as you try to bully, coerce, or give these very authoritative kind of methods to get your way, it turns a large segment of the population off. That's my personal take. Gang, I do these conversations all the time on my show. You can find me at twitch.tv/WhickTV or on YouTube at Whick-TV. Check me out, gang. Usually stream from 6 to 8 most weekdays. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate being here.
Yeah, thanks for putting this together. And link is in the description, guys, so you can just click on the link.
Bye.
Thanks for coming on.
Just to be clear.
And then there was one. Now, Sitch, we get the 2v1.
I feel like it was 3-on-1 for most of it anyway. So
the 2v1 we've been waiting for here.
I'm sure it actually.
Just to make very clear, Whick has been very infamous on his take that we should bully obese people into not being obese. So I don't buy this don't bully people crap. Obviously, Whick is fine bullying people sometimes. Not when he needs to virtue signal about how centrist and enlightened he is and nonviolent.
As soon as he leaves, the knives come out.
So, yeah.
Just kidding.
I'm glad you warned us.
Right.
I think it's funny that people talk about not being bullies and like they don't like authoritarianism and then they're really shitty and really authoritarian and quite bully. Yes.
Sure.
So yeah.
That can happen. But
yeah.
Okay, so you said you're not socialist, so what are you?
Oh yeah, you were talking about all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, you seem anti-capitalist a bit, even if you're not a socialist.
I am anti-capitalist for sure.
There you go, Sitch. That's what you're looking for?
Well, no, I'm just okay. So if you're anti-capitalist, but you say you're not a socialist, like how do you define yourself? I guess.
I define myself as anti-capitalist.
Okay, what are we gonna replace it with?
I'm gonna push for like Scandinavian capitalism, and if we ever get there, then I'll talk to you about communism, okay? But until we get there,
are you slippery sloping me? Like what's happening?
I don't think America would ever get to like Scandinavian capitalism, so I think you're safe, okay? Very, very safe. Also,
well, but I'm not
probably
asking. I'm not asking that. I'm just asking. I was asking what is your end goal position?
Are you for universal basic
I
income?
don't have it.
You don't have one?
Would you support universal basic income?
Probably.
Okay.
It sounds like a good option.
That doesn't. I don't know how that helps us in this conversation.
You say it's not a good option?
I said it sounds like a good option considering the stuff that I want to ensure people will have under capitalism.
Right. Okay.
Right, but that's you're not a communist for agreeing with universal basic income. So
right, you're a super capitalist.
There's something annoying that you said that I wanted to address.
Sitch obviously says a lot of annoying things. I have to put up with it every week, so I feel your pain.
Okay.
It's mostly him. His voice makes me very happy and very upset at the same time. And it's
wow, is that because I sound like Doobie according to you? Okay. I don't think I sound like
Doobie is the frog with the crown, right? I've seen him on some panels. Okay.
Yes.
Like whenever he talks, I see Doobie's little face moving, and it's very enjoyable to me.
But then you hear the words come out, and you're like, "Oh my god, this is just man-made horrors."
No, you sound like Doobie. I mean, to be fair to you, you sound like a much more like tolerable version of Doobie.
Tolerable.
Thank you, I guess.
Look at
that. Question mark.
I don't know much about Doobie though. Why is Doobie intolerable? Is he like a white nationalist or something?
Oh, wait. No, he's
depends on the week.
Okay, well maybe he is. I don't know. But so you said, what was the thing that I said that you found so objectionable?
Oh yeah, the whole Twister, like, oh yeah, I'm just trying to help your cause, blah 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 blah. Yeah, when you brought up how you would support the civil rights movement, it's pretty clear that now you don't think, for example, Black oppression is as like pressing or whatever the fuck. So
now?
I was.
Yeah, are you saying? Yeah, I don't think right now that oppression against Black people on a systemic level is anything remotely like it was in the 1960s. Yes.
That's not what I said.
Oh, I didn't understand what you were saying then.
Okay. In the 1960s, you would have supported more like extreme or like morally tolerable action.
Well, no. I wouldn't support it. I just said I would understand that I could agree with a moral justification for it, but I wouldn't support it because I don't think it would pragmatically help anything.
Okay. And you wouldn't even do that today.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay. The other thing I thought was interesting that you said was about the rioters. I think people forget that considering the size of the BLM like protests, riots was not as much of an issue. Yes, it got a lot of coverage what did happen. Yes, it was unfortunate. That's what happens when you have mass riots. When you have mass protests. Sorry, see, my mask slipped. And yeah, if people are not willing to accept that that's going to happen when you have that side of protesting, and they're going to be like horribly put off by the concept of like Black people don't deserve to die by the hand of police disproportionately. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a failure on progressives. That sounds like a failure of like American society, which honestly is not surprising.
So, well, are you still going or?
Yeah, just one more sentence. Yeah. Also important to remember that America is pretty racist, so Black people protesting would just feel like riots no matter what. So you need to like remember that too.
I noticed that it seems like the strategy. This isn't like that everyone does. This is the left and right does the strategy where a lot of times instead of just trying to acknowledge a bad actor or bad actors on their side and say we disagree with this, there's sort of this move of downplaying and saying like, well, that doesn't really happen, or it's some tiny, amount of people. And using the riots example, I mean, we can kind of go back and forth about, how many riots were there, how many violent protests were there, and it kind of, we've looked into this, and it becomes this whole argument that I don't really, to me, is not valuable, because the question is like, well, it doesn't matter. What matters is the optics of why is it that with regards to BLM, there wasn't just people very strongly saying, don't get violent, don't burn down buildings, don't loot things, don't destroy your own community, but we also support police reform. It just feels like that's such an easy thing to do. And it's really weird that well, it's not really weird. I know why. It's because we're all kind of evolved to be wired for tribalism. So
No,
everyone's just
that's
so
not why.
afraid to, I'll let you, I'm curious to see why you think it is, but so it's just like people, because of that tendency to just try to downplay everything as opposing to accept it. I think that just makes everything worse. I think that's what gives so much ammunition to the other side, left or right, is the downplaying.
Do you care about optics because the concept of what you're doing is about discussing extremes on both sides? Because when you say you care about optics, I was like, you clearly don't think that there's like validity in the urgency of like the black flight in America. So you don't actually care about optics, because even if the optics were great, you would still not support the things behind it. So the optics argument feels like a cop-out.
Well, no, it's that in terms of discussing it with you, I mean, we could have a different conversation about where we think things are for, quote, Black Americans, right? But
I'd much rather discuss substance than
but I would assume you wouldn't necessarily want to have that conversation because you're not Black. It would be kind of like the whole, I don't want someone to come on and necessarily have this big long conversation about trans things as opposed to women things because, you're not trans. And so I'm just really more discussing something about how the behavior of kind of the left and the extremism that I see in sort of the kind of the base worldview that we had difference. So that's what I'm focusing on, regardless of whether we agree on a position or not. And I feel like we can have that conversation without agreeing on the base position.
Yeah.
Unless you think I'm just kind of doing it for subversive reasons or something.
I just don't see the point of discussing optical strategies with people who don't find validity in the actual cause. Like, I don't need strategy tips from people who don't even think the cause is an actual valid cause. That sounds like, I don't mean this in an offensive way, but it's like kind of weirdly condescending in a way.
Well, it's bad optics to fight for a cause.
Queen, so
it's it's the opposite though, because I feel like one of the problems that people have is that they tailor their message based on what they think works, but that works to their side. That doesn't work to anyone else's side. You should be more open to listening to people who don't agree with you, talking about how to tailor messages to get people that you don't agree with. Shouldn't you?
I think that centrists think certain things. I think that they're entitled to think them.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm here listening. I'm just saying that I think the validity of ideas is a lot more important than how comfortable something feels like. Also, with all due respect, I am who I am. Some people that listen to me say, oh, I didn't think about it like that. So I do my own advocacy at the end of the day. I don't really need advice on how to speak differently. Sometimes I speak badly. Sometimes I'm a bad advocate. Humans are advocates and advocates are humans. It happens. I'm just not particularly interested in tips when look, if you were a centrist that told me like, hey, I'm totally with you, it's just I need this and this and this and this to like get on board, then I would have that conversation. But it feels very fake to have that conversation when we both understand you don't even believe in that. So I just, it's
look, you don't have the street cred. Sitch.
Well, no. So, well, first of all, I'm not talking about like in the context of this conversation. I didn't mean like what you personally, I should be having a conversation. I was just, you were kind of voicing the position of what I hear from a lot of people on the left, which is why it's justified to kind of have the rhetoric and to behave the way that they behave. So I'm kind of like, I was just questioning this entire strategy overall. I'm not really questioning you personally and your personal strategy for how you talk. I mean, I haven't seen anywhere near enough of your content to, to give you quote advice on tips or anything like that. I've literally seen, the only stream I've seen you in was with Destiny and President Sunday, and now this.
So let me I guess say this. When I think that there are a lot of stuff that other advocates or other progressives or other leftists do that I don't like, or I think are cringe or annoying. And most of the time, I just don't talk about it. I don't comment on it. I don't whine about how cringy it is. I don't whine about how problematic it is. I move on because whining about how other progressives are cringe on Twitter is not as important to me as discussing white supremacy. There are just like two different levels there. One that I'm more interested in specifically. If people think, and a lot of people in my circle think that there's some value in like calling out Lance and whining about how bad Lance was, or calling out other progressives and how shitty or bad they're being. And then we also whine about how the left is eating itself. The left should roughly stay united. But when we say that, it's like, oh, now it's just loyalism. So it's like, if you're infighting, then the left is eating itself. If the left is united, then the left is just tribalism. You can't win. And you can't win because the system is set up that leftism and progressivism are things that don't have a lot of political power and are generally underground movements. They will never be very mainstream. It takes time to promote, which is why you should focus on the bigger ideas that matter rather than whining about what your little progressive friends are doing. Like, we're not that important. Whiny trans people on Twitter are not hurting anyone.
Well, we did start this conversation because you had a problem with Destiny platforming what you perceive of as an anti-Semite or a white supremacist. So
a neo-Nazi, yes.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is the guy. So I'm curious because obviously you think that did more harm than good. If Destiny adopted white supremacist views or anti-Semitic views and just came on his platform one day and said, look, I've had a change of heart. Nick Fuentes has won me over. And now I think, I'm a white supremacist. That's what Destiny says. What, do you think his audience would be like rah? Like he would get the same amount of views and now his entire audience would be white supremacists? Do you think that would happen?
I think if Destiny said it like that, well, some of them will think he's giga chatting, but hopefully most of them would not be cool with it. But Destiny is very smart. So if he did have a change of heart, it would be very gradual and slow and shit like that. So yeah. I'm not really sure what you're asking me, I guess.
Well, so, okay, well,
no,
I disagree with basically everything you said about complaining about whiny progressives for the reasons I've already stated about how I think it does. I think that's the biggest thing that does change reality is the politics and things are not based on reality. They're based on perceptions of reality, but I don't want to kind of just loop the argument again and again. We can move on to, I don't know how much time you have tonight.
I'm all yours.
Okay, wonderful. Do you think,
as long as you'll have me?
Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. Do you think
what?
do you classify America as like a white supremacist country?
Ooh, I'm gonna get in so much problem for that.
Uh-oh.
Not in my conceptualization, but
you think that's gonna get you in trouble for saying no?
I will get in trouble for saying no in my circle. I already have like a bunch of people in my head that are gonna be so pissed at me. Okay.
I can't believe you went on those horrible centrist shows. You said we don't live in a white supremacy. You sold out.
In my instinctual reality, it's hard for me to think of America that way. But obviously, under an analysis of systemic racism and white supremacy, it seems that America is pretty white supremacist.
So we are pretty white supremacist, but you wouldn't say it's a white supremacy.
You got to separate out the definitions. There? You got to separate out the definitions. Are you talking about that? Are you talking about, from a critical theory perspective where, if you engage in society you're engaging in white supremacy, or do you mean that the majority of people are racist and hate black people?
Obviously, I don't mean that.
Okay,
Also,
so the second is off the table. So the first you accept.
yeah.
Or
First of
rather,
all,
what do you, or rather, how do
fair
you define
change.
white supremacy?
So it's a really interesting conversation. When it's convenient for conservatives and centrists, I guess, they do this thing where they pretend that like racism or transphobia or homophobia is about vitriolic hate towards the other person. Unfortunately, that's not the only thing that those things encompass. In most situations, when someone is, for example, homophobic, it's not that they necessarily like despise gay people. They either have prejudice towards them when they find them kind of icky or kind of weird, or they don't support gay rights, or all kinds of more vague stuff like that. So the concept of saying people are not white supremacists because they don't hate black people is a very reductionist understanding of white supremacy, and why you can't really tackle white supremacy in America, because people...
Wouldn't you argue that one is worse than the other, though? Like, if I lived in a town where everyone was openly racist to me all the time, and if I lived in a town where, there was this subversive racism going on that was virtually indetectable by me, I would want to live in the latter, obviously.
If it's undetectable by you, yes, but it's not undetectable to black people living in America. That's
right.
The problem.
So they are experiencing that kind of overt hatred towards them all the time.
But that's not what I mean. Like,
okay,
well, the concept of systemic racism, for example, is predicated on the idea that no one has to have that vitriolic hate for the system to create racist outcomes.
Right. No.
So
the vitriolic hate, but what I'm saying is there was a time when there was overt vitriolic hate towards black people. You would say that is worse, obviously, than what you're talking about, the systemic outcome scenario where they're not experiencing vitriolic hate from their coworkers and people on the street.
It depends on the outcomes, right? Because if they're not experiencing vitriolic hate, but they're still being put down by police in disproportionate amounts, then it seems like the vitriolic hate is not the issue. Like, I'm not a black person, but I'd be interested in surveying black people and hearing them if they rather be called the N-word or being shot by police. I assume most of them would rather be called the N-word, but I might be wrong, right? So,
well, I would say the being shot by police is an extension of the overt racism, and
I would say that it isn't. That's my argument.
Okay.
Well, okay. So I feel like, I don't know, because there's two tracks here, because we still things keep going down the white supremacy track, or you brought up the police statistic, which I don't mention, everyone's going to get all triggered. So I guess I'll do what the chat
it has to be.
wants.
It has to be mentioned. Right?
Because
look, otherwise it's unethical platforming.
No, because like with the police shooting
are you gonna 1350 right now? Okay.
Well, maybe if that's how you interpret it. I was gonna say the police shooting thing. If you say like, yes, I believe black people are shot, and I'm including all black people, not just unarmed black people, because I know the unarmed black people that are shot by white police is actually a significantly lower number than people think it is. But for black people that are shot or detained by the police or anything like that, yes, it's a disproportionate number for their population in America, but it's not a disproportionate per arrests and crime and those sorts of activities. So like, what is the point of like, so I don't see how that is evidence in itself of systemic racism in America.
Because the reason why there's over policing in black neighborhoods is a result of systemic racism in America.
Well, okay.
The war on drugs.
Right. So I guess, okay, we have to define systemic racism, because systemic racism just means that systemic racism just means, which I really hate the term, because all it means really.
I bet you do.
I do. I hate it, because there are two definitions for systemic racism or institutional racism, which is that number one, there are people that intentionally put laws in place to kind of create a system that is racist, which that's not what we're talking about here. Or number two, all it means is that institutions and systems produce outcomes that are racially not equal. That's all it means.
Yes, the second one.
Right. So, but that definition is so broad. Like the NBA is a systemically racist institution. So under that, like to me, when you say like, oh, well, policing is systemically racist just because there's an unequal outcome, well, doesn't tell me anything useful. Like doesn't mean that the system necessarily needs to be changed.
No, you say there's systemic racism in America, and it manifests in various ways. So the way the court system is set, the way policing is set, the way the poverty spreads across different populations, inner cities, all that type of stuff are examples of the ways that there's systemic racism in America.
Right, but you understand how if systemic racism just means that some system produces an outcome that's not racially the same, that doesn't tell us whether we should change the system or not, and it doesn't tell us why the system is producing those outcomes.
Well, if you believe in equality, it would probably make you think that you'd want to change that. And if you believe, and if you're not a race realist, you would assume that there are other reasons besides like the incompetency of one race over another to why the outcomes are different. But I don't know if you're any of those things, so I wouldn't know.
So, well, I'm not a race realist, so it's okay. But I am Jewish.
We'll see.
And I know that a lot of the alt-right like to they like to put up the chart that's like, oh, look at all these Jews that are in Hollywood. Look at all these Jews that are in media, right? And it's true, there's a disproportionate number of Jews in Hollywood, in the media, in a lot of these areas of employment. And that you could say very strongly, well, that's a form of systemic racism or bigotry because there's a disproportionate number of Jews in all of these fields. Now, I don't think that means that, well, we should start not allowing Jews into Hollywood until we reach, unless Hollywood has, the 1% or the 2% mark of how many Jews are in the country, right?
Can I just Google this for a second? I'm sorry, because I'm spacing out on how to phrase it, and it's really annoying me.
What do you look at the Google?
No, because
don't look up the Jewish question.
I already have the answer.
Oh, okay.
But the answer is too racy for YouTube. You're streaming on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I'm curious. Wait, what is? Are you gonna go full JQ on us?
Yeah. What's going on here, Katee?
I don't know what that means.
I thought you were respectable. The Jewish question. You're not like in favor of the Jewish question, right?
What's in favor of the Jewish question? You guys are being so weird.
You would be like a Nick Fuentes fan. Like, come on.
Wait, what are you? So I'm confused. What are you trying to look up right now?
Because you're obviously overrepresentation of Jewish people in Hollywood is not systemic racism, and I'm trying to understand why I'm having cognitive dissonance with you comparing things that aren't systemic racism.
Well, how are you defining systemic racism then? Commonly, we've heard it defined as disparate outcomes.
It just means the system produces a disparate outcome that is along racial lines. Right?
That's all. But there's the element of oppression there. That's the idea that oppression is causing that.
You could add, so I'm drawing the definition from what I thought was the original source of it, which was Stokely Carmichael, and I forget the name of the book that it was from, and it was originally called Institutional Racism. And whenever I've heard people talk about it, they give the definition I just gave. I haven't heard them add the oppression element to it when having the conversation.
Yeah, the whole point of it, calling it systemic racism, is there is no oppression.
Okay. Institutional racism is defined as policies or practices that exist throughout a whole society or organization that result in and support and continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of other based on race. Okay? Yeah. So it's basically
that's institutional racism.
Similar.
That's different.
Where are you drawing that? Is that from like Wikipedia? Did they say that?
Oh yeah, I just Googled
most people put institutional racism and systemic racism in separate categories now.
Well, no, but we don't.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It's for the
I'm sorry. Did I conflate that?
Well, it's fine to conflate them because they're essentially the same thing. It doesn't matter. Okay. Institutional racism, known as systemic racism, is defined as policy practices that exist throughout a whole society or organization that result in support or continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race. Okay, fair enough. So
Yeah.
okay, so let's use that definition. We can move on.
Okay,
We can move to that
good.
definition. So
And we can talk about why there's overrepresentation of Jewish people in Hollywood, the same way that there's like there was an overrepresentation of representation of Jewish people in banking, or why there's a lot of rich Jewish families and stuff like that. And those things do correlate to oppression of Jewish people that happened predominantly in Europe.
I'm Jewish.
Like,
I
they're
understand. I don't
not
need to. I
correlated.
don't need. I understand.
Okay, can you stop doing the I'm Jewish thing?
Well, no,
to
because
me?
it's like it sounds like you feel like you're like, oh my God, Sitch is like he's questioning the Jews. Like I don't know. It just feels weird, like the way you're kind of talking
As
about
long
this.
as it's historical oppression.
Yeah, like
that's
I'm
a
not anti-Semitic. I'm just
component.
bringing it up as an example why I don't like the concept of institutional racism using a group of people that I can use, right?
I don't think you're anti-Semitic. If
Okay,
it makes
thank
you
you.
feel any better, I am
Makes me feel wonderful about it.
ethnically Jewish, so I don't know if it
base.
helps
Okay.
you.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Wow.
A fellow tribesman.
No,
Jeez.
don't. This is why I don't.
Well, you said
No.
ethnically, so I assume it means you're not practicing, which is fine. I'm not practicing either, so it doesn't matter.
No.
Okay, so a defines policy and practice that exists through a whole society or organization that result in or support an unfair advantage to some people and an unfair, harmful treatment. Well, so I still don't even like that definition because, well, that's weird because when you say it continues an unfair advantage to some people or unfair, harmful treatment. Let me think about that. Or continued unfair advantage.
Do we not agree that whatever the situation, do we agree that the situation for Black people in America is not generally as good as white people in America?
Of course.
Do we agree on that?
Obviously, right. Obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So
can we agree that that's related to the history of Black people in America?
Obviously, yes, obviously.
Good. Then it seems pretty clear that there was systemic racism in the institutional level as well. And when those rights were given, there was a snowball effect, and those are why we're still seeing those negative results. Am I wrong?
So, okay. When we talk about, because you brought up police shooting and things of that nature. So if you're to say, well, Black people are arrested more per capita by the police because of institutional racism. It's like, well, what does that mean per se? Because that could mean
it means that the drug war was specifically instigated to help raid Black neighborhoods. Okay,
so I disagree with that, right? I disagree with that
strongly.
Of course you do. Because thank you. But because if you were to say like, oh, well, because of the fact that we had slavery and for hundreds of years, and because of the fact that for hundreds of years after that, Black people were not granted rights, that we've created all these conditions that have led to Blacks in America statistically doing worse than whites in America. I would agree with that completely. But usually the way that the conversation goes is, oh, well, when you say, now not you specifically, but like general you, when people talk about, the institutional racism in the police, they mean something a little bit more specific, kind of like what you were saying with the drug war, or just that policing in general is some kind of specifically racist thing. And it kind of, it drives the question of, because I guess what I'm getting at is the reason for why there's a disproportionate amount of policing in Black areas determines how you solve the problem. Because if the problem is that police are racist, right, or that the system is racist, then you could just say, well, we'll get rid of the police or change the system. But if that's not the problem, if the problem's something else, right, then you're not really fixing the problem.
Okay. I'm going to try
That's a great point, Sitch.
Thank you, Adam.
I'm going to try to address it this way. If not, we'll go back to the drug war.
Okay.
So, do you know that white people and Black people smoke weed in the same rates?
No, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
I mean, I smoke a lot of weed, so.
There you go. We have proof. I'm sure you know that Black people get arrested a lot more for weed possession.
Well, I've been arrested like 17 times.
Maybe you're Black.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah. Okay. We'll say yes.
Okay. Why do you think that is?
Well, because there's a lot more policing going in lower income Black areas. And so when people are being stopped and they're going to have drugs on them, they're going to, be found and they're going to get arrested for it. Where in a lot of middle class white areas where people are smoking pot or carrying pot, they're not just being stopped by police. And so they're not going to get caught.
And then the way we decide where policing goes, we go like, well, there are a lot of arrests here, so we need more police. And then progressives might say something like, we need to police this area less. And reactionaries would go, what do you mean? That's where all the crime is. You want to reduce police where there's crime? And the reason why they keep finding crimes there is because there's over policing there disproportionately. Clearly, the more officers you'll have in an area, the more arrests you're going to have. That's how policing works. So if you're determining how many police officers are in an area based on the arrests that you're making, the more police officers you put in an area, the more arrests you're going to have. Unless your population is very pure, which might be the case, except that if you're policing poor neighborhoods, the likelihood of crime and substance abuse are going to be quite high. So it's very convenient that Black neighborhoods are often poor and have some issue with crime.
Right. Well, so there's one element that I think that you're missing here, which is that it's not like the police are just saying, hey, wherever the crime is, like general crime, that's what we're going to be, right? Because that would create the situation you're talking about. It's, well, where is the most incidents of violent crime happening? That's where we're going to be. And so they're going to go into those areas, and then people that aren't even committing violent crimes will end up getting caught up in the net, which would increase crime, arrest numbers and things that you're talking about.
Then if we want to solve racist outcomes from that type of policing, we could just let nonviolent crime slide in those areas.
Well, you could. So there's been a big push, to have decriminalization of certain drugs, which I'm all in favor of doing. So I'm not necessarily opposed to any of that. But there is another element to it, which is that I think for a lot of policing in areas, I think a lot of people that are, I don't know if this is for a fact, but I would guess that a lot of people that are picked up for drugs, the police suspect them of being, in a gang or doing some other activity. And it's kind of like Al Capone with taxes. They're just getting them for what they can get them with situation.
That sounds like good policing.
Well, I mean, whether it's good or not, it's up to you. I'm just saying, I'm assuming that's the rationale, right?
Are you in favor of gang activity?
Does that not sound racist to you?
Are you in favor of gang activity, Katee?
Why would that be racist?
Why are you assuming they're in a gang?
No, I'm saying I'm guessing that when police are in these areas and they're picking up people for non-violent drug crimes, they're pulling people over that they suspect are involved in some other criminal activity, and then they just but they can't get them for it. They just get them for
Why do you guess that?
I'm just assuming that.
Why?
Because I've assumed that's because I've heard police officers talk about this pretty often and openly, that's the strategy. They could be lying, of course. I don't know.
They could be. Police are not known for lying in America.
Well,
they never lie.
So, okay, but so for the sake of the conversation, we'll remove from the equation all nonviolent crimes, right? We'll say we've decriminalized drugs entirely, right? You're still going to, there's still a higher amount per capita of violent crimes in lower income Black areas. And so wouldn't it still be systemically racist for there to be an increased police presence in those areas, still arresting a disproportionate amount of Black people?
I think that, again, there are a lot of elements to systemic racism. And I don't think the solution for a safe area is to not have policing there, right? If there's a lot of violent crime in an area, you would want police to protect you. Unfortunately, American police has not demonstrated they're doing such a good job at protecting Black people. They seem quite capable of harming Black people in a very annoying way that is weird. Racist even. So while I do understand that police is important, I honestly couldn't tell you what would happen if we removed like policing of nonviolent crime in like places that have a lot of gang violence, for example. I'm not educated enough on that topic to be able to tell you, yes, that would solve everything, or no, that would solve nothing. What I can tell you is that something that really bothers me, for example, is when conservatives whine about like the fatherless kids and stuff like that. Those are people who got caught on like possession. And because America is systemically racist and their court system is racist, that means that those people get screwed with really high sentencing. They go to jail, they don't get bail, or they can't afford the bail. Then once you have like a record, it's harder to get a job. So once you get arrested in America, it puts you in a cycle that leaves you more vulnerable and less likely to improve your conditions. That's why having over policing in those areas is killing those neighborhoods, because they keep arresting people, and getting arrested screws over your life, specifically if you're Black. And that's how the system continues to reinforce itself.
Right. So
that's the issue.
Right. So let me pull the why would you assume card on you.
Yeah.
Why would you assume that all the fatherless children out there in the Black community, because their fathers were arrested? That's not accurate.
I'm not assuming them. It's just that a lot of quote unquote fatherless homes are because there is a very high amount of Black people in American prisons.
The number of Black males in prison and the number of fatherless homes in the Black community, I mean, there's significantly higher fatherless homes than like Black people in jail. Like I don't, that could be some factor, but it's not. There's no way in hell, just by the numbers alone, that could be the
Do you know the
factor.
numbers, Sitch?
Not off the top of my head.
Oh, okay.
Do you think I'm saying that all the Black people in jail are fathers that are missing from their homes or something?
You said when you were saying what bothered you was when people on the right bring up fatherlessness, and and then you said I thought you said the reason for that is because they get picked up on drug charges. So
one of the reasons. One of the reasons for that.
Okay.
If conservatives are going to whine that Black kids do not have a father, and then they're going to support over policing of neighborhoods and over criminalization of possession of substances when they don't get policed for the same substances, they are not only getting to complain about fatherlessness, they're also supporting a system that actively promotes the fact that people are going to prison for things that they shouldn't be in prison for, and then their life prospects are screwed forever because of it.
Sure. Well, I mean, you and I
they're
agree
bad
on
people.
Right. You and I agree on decriminalizing a lot of drugs, but I would assume that most conservatives don't. So they would just respond to that by saying, well, they shouldn't be engaged in that behavior in the first place. That's their choice.
Yes, and I think we should start to police everyone to the same extent, and then we'll see how many white people go to jail, and maybe then conservatives will rethink.
Katee, I thought we were friends here.
I am fine with over policing as long as we're over policing everyone, but we don't want to do that. We want to over
we could.
Police
it just would be very expensive to do that.
So. Look, I usually when I get pulled over, I just share my weed with the cop, and I'm like usually out of it and immediately. So
right.
Honestly, if you're white, probably.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I lived in New Orleans and I got pulled over all the time, and I never got a ticket. So I just told them, look, I'm white. Don't give me a ticket.
It sounds like because you brought up this kind of the drug war. It sounds like you think that the police or the institution of policing is intentionally decided to go after Black people for like a malicious reason.
No, that was the government at the time, not police. Police are just
or the government, right? Or the government, yeah. I'm including the government. You think the war on drugs was an intentionally malicious act by the government to attack Black people?
I'm pretty sure that's yes.
Black people are overrepresented in law enforcement. Did you know that, Katee?
So?
There's more Black people. Black people are literally overrepresented in law enforcement. There's more Black people per capita in law enforcement than there are in the population. So are all those Black officers, are they going after other Blacks as well? Or
Did you not watch that video of a few black police officers like brutalizing that guy?
We did. We actually covered it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you asking me? You clearly know that they do.
So
So
are
what's
they?
the issue?
So are they
Well-
racist?
I think that it is weird that we're this deep into the conversation and you're still asking me if I think there's malicious intent around racist outcomes. When we've made it very clear that under systemic racism, no one needs to be maliciously
So what is
racist.
okay? So what is
Well,
in that action?
Just to make,
what
just
is
to
the
be clear
system-
though, to not cop out, there are absolutely many like intentionally racist, malicious actors.
Okay. And
Right, so-
those particular officers are intentionally racist, malicious actors.
I wouldn't know. I don't know them.
Okay.
Okay. So, well, number one, I don't think the war on drugs. I've never seen any evidence that the war on drugs was some intentionally racist campaign against black people by the government. Number one. Number two, regarding, we could use that example. I forget the guy's name that they beat up. I forget what state that was in, but we did talk about it. When, like, if that incident is a systemically racist incident, like, where along the chain of all the events that cause that situation to happen, like, where's the racism, I guess?
What do you mean?
Well, because, like, if we say that those cops, the 5 black cops, beating up the black guy is a systemically racist action, like, where along the
'cause
chain of all
he
the
asked
things that
if, like,
happen?
he basically asked if black people can be racist.
No,
towards
I
black
understand
people.
that. And you said, right. And you said, why are you asking me that? We're talking about systemic racism, right? And so that action, so you could have 5 black cops that beat up a black guy, and you could say, well, that happens because of systemic racism. And I'm like, okay, so where along the chain of all the things that cause that event to occur, like, where's the focus? Where's the racism?
Yeah. How do we weed out the systemic racism?
Right. Like, what is this? Where in the system are we? What are we
Police
changing in the
reform.
system?
There are a lot of things in police culture that contribute to lack of oversight, training that teaches police officers to view the general population as like prey or like enemy, people that you need to be on the watch for. So it creates an adversarial mentality between the police officer and the general population, which is like very bad because it puts the officer in like this mindset where they need to be fighting the scum on the street instead of trying to help the people that they're there to serve.
Yeah, I've seen all these videos. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, you're asking me, so I have to do the talking.
I understand.
Points,
Well,
right?
yeah, okay.
like
Fair enough. Okay. So, well, I
like,
feel like it's going to be
if
just
you're gonna-
another. It's going to be like another optics conversation, because I feel like
I agree, because
I'm all
like
in
you know
favor
everything
of-
that I'm going to say. So
I'm all in favor of police reform. I just, to me, calling it systemic racism is it doesn't make sense, and it's not effective. It's too vague. It doesn't make sense.
as long
confuses
as you
people.
support police reform and you support funding for it, and
course.
like decriminalization and reducing the amount of policing in black neighborhoods, and funding community service programs, and like trying to make more social programs to make it so police officers don't handle nonviolent situations. As long as you support those things, personally, I don't care how you fucking call it. I just need you to support it, okay? I really don't give a fuck. Call it white supremacy, okay? We're all white supremacists and decriminalization weed, okay? Like, I don't care. I don't care.
Okay, interesting.
Cool.
I just care about support. So, like,
Sure. How do you feel about critical race theory? Should we open that door?
Well, we could wrap things up.
Or we can wrap things
I
up,
still
yeah.
have questions like on the platforming issue. I mean, it seems like it would be going.
I'm here.
Look, you seem to be implying that, if Destiny has Nick Fuentes on his channel, that's some kind of celebrity endorsement or something like that. So is there a way to
When he's friendly with him.
Right.
When he's friendly with him, not when he's challenging him. Which, people give him shit for the waffles video, which, I mean, to me, that, like, if you actually, when I watched that entire thing where he went out to chicken waffles with Nick, I mean, literally in that conversation, a random person comes up on the street and says like, "Oh, I used to like you, Nick, but you got too crazy and Destiny de-radicalized me away from you." And then Nick asks him if he's like Jewish or something. So I mean, I don't think that conversation, that specific conversation, I don't think is a good example of, Destiny improperly platforming Nick Fuentes.
So if it's
Okay.
something as nebulous as having chicken and waffles with him, do you is this like kind of a social contagion thing that's going on? Is he like vicariously
No,
endorsing?
it's the road trip and the MAGA hat. And I'll try this. Do you guys think humanizing Nick Fuentes to a very large audience is bad?
Well,
Humanizing.
it depends. I mean, I think
Probably, yeah. I would say probably.
well, it depends on I have the belief that people are very fixed in their opinions. Like I think if a bunch of people started watching Nick Fuentes because Destiny, introduced him to the audience, they would start watching, and then as soon as Nick Fuentes started doing strange things like making anti-Semitic statements, it would probably make them uncomfortable. You yourself admitted that if Destiny came out and himself became white supremacist or anti-Semite, he would lose the majority of his audience, which I think that
I would
intuition
hope
is
so.
correct. Yeah, yeah. So I like the question for me is do people have like an internal amount of racism, and they're looking for content creators that are going to satiate, who are basically going to enunciate this racism that they have inside them, or are the content creators creating racists?
I think it is a very big jump to say that people who are watching Destiny who aren't already amicable to white supremacy have watched Nick on their stream on Destiny's stream and then jumped over. Okay. When I'm talking about humanizing Nick Fuentes, when I'm talking about making people more amicable to his claim, making people more charitable to him, it doesn't mean that they go and start watching Nick Fuentes. It just means that they get accustomed to listen to certain things that we don't want people to be okay with listening to. They tolerate certain jokes. They tolerate certain jokes. They tolerate certain dog whistles that before they would jump at, but now they hung out with this guy and he's kind of cool. And yeah, he does this thing where he jokes about cookies a lot. And we're starting to normalize this behavior that we want to definitely not normalize. The reason why I asked you guys if you think humanizing Fuentes is bad is because there was actually this really interesting thing in Destiny's community that they used to call him Nick, right? They used to call him Nick, and then there was like a sort of like discussion about should they call him Nick or like Nick Fuentes or whatever. And I guess you guys wouldn't see why it matters between if they just called him Nick or if they call him Fuentes. I assume. Do you guys?
I can guess where the argument you're gonna make.
Can you guess?
Yeah. Well, one of them is more informal. One of them would be more friendly.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
What if they started calling him Brother Nick?
Bro Nick. Exactly.
Yeah. So we do understand that it's like a level of familiarity, of like comfortableness. Also, when you say Nick and you don't say Fuentes, it makes it so Nick Fuentes gets things told about him, but people who don't know that we're talking about Nick Fuentes don't know that. They're just hearing about this Nick guy. They don't know that this Nick guy is actually Nick Fuentes, He
means little Nicky, No.
Yeah. And you'd want that context when you're listening to something this person has said. It's very important. But some people don't think it's very important. Some people think it's meaningless. The problem that I've had with that platforming is simply because Destiny claims he's a progressive. He claims that he cares. I assume he cares about anti-Semitism, although he can't even tell what anti-Semitism is anymore, apparently. So I'm not even touching that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about,
I
but
don't know what
whatever.
you're talking about, but
I don't
Yeah,
know what you're
apparently,
talking about, but who cares?
yeah. Apparently,
he-
swastikas are not a sign of like anti-Semitism. He needs something more real.
interesting.
But I'm gonna get so much flack for this. Anyway,
Why? What are you going to get flack for? I mean, you said that a couple of times. Like, this has been an amicable conversation. I mean, we're listening and we're not.
oh no, I mean I'm talking about Destiny. So
Oh, okay.
his community will be pissed. That's all there
I
is.
see.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. I
Um,
gotcha.
yeah.
I thought
Um,
his community was all in favor of Nick Fuentes now that he platformed and had chicken and waffles with him. So why would they be upset?
Well, that was
Is that
pre-Kanye,
your
though.
humor? I'm not sure if that's your humor.
Well, it is a little bit, yeah.
It sounds like just a version of like hyperbolizing anything I'm saying to make it sound ridiculous, even though I repeat constantly exactly the nuance of what I'm saying.
Well,
So I don't know if it's a way to undermine what I'm saying or if it's just a type of humor that is hyperbolic because it's funny.
no, it was meant to undermine what you're saying. Obviously, did it work?
Okay, I was just making sure. Yeah.
Look,
I
I'm curious. Look, like you said, you care about substance. Okay,
Mhm.
I do worry about extremism. Like, we wouldn't do what we're doing now if we weren't worried about extremism. But if you have and a lot of people seem to have this belief that if you can't even talk to people who have become extremists, how are you supposed to win them over from the dark side if you can't even really have a conversation with them? And even, I mean, we talked a bit about dunking on people in the beginning. And if you have all I'm going to do is dunk on these people perspective, I don't see how you even stand a chance of persuading them of your point of view if you're out to dehumanize them from the get-go.
So, obviously, I have already stated that some people didn't even want me to talk to you guys.
Right.
I've talked to Destiny, which many people did not want me to talk to. I've talked to Vosh, which many people did not want me to talk to. I've talked to Mr. Girl, which many people did not want me to talk to. I have engaged in nuance and open conversation throughout this.
Right.
So I get, and this is what I said at the beginning, I get that you're upset at whatever nebulous other progressives people who won't talk about things. I am not that. I am
Right.
who I am. I do my type of advocacy that I think is important. I said that I will talk to anyone as long as I can manage the situation, including Nick Fuentes. However, I have explained in a non-hyperbolic sense that humanizing Nick Fuentes simply makes people more charitable to his positions, and I'm not going to apologize that I'm not happy that people are charitable to neo-Nazism.
Right. And
especially neo-Nazism that Destiny the King himself calls very impressive. That is very concerning to me, actually.
well,
So,
I don't necessarily know that I buy that just because I find somebody likable or amicable or endorsed by some other content creator that I find likable or amicable, that I am immediately going to buy into any extreme position that they put in front of me. I mean,
and that's not what I said.
Well, no, there you are making kind of a technical argument here that Nick,
Yes.
you know, if Nick Fuentes has chicken and waffles with Destiny, then when he comes out and says, you know, he doesn't like Jewish people and he thinks we should get rid of them all, then people are going to be like, well, I like this guy. So that's the position I can, you know, seems reasonable to me. I think immediately that makes Nick Fuentes unlikable to those people and they will, you know, act accordingly.
Yeah, except that wasn't the situation with Nick Fuentes. There was a long relationship back then of back and forth where many instances happened when the whole Nick Fuentes saga in terms of the name happened. So it's again, it's a way to hyperbolize my position to make it seem less reasonable than it is. If you don't buy the concept that someone that you like endorsing something or like associating with something. Sorry, Destiny did not endorse him, but associating with something in a positive manner. If you don't buy that, that's fine. Tell that to advertisers that use celebrities to advertise their products. Talk to psychologists. Talk to my psychology book. You can talk to the research about that. And maybe I'm wrong, but that is the framework I'm working.
Right.
If you have things to counter that, go ahead.
Well, what is this? What is this like? What does your psychology book say about this? What is, when you bring that up? What are you saying?
As I said in the beginning, there's this element that when people see people that they like, if you think about your social life, right? If you have a friend that you really like Sitch, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Sitch tells you,
No, that's not true.
Shut up. Yo, I met this other person, you should meet them. And that's all they say, okay? And then you guys hang out because you supposedly, in theory, like Sitch.
Right.
You might be more open to talk to this person that Sitch introduces to you.
I would.
Just
I
by
definitely
the virtue.
would. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's very human. So if Destiny introduces hundreds of thousands of people, some of them young and impressionable, to Nick Fuentes, I have concerns about that.
Right. Well, do you think that there is a difference between a celebrity endorsement and maybe interviewing or talking to someone or debating someone? Aren't those two very different things? Right.
Yeah, of course there is.
And your problem is that actually having chicken and waffles with someone is a kind of celebrity endorsement.
No. Nick was on Destiny's a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
They had an amicable work relationship, as far as I've heard. People don't allow me to say that they were friends or friendly, so I will not say that. They were not. Nick was at his house, but for completely reasonable reasons. They did a road trip together with a MAGA hat because that was a funny joke. They did chicken and waffles. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Things happen. That is not a celebrity endorsement because Destiny has never endorsed Nick.
Right.
It was just Sitch introducing a person.
Well, you
that
did.
You are. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you did. You did get upset when you did act as though he was somewhat endorsing Nick when he said things like Nick is very effective politically. He did say certain complimentary things that I noticed got you. I found it extremely inappropriate when he's whining about
progressive, as he's bashing other progressives and saying that they are the problem with progressivism, praising Nick Fuentes, a neo-Nazi, about his accomplishments
but if just
in the world.
objectively.
Just to be very clear, he says, and his audience says, that was his way of explaining just how incompetent those progressives are, that even Nick fucking Fuentes is more impressive than they are. Yes, I found that very disturbing.
Well, there is a question of objective reality, though. If you're in a situation where a literal neo-Nazi is being more politically effective than you are, someone who's advocating for the rights of marginalized people, don't you think you should be able to say, hey, there's this discrepancy in our strategies that we should be aware of and probably try to fix? I mean, without being accused of praising the other side.
Okay, so saying he's very impressive is not praise. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying, and I did hear part of that conversation. It seems like Destiny was trying to make the point that Nick is very effective politically, and that's scary because he's a literal neo-Nazi, and we're supposed to be advocating for the rights of marginalized people, and for some reason we can't be as effective, and that's even doubly scary. So, but that's being cast by you as praising his effectiveness, when really it could just be saying, we need to up our game. fix whatever he's doing right. We need to figure out how to do that
So
ourselves.
I'm gonna be very charitable. This is not the framing that I remember it in. I don't think he said it in I'm scared of how effective Nick is, but I'll be willing to say that maybe I was caught up in my own head at that time. So you're actually right. However, if that even is the case, and it wasn't as egregious as I reacted to it, that's on me. But a lot of my critique of Destiny has to do with the fact that he whines about the left eating itself when he constantly calls himself a progressive when it's convenient, and then he shits on other progressives because he is just fine saying, I'm the real one, I'm the good one, they are the crazy Twitter one, they are the crazy ones. So when it's convenient, he says, why aren't you calling me a progressive? I'm a progressive. And when it's not convenient, he'll say, oh, those virtue signaling progressives, ha, I'm not like them. So it's very interesting how his identity kind of changes depending on who he's talking to. And you can say that's effective advocacy for him as an individual player. But if we're talking about the movement, I would say that's pretty shitty for the movement. And I think Destiny, at least, has enough self-insight and self-respect to be able to say that he cares more about his individual goals than the progressive movement as it stands today. I think anyone who's not willing to acknowledge that is like, whatever. And it could be because he thinks that what he can individually do for progressivism far outweighs anything that any other progressives can do. That's fine. He can have that position. But to claim that he's working with us, now he's fucking.
Well, I mean, I watch some of Destiny's content. I'm not, like, by no means do I watch all of Destiny's stuff, so I don't really know. It sounds like you have a problem with him calling himself a progressive, which I just, like, I don't know. Like, okay.
That's what people think. The problem is, I don't mind him calling himself a progressive, but people then mind that I say, you're a shitty progressive. They don't like when I say it. I think if he's a progressive, he's a fucking shitty progressive because it keeps throwing other progressives under the bus.
Well, is he throwing them under the bus because they want like third trimester abortions? Because maybe that makes him a good progressive. I don't know.
And he calls BLM protesters rioters, and he calls trans people subhuman, and he does a lot of other things.
Okay.
And he doesn't believe in non-binary people, except that
100%
he's
fair.
non-binary.
So hold on. So someone is not a progressive if they don't believe in non-binary people? There are no progressives that don't believe in non-binary people?
It is really annoying that I say a lot of things and then you focus on the easy thing that is easy for you to pick.
No, I'm only curious about it. Look, and if you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer. I have one.
I don't remember. No, I actually don't. You're right. That's not fair. It's not non-binary because he is non-binary.
Well, I think he was non-binary, and
then
I think he became a he again and ditched the non-binary thing. So.
No. I think I'm not sure he does believe in non-binary. I'm saying it wasn't fair to say that he was calling. You made it sound like he was calling trans people. You said subhuman, or I forget whatever you said.
Yeah, that's like. Isn't that the speculation of why he got banned off of Twitch because of those comments?
He said this group of activists are like subhuman or something. He wasn't making a broad claim about like trans people as a class of people or subhuman.
If he's just that specific group of trans people.
He said,
okay, that's
wait. You know, here's a little difference between saying like, oh, you know, I don't like this group of neo-Nazis, and saying white people are all evil, right? Like these are very different claims.
What if he said that a neo-Nazi was
neo-Nazis and white people versus transgender people or some transgender people?
But what if there was
a problem with centrism, the inability to compare
you agree?
comparable things.
Okay,
it's
you agree
so sad
that there could be a group of transgender activists who are all like totally insane and awful, right?
What about neo-Nazi transgender people?
You know what I'd do if I was a progressive? I would ignore them.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that's politically effective, but I guess we'll just repeat that conversation.
I don't think you are the proper coach for what I'm trying to achieve politically.
That's
no offense.
Probably true. I don't disagree with that.
Good.
I have
Yes,
one.
Adam?
Well, no, I just one more topic, and then we can like maybe read some super chats. But so I feel, and you even bringing up your psychology book makes me think that you're talking about social contagion. You're worried that no, you're not talking about social contagion. I see that.
I
little
believe
wince
I'm
on
not
your
talking
face.
about social
Well,
contagion.
what-
I'm sorry, I'm a very expressive person. I
What
apologize.
so what how would you define social contagion then? What you're describing when you say, listen, this person will get a celebrity endorsement from somebody, and then people will accept their views because they like the person. How is that not a social contagion? How are you describing social
Adam?
contagion?
I said when you humanize certain individuals through introducing them into your social circle,
Right.
people become more charitable to them, which makes them tolerate what those people say more.
And
That
that's
is
not
what
a
I
social
said.
that's not a social contagion?
That's just humans. That's how humans work. Like what?
Are you saying it's a social contagion, Adam, in terms of like, because obviously we all sense you're trying to relate this to a trans issue. So are you saying like by, platforming trans people, you'd be getting more people to transition? Is that what you're trying to compare this to?
That's not what No, I'm not saying that.
Oh,
Why
okay.
why would
Why
I
are
ever
you
say something
smiling
like
then?
that?
Why would I ever?
Look, I'm
Okay.
saying, look, this is very similar to the concept of social contagion. Do you disagree, Sitch?
I disagree.
Well, it's similar and different.
What are the similarities and
So
what
the
are
similarity
differences?
similarity would be that, like, yeah, if you platform someone and you paint this person in a good light or a friendly light or a humanizing light, there's a more likely chance that people will then follow that person's message, right?
Adopt their
or-
behavior,
or adopt their
copy them.
behaviors, right?
Yes.
And so that's what you're saying is, with the sort of social contagion element.
That's
Right.
that's what people are worried about with platforming neo-Nazis, obviously.
Right.
They're worried
that's why I
that
say
they're
where
going to
it's-
adopt their behavior.
Right. So that's where it's similar. I'd say it's a little different in terms of, I think there's a little difference between someone adopting someone's ideology and adopting someone's, behavior in terms of transitioning. But it doesn't
Well,
necessarily have to be different. But
well, that depends on obviously how you define ideology, but I think so you've taken psychology. You already talked about your psychology book. Do you have are you a psychology major, Katie?
No. I took a few courses. I will not. I took a few courses. That is all I did.
But you
I do not
understand.
have a degree. I do not have education. I am nothing.
Well, you
I
understand.
am no one.
listen,
You
we're gonna get
understand-
President Sunday on to really make sure you
Yeah.
have
He's
I
gonna
have
President
nothing.
Sunday's
I
gonna
have
check all
nothing.
your
I know
credentials.
nothing.
I didn't finish high school. Okay, I dropped out. I don't know.
Oh no.
Well, good for you. School's a waste of time.
That is true.
And that's a celebrity endorsement from us.
There you go. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. Don't do that. Stay in school, kids.
But you understand the concept of celebrity endorsements. Obviously, you brought it up. You're the one that said, celebrity
No.
endorsements are a thing.
Yes, celebrity endorsements are a thing. I think that if you think that gender identity to people is the same way as like buying a product or even buying an ideology, then I think that tells me where you are on a political spectrum. I
Well,
think that tells me a lot.
Isn't white supremacist an identity? Is it not?
It could be, I guess.
If someone calls himself a white supremacist, I would think that that's part of their identity, obviously.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
They probably identify with that title.
Yeah. I think every one of us builds some kind of identity, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you
Yeah.
know what gender identity is?
Well, that's building an identity around your sex characteristics, correct?
Your gender characteristics. How dare you?
Okay.
Oh, you guys, we did so good. Why are you doing this?
Did I look, I don't want to offend the grand priest of gender identity, okay? If I spoke incorrectly, please let us know so the blasphemy does not have to continue.
I am getting messaging from the mothership that we are hurting her. She is yelling at me. She's saying, "You blasphemous child. How dare you speak to these heathens?"
What is your gender identity? Can I ask? Is that too personal?
I'm a woman.
You're a woman.
That's so boring.
How do you how do you define a woman? Do you define it the same way that Lance of the Surfs defines a woman?
No.
Oh,
that
really?
was a mistake. I did not enjoy that. That was
really?
not good.
Why?
Yeah.
So what was wrong with that definition?
Well, I think he was aiming for a gotcha that didn't land. So
well, we
I would
totally
agree
agree.
with that,
Yeah.
yeah, so it just ended up with that very bad statement. I think he didn't get to execute properly, which left us with a very bad showing, which I did not enjoy.
I was waiting for him to high five Matt Walsh after that. I was like, is he? I think he might be following Matt Walsh now, right? When's he gonna? When are they gonna do their collab? Their What is a Woman collab?
I don't know.
So, do you want to read some super chats, Sitch? Or I mean,
Sure.
we don't want to read some. There's
Not
J-Mac.
the mean ones.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I
gonna
was going
read
to say.
all of the mean ones first.
Read-
J-Mac. Our surrogate father for $100 says, since I can't super chat on her channel, I'm doing it here. Everyone should check out and subscribe to That Darn Kid's YouTube channel. Her debate diagrams are a lot of fun and worth the watch. Well, thank you, Jay. I feel a little weird that you gave us $100 on behalf of That Darn Kidith, but sucks to suck, I guess, Kidith. That's what you get for being A-team. Oh, get wrecked.
Kidda, why don't you get Streamlabs so J-Mac can drop a super chat next time you do one of your streams?
There you go.
I know you don't have super chats on your channel, but come on, get your shit together.
This is just another example of the patriarchy in action.
Get a Streamlabs. I know I saw you streaming the other day, and I wanted to send you a super chat just to say thank you for all the great content, and I couldn't do it.
Well, there you go.
Get
She's
your
not live now because she's probably sleeping because it's like.
Well, she might listen to this later, so
Will she listen to it later?
I'll bully her. I'll send her a DM and bully her.
Good.
So, I love to bully women. That's one of my favorite things to do. Bully women on the internet.
There you go. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $2 says, Whick, is it ethical to platform anime streamers?
Is it? I think it is.
Fuck
Right?
Wick.
Okay. There you go. Fuck Wick. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, can you define dangerous beliefs?
Yeah, I took a note on that because I was curious about that. Some people would argue that gender identity is a dangerous belief. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Some people will argue that Jews belong in the oven. You know? People argue
Nice.
things.
That was a good counter. I like that. Yeah.
Well, I
happens.
would argue, look, you got to look at the argument though. You got to say, listen, I would argue that that is a dangerous belief.
Maybe the Jew should not.
No.
So, okay, how do you define a dangerous belief?
Well, for me personally, here's the problem. There's how I tell other people how they should do things, and there's my personal preference. And people think they are the same thing for me, and they're not. So if I were to give someone advice on how to determine their dangerous beliefs, I'd be like, find out what your values are, what your axioms are, and then find people who are like diametrically opposed to those core contents. And those are dangerous beliefs to your values, right? And then I just apply that template onto myself, which is my own preferences. So if I have values of like equality and human rights, then stuff like oppression, like any type of supremacy are dangerous beliefs. Stuff that are aiming to destroy democracy are dangerous belief. Stuff like that. Obviously, there's a spectrum, but stuff that threaten my values are dangerous beliefs, obviously.
What I think makes some beliefs dangerous is that there is a misalignment with the belief and the actual state of the world. So if somebody has a belief that, you know, the world is flat and the world is not flat, like you will behave in certain ways that could be dangerous according to that belief. So I do think, some beliefs can be dangerous, but I think how they relate to the actual world is the important part.
I think that that's all nice and good when we're talking about flat Earth, but unfortunately, most things that we discuss have to do with complex social issues that don't have simple answers like physics or whether the world is round or flat.
Well, that's
So
because you're
since
not
we,
afraid of sailing off the edge of the world, but like there was a time when it did inhibit a lot of behaviors that could have been good behaviors to have.
No, so what I'm saying is that the issues that we're handling today are not stuff that physics are going to solve. We're not going to find the objectively true answer of what the right way for humans to exist is.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in that. If you believe in that, then that's a very like deep chasm that we have in between. I don't think that's something that is found in nature. I think humans create things. I think we create and decide what is good for us. And I think there is no objective truth about what's good for everyone. So the best way for everyone to exist is allow as much freedom for everyone to self-actualize as much as they can. Because I can't know if the best way is for us all to be Catholic or atheist or all of us to be cannibals or all of us to be Adam and Sitch. I don't know which one it is. I have guesses, but I don't know.
Well,
and I wouldn't be so arrogant to claim that I do know.
Well, let's
obviously,
go.
Adam and Sitch is the correct answer.
Let's go with maximizing freedom, because that's a good thing to shoot for. Maximizing individual freedom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you look, and you guys talked about the crime situation a bit, and I think a lot of the disagreement is over the facts on the ground. You're advocating for a position that we should police certain neighborhoods less because it's causing this problem that you perceive of incarcerating black people for nonviolent drug offenses. Well, what if that perception is incorrect and and you decide to police less and you're actually inhibiting people's personal freedom because criminals take over those neighborhoods and the actual marginalized families that you're trying to help, they're being hurt more because they're being, forced to stay home, run home from the bus stop because they're going to get mugged, like all these different things that are going to inhibit
what they're
their
already
personal
doing,
freedom.
yeah.
But no, I'm saying though, the reality on the ground affects the prescription, the policy prescription that you're going to advocate for.
Yes. And the great thing about government is that we always try things and see how they go.
Mm-hmm.
We've tried being hard on crime. That has worked out great. And maybe it's time to stop being harder on crime, even though it didn't improve anything really, except for creating racist policies, and try something new, especially since there is data to suggest that doing those things will create better outcomes. Also, I don't want to decrease policing simply because that's the funsies that I want to have. When I'm talking about systemic racism in America, it's an incredibly complex, overarching topic that has many different facets that you have to tackle. Removing policing is just one of them.
Right.
It's part of a whole thing. Just removing policing from a few black neighborhoods is not going to solve black issues.
Well, I'm glad that we agree on maximizing individual freedom. I think that's like a good thing to shoot for. So
yeah, and I agree that I think that's part of why America has been successful is kind of it's kind of like evolution. It's kind of like machine learning. It's we don't have the ability to say this is the way of life that's going to produce the best outcome. So you kind of have to let it a bunch of different groups of people kind of experiment. And whatever is successful, hopefully that's what catches on and will continue forward.
Yeah.
No step on Sneck for $20. Thank you. Says, I don't think humanizing Fuentes is a worry because he is a human. It's important to remember that the greatest monsters in history are human beings, i.e. don't let your ethical guard down.
Yes. Unfortunately, well, I agree with that. most people do have the element of looking at humans very black and white, and they separate good people from bad people, monsters to non-monsters. That's why, like, in Israel, a really important thing that they like to do when they teach you about the Holocaust, they don't like they do like the narrative of like Nazis were monsters, but if you have a good teacher, they'll also talk to you about how we don't actually want to see them as monsters. We want to understand that there were individual people during the Holocaust, Nazis, who were regular people like you and me, and like, what would you do type shit. Because once you start like dehumanizing those people, you start to think, I wouldn't do that. And we need to understand that we're all capable of really horrible things. So when we're talking about humanizing Fuentes, we just mean making him more likable, making him more friendly or like approachable or whatever the fuck. Forgetting that he's dangerous because he's funny. You know?
Right.
Oh, Fuentes, he just memes, you know?
How do we
Who
make him
knows
not
if he
dangerous,
means
though?
this or not?
How do we make him not dangerous, though? Is there a point where Nick Fuentes recants and realizes his terrible, evil ways?
Well,
That we can make him? No, fuck no.
I think that, yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think he could lose influence, you know, and not be a person anyone cares about, but I don't think he's ever going to change his ways.
Right.
Yeah,
His whole
like
brand
he
is kind of tied
becomes
up in it. It's kind of impossible for him to change at this point.
his danger level is directly associated to the fact that he's very powerful. Like he donates money. He met Trump. He was around Kanye. Like, this person has an incredible amount of influence, and they're a neo-Nazi. So they become less dangerous when they're in a ditch somewhere, homeless.
Okay. Interesting.
Wow. Oh.
I mean, I'm curious now because I feel like all the super race realist types are all fighting now. So I don't know if it's all imploding, you know, because Nick is fighting with Milo. Milo's fighting with Nick. They're fighting with Ali Alexander. So
And
That's fine.
the congresswoman called him like a freaky weirdo.
who?
MGT?
Oh, did she?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Who did she call it freaky weirdo?
Nick Fuentes.
Oh, that's funny.
And
Yeah.
I think she made fun of Trump for talking to him.
Did she really?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like her.
There was the whole thing about whether she was loaning out a home or space to Milo or not. I don't
Look,
know that.
she's a total Trump supporter. She didn't make fun of Trump, but I think she said
Okay.
that it was that he should have never had the ability to meet with Trump or something to that effect. Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
I think she
Um,
talked at a Nick Fuentes.
She did, yeah, and
function,
she
yeah.
regretted it. So
Yeah.
I think first of all, I don't really care what the Jewish space laser lady regrets.
Marjorie
in
Taylor
regards
Greene.
Yes. Regrets in her interactions with Nick Fuentes. So
Let's talk about
Forgive me.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and trans issues for a second.
No, let's not talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
we will, but for a second, it's nice that they're infighting. The problem is that conservatives are going to fall back in place once they need to become effective, and centrists are going to start whining about woke progressives again once they like run out of drama. So we know that the focus is on what really matters.
That's like our whole show is whining about woke progressives. You trying to put us out of
I
business,
know
Katie?
that. I know. That's why it's frustrating that you call yourself centrists when that's not what you are.
Okay, Adam was joking. Listen.
Look,
our audience gives us so much shit for when we go after right wing stuff, which we do pretty regularly. So it's not like that.
It's so hard to go after right.
Oh no, I'm just saying we go after both sides. I think pretty frequently.
We covered
Okay.
January 6th and yeah, we've done a lot of debates with the monarchists.
Lost significant amount of subs from the January 6th coverage stuff. Yeah.
The coup on the strongest, most powerful nation in the world, the coup attempt coverage versus Contra in her video. Centrism.
We're not allowed to cover both those things?
You can cover whatever you want and call yourself a centrist.
Okay, thank you. You said conservatives will fall back on. You said once the infighting stops, conservatives will fall back. I don't know exactly.
No,
what you
they'll
meant by
fall
that.
back once they need to, and then they'll stop fighting because conservatives fall in line.
Well, are you calling the Groypers conservatives, or are you talking about like mainstream conservatives?
It doesn't matter. People who earn money from it, or people who eventually whoever needs to make sure they get Republican votes, whoever needs to quiet down will quiet down, whoever needs to speak up will speak up, and they'll stop infighting.
None of these people are
because-
politicians, though. They don't need Republican votes. Ale Alexander is just like a content creator, and Nick Fuentes, same. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene needs votes, but I think she barely squeaked by in the last election.
By needs votes, I think it's pretty clear that Nick Fuentes prefers Republicans in power rather than Democrats. So
Right.
I've literally retweeted him like whining about how he feels so hopeless about 2024 and how he thinks they're going to lose. And I'm like, fucking amen, dude.
But do you think,
are going, motherfucker?
do you think Nick Fuentes' endorsement of Donald Trump is good for Donald Trump, or do you think that's bad for Donald Trump?
Unfortunately, I don't think it does anything to Donald Trump.
Okay. Well, I think if Donald Trump came out and said, "Why, thank you, Nick, I accept your endorsement," I think it would probably hurt him. But
yeah, and I would maybe have believed you if he didn't have dinner with him.
well,
I'm assuming I
Was it
believe
lunch?
right. I believe that Trump was unaware of Nick Fuentes. I don't think he would have taken that meeting or that lunch if he knew who Nick Fuentes
Do you
was.
believe that?
I
yeah, he
You
wanted
think
to
you
take
think
the
that
dinner.
Trump knows that Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist, and he's going to say, "Yeah, let me go sit down and eat with this white nationalist, and let me sit down with Kanye, right? You know, as he's going to talk about all the Jewish question stuff." I mean, that seems like a terrible idea.
Okay, so either Trump is too incompetent and stupid to verify who he's sitting to dinner with, in which case should make president, or he actually did know that he's sitting to lunch with an anti-Semite and a neo-Nazi at the same table.
Yeah, I think it's the first
Either
thing you
way.
said.
Okay. I honestly don't hope so, because that means that Trump is so incompetent that, like, I'd rather him be like a secretly white supremacist that will be held in place by American institutions than him being so like retarded that he's like a danger, to like American presidency.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better for your electoral prospects though if he was openly white supremacist? Because I'm assuming you don't want Trump to win the election.
I don't think him being white supremacist would hurt the people. I think people who vote for him will vote for him either way.
So you think if he came out and said, "Listen, I'm glad I sat down with Nick Fuentes," and if he said, Trump says he is a white supremacist, then you think that would help his electoral chances?
I don't think it would hurt it. No.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I wish it would. I don't think it would.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well,
Tim Scott might not be his vice president if he did that.
I remember when this happened, because I was saying it seems so bizarre to me, because I assume he's a former president. I would have thought everyone needed to be checked and say like
by
who exactly
Secret Service,
Secret Service to know who was going. But then I believe we heard both Nick and Milo talk about how it all came down, and they both said that it was very
informal.
Very informal. There was no checking. They literally just dragged Nick, like Kanye literally just dragged Nick in at the last moment. And I don't think Trump knew who he was or knew Nick was coming. So
there was that weird text thing that took place where Kanye texted the wrong information, or was trying to text to Nick and ended up texting to Trump's attorney, and Trump's attorney called Trump and said, "Listen, it's a setup."
Okay,
that's right. Because I forgot there's the whole thing where in the middle of the meeting, Trump figured out who Nick was. I forgot about that.
And came out and basically yelled at him and threw him out.
Well, it wasn't clear about Nick, but
I have a slightly silly tangent with this. So I don't doubt that Kanye at the table would have rambled about whatever, Jewish, China, whatever he was going. But like,
he
how
tried to
long
talk
do you-
Trump into being his vice president.
Yeah, and Trump did not
Like,
like that. Which is
imagine
very
that.
I think that's good. It broke up their alliance. I appreciate it. Anything to make Trump go independent is a good thing for me, okay? Like, I am pro this. But I guess, because a lot of the comments that I've seen and, like, progressive shit were like, how long do you need to sit with Nick Fuentes in a table to realize that you have a lot in common with, like, a neo-Nazi, right? But I think Nick Fuentes could probably go like a half an hour without making a Nazi dog whistle. Probably.
I think
don't
Nick
know,
could go an
maybe more.
entire dinner without making a Nazi dog
He
whistle.
could go 2
so-
weeks. I mean,
Yeah,
Nick
I think-
seems like he's got.
He
Good.
seems like he's a
Some-
pretty like up in his game of keeping the mask up, when he wants to. So
Yeah, okay, that's good. So that makes sense
know if it's
why
good,
Trump didn't pick up on it.
right.
But it's like, why would Trump sit there and watch Kanye do that whole like rambling thing where Nick Fuentes is like sitting there and like giggling with his dumb little face? Like, what was happening? There's like, why would Trump tolerate that? Now, I
Because he's
guess Trump has
Kanye.
it.
What do you mean?
You think Trump cares that he's like sitting in the table with who?
Trump
who
is like,
gets
where
more
are my
clout,
blacks at?
Kanye or Trump?
Kanye's here.
Did you watch the Kanye on Alex Jones? Because we
It was
covered
amazing.
it, and
I
It was
have.
so good.
I mean, we
Great.
laughed so hard. That was one of the funniest shows we've ever done because it was just, I mean, it was insane. And you're exactly right. Nick Fuentes was sitting there the whole time with just the hugest smile on his face. Like he was
so smart.
he couldn't help himself because it was just, I mean, he's like, this is history. I'm right here at the table. And Alex
I
Jones
got
is trying
a
to be like the
black guy.
voice of reason. Yeah.
I got a black guy to make Alex Jones feel uncomfortable about his anti-Semitic dog whistling. That's what I did. Nick Fuentes thinks to himself in his
Mhm.
head.
Mhm.
I don't know that Alex Jones, I mean, you probably buy into Alex Jones is a huge anti-Semite. I don't know that I have seen anything that really makes me think, okay, he's an anti-Semite. If anything, that exchange made me think like he's not an anti-Semite because he was the one that was basically trying to walk Kanye off the ledge.
Sitch, do something.
Well, it was really because when we watched the conversation, it was funny because Alex Jones was trying to walk back what Kanye was saying, or he kept trying to like say like, no, Kanye, you're not saying you hate Jews, you're saying
All
this.
Jews,
And Kanye
yeah.
would then double down and be like, no, what I'm saying is I love Hitler, So
You mean you like the Versace outfit? No, I like Hitler.
right.
He did
So it's
he
kinda
did
like,
that love.
I don't think Alex Jones himself is anti-Semitic, but I do think that he really was trying his best to try to, protect Kanye, which I don't agree with doing that morally or
Right.
anything. So, I think
So
that's
is
what's
it
happening.
anti-Semitic to protect Kanye? Because I mean, you can
Well,
make a case.
I don't know. You can make the argument. I don't
Yeah.
think personally that Alex Jones hates Jewish people,
Right. Yeah.
and I believe he said specifically in that interview he doesn't blame a specific group of people.
Being anti-Semitic does not mean that you have to hate Jewish
Well, okay,
people.
he doesn't blame a specific group of people as being malicious
don't
or
have to-
controlling the world or any of that stuff. So
Okay.
that was my
I-
interpretation of his comments. But
I actually thought that the podcast episode was weirdly a lot wackier than like the I love Hitler thing. Because the I love Hitler thing was just like, oh, you're gone, buddy. But when he was sitting in the podcast episode, like the drunken thing, and he was talking about how he wants Jewish children to ask their dad, why is Kanye mad at us?
yeah,
I was like, I could that haunts me in my
Right.
sleep, okay? Because he was so serious about that.
right. Well, that was like the beginning of the craziness, and then Alex Jones was like the peak. Like there was nowhere else to go from that point. So it was a little bit more grounded, which it sounds like the groundedness made it more like kind of disturbing and weird to you. So, which I
To
understand.
be fair, he watched Jonah Hill, and now he's not anti-Semitic
true.
anymore. So
That's true. Thank God. For
We've
Jonah
lost
Hill.
touch with Kanye, so I don't know the narrative now. I
He
heard
watched
the
21 Jump Street and he's been cured.
he
Yeah.
I heard
is
the
not
Jonah Hill
anti-Semitic
thing.
anymore.
Right.
Did you see the meme with the Naruto thing and like Hitler? It's like, it's so good. I'll send it
No,
to you.
I
It's
didn't
so
see
good.
that
It's so good. Oh my God.
We just got to get Nick to watch 21 Jump Street. Maybe he'll be cured too.
There's so many memes like that too.
Let's see. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says you have to build the relationship before you can give someone pushback that they're able to receive. You have to care a bit about someone's feelings before they care about your facts.
Yeah, that's
I agree
true.
with that.
Yeah.
I think
That is true.
But how do you do that with Nick Fuentes?
You
Well, I
don't.
don't think you-
Oh
Yeah, I
my
don't
god!
think you can, but
Leave Nick Fuentes alone. I
There
get
you
you
go.
want to save him.
there
Okay,
you go.
here, Adam. Here's how you save Nick.
Well,
Fuentes,
I'm
okay?
just using him as an example. I think there are
No,
people that
no.
are much worse than Nick Fuentes that, you would want to bring back from the brink.
Yes, of course. The reason why we don't fixate on and why Nick Fuentes is different to like other neo-Nazis who might be like much further off is because he's the demagogue. He's like the leading figure. Like he has no incentive to like ever change course. But whatever. What you do if you want to save Nick Fuentes, you do blackface. Okay, you infiltrate his house. You become friends with him. You tell him you're one of the good ones. Then you make him fall in love with you. Then you photograph the gay relations. Then you extort him for it. Okay? You had sex with a black man. And then you reveal that you weren't black all along. And he's like, I don't know how I feel anymore. I fell in love with a black guy and now he's not black and I don't know how I feel. And then he's cured.
Wouldn't you have to be like a black cat boy though? I've heard.
Yes, I agree. You know what? I agree
Okay,
with this plan.
Sitch, you
That's
do
a
it.
good
plan.
That's a good
You
plan.
do it.
I agree with this plan. I thought you were gonna say you need him to fall in love with a black person, and you're like to change his mind about black people. You're like, no, to blackmail
To
him.
blackmail him.
So okay,
Well, because that's like the contingency. You
I
want
see.
to create an identity crisis
I
and
see.
also pressure him with the blackmail. So it gives him an incentive to change his mind.
I gotcha.
Because
I
you're going to
gotcha.
ruin his livelihood
I
and
gotcha.
he's in love with you.
How about it be how about it be a Jewish guy in blackface? You gotta hit the double whammy. Okay.
That's why I'm saying, Sitch, you gotta go.
Listen. I'm not gonna take that one for the team. Okay.
Is
No,
his
I'm
platform
I'm not doing that.
is his platform as big as Destiny's? It seems like Destiny has a bigger
No.
platform than Nick Fuentes. Right. Okay. So
I-
Destiny
I
has a
think
much
it's
bigger
not bigger.
platform. Do you think it's
I have no
double?
idea.
You think Destiny's double,
Can
triple?
we move off of Fuentes? There's a lot of super chats to get through.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll let it go.
J Mac for $20 says extremism is bad unless living in extremism is bad unless living in an even more extreme system. Thinking that is the case anywhere is most of the West is pretty privileged.
Extremism is bad.
Unless you're
Unless-
living in an even more extreme situation, thinking that is the case anywhere in most of the West is pretty privileged.
Right.
True.
Yeah. Thinking that this is an extreme situation. Yeah.
Right.
We're definitely not living in
Ooh.
Somalia.
Look at the
Dude,
centrists
Katie, do
talking
you-
about privilege.
Katie,
know.
are you American? Do you live in America?
No,
Okay.
Where do you live?
I was born and raised in Israel, and I currently am in Israel.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. What time is
cool.
it over there?
Almost 3 a.m.
Jeez.
Oh wow, a night
Well,
owl. Sitch.
Listen, thanks for sticking with us.
I stream for Americans. I always start
Oh, you're
at
on
like
the
midnight.
schedule already.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
You're on the graveyard shift. Well, yeah,
I-
that's cool.
J-Mac, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you. Our surrogate centrist daddy, J-Mac.
Is Israel like a first world nation?
Except for the apartheid, I guess maybe.
There you go.
Is that
I know.
is that the Palestinian apartheid?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is
Thank-
there more than one?
I mean, there could be.
Maybe, I don't know.
Jesus.
Indigo Turtle for 12 months. Thank you for being with us for 1 year. Indigo Turtle says, as a retard myself, Katie's use of our slur is deeply dehumanizing, and I'm offended that you would ever platform such a bigot. There you go.
Good.
Look at
Cancel.
that. You just lost us a sub, Katie.
I know.
Yeah, go away, retard.
No.
You rub it.
No. Oh my god.
All right, that was pretty based. I'm not gonna lie.
Along the same line of logic, Libertarian Sasquatch for 1 month says, if you're not comfortable about talking about trans people because you aren't one, why are you comfortable disparaging the differently abled? There you go.
Who said I'm not comfortable talking about trans people because I'm not one? Is this
thought you
one
said
of you
that.
or no?
Oh,
You
okay.
guys don't understand when I speak. Also,
fine.
I will disparage all of you retards in chat.
Nice.
You heard that,
Um,
retards.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find women. Blah blah blah. Indigo Turtle for $5 says it's not Lance's fault for being an NPC because checks notes again. The hive mind haven't told him what the officially sanctioned beliefs were yet.
True.
But
yeah.
I mean, it kind of sounded like the argument you were making.
It did.
yeah, I don't. I think it makes a lot of sense to me why you guys are incapable of retaining any of the information I give you. So I was like, I'm not even gonna bother to
Fair
like.
enough.
I'm
I
not
try
gonna
to
take it
forget it
personally.
like immediately. So
Yeah.
I
don't want to get.
believe you.
I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want my centrist cred damaged by articulating your
I mean,
beliefs
it
in a
would,
good light.
It would be much easier to just hyperbolize and like straw man what I'm saying.
Is that hyperbole? Look, I don't.
Well,
wanna,
it was obviously the super chat was a humorous hyperbolized version, removing the nuance of her point. Sure.
Except that you said that that's what I said.
Well, you
Well,
you literally said that.
I feel like the spirit was because okay, you said a bunch of things, so you made a bunch of different
No
arguments. relating to
shit.
that.
You said
Right.
the progressive position is conflicted. You literally
But you said
that.
but you did make an argument about that the progressive position was conflicting and that
Mm.
that was kind of not Lance's fault. It was kind of the progressive position's fault because Lance was kind of like the avatar of these positions.
And that
Right.
means that Lance is like a loyalist NPC because he cares about the cohesiveness of his movement.
Well, that's
because,
the hyperbole part, right?
Yeah, so like you get
Well,
to whine
that's
about
not-
optics.
That's hyperbole.
You get to whine about optics, and then you get to whine about people caring about optics. So you get to have it both ways because
Mhm.
that's what centrists do. They just have it both ways without actually having a position of their own.
Yeah, we're bisexual.
We have positions. What are
Wait.
you talking about?
You're not exclusively attracted to me?
No, I'm not exclusively attracted to just you. No.
Fuck you.
I know. I'm so
Sitch.
sorry. I'm
Fuck
so
you.
sorry. Listen,
Fuck you.
we'll talk about it after the stream, okay?
So how does
Work
she
it
know that you keep staring at her? Like you.
Well, look at my face. You can see those eyes. They're not even blinking. They're just staring.
Wow. She's
Okay,
got
what's
your
next?
number, definitely.
True.
Is it 666?
Yes.
Very close.
Yes.
Yeah.
Joe the Meg for
I
13
got
months
that one.
has a disparaging one. He says, how fundamentally insane do you have to be to defend a shit take on a hot topic with the quote, you have to color inside the lines of your progressive bubble?
Did she say
That's
that?
very
That's
disparaging.
kind of what we just talked about.
That was the spirit of what I said. Because you have to understand it. You have to see it through like a lens of like you need to be critical in whatever is being said, however reasonable it is.
Mhm.
You know?
Blank Escape Quarter for $5 says, Lance is not an individual. He's just a collective of Twitter shouts. Makes a lot more sense in retrospect. He is Progressive Legion, and they, them are many. There you go.
You don't think Lance is an NPC?
I think Lance is a human.
Okay.
So it's kind of weird to call him an NPC.
Well, not literally, right? Well, maybe literally. I don't know. Depends if you believe in simulation theory or not.
I think it's quite bizarre how you can make the same arguments to your audience and regurgitate the same centrist talking points, but you guys are not NPCs. But
Well,
when other people are just cohesive with the messaging of what they're like, how bizarre it is that a movement has certain ideas and then the people who subscribe to the same movement have similar ideas. That is quite strange, really.
But you have to admit that in any movement, there are going to be people that understand the principles guiding those ideas. And there are going to be people who are not smart enough to understand those principles and they just parrot the ideas.
Okay. So you want me to say what I think Lance is?
Well, I guess
if you
we're
want.
position is we think Lance is that latter person. So I don't think he really understands the arguments.
I don't watch enough of Lance to be able to tell you which one it
Probably
is.
because you're
but
much smarter than Lance, and it would be boring for you.
wait, to be very honest, even if I did, which I don't, but even if I did, I don't shoot inside my own tank, so I wouldn't tell you either way, right?
Well, at least you're open about it. So.
I wouldn't shit on Lance even if I thought he was the stupidest, like, whatever NPC guy ever.
Really? Okay.
I'm just annoyed. I'm just annoyed that you guys are that your chatters are like, oh, so he's just doing the messaging board. Yeah, no shit.
Isn't
that's
Destiny
what being part of
inside
a
your
movement
tank,
is.
though? I mean, I feel like
no,
Destiny...
that was her pole position. Destiny's not.
What?
I
I
mean,
feel like you shoved them out of the
okay.
tank, if anything.
So I would love for Destiny to be in my tank. Every time he gets into the tank, he shoots us all and leaves. And then we're all bleeding in the tank, dying. And then he comes into the tank and it's like, you guys, you're gonna me.
Well, I feel
that is pretty accurate.
I mean, that's pretty fair. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
So I'm done getting shot in the face. If he wants in the tank, he can be in the tank and I won't shoot at him, but he's the one shooting at us. So fuck him.
Is it like a World War II tank, or is it like a fish tank? Because one you really don't want to shoot inside.
It's like a fish tank. Yeah.
I think it's a World War II tank.
Oh, that's the worst.
Inside, no. It's a bunch of World War II tanks inside a fish tank. Okay.
We got to talk. We got to talk to. You can't shoot inside those tanks. That's a bad idea.
That's dangerous.
That's the point. That's why the praise. Just to be very clear, I would genuinely love nothing more than for Destiny to be in my tank.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to not get shot at.
Mm-hmm.
Destiny can be such an amazing force. He has so much charisma, so much power, so much money, a huge audience. If he valued progressive change more than he valued his own like time and entertainment, he could do a lot of fucking change, and I'll be there like simping every step of the way. But I think Destiny is honest enough to say that he cares about other things more, and he's allowed to do that. But I shouldn't get shot in my own tank and then get to him whining that I'm shooting at him. Like, dude, I'm not shooting at you. You're shooting me in the face. So.
I think your perception is a little off in the same way that I talked about before. I think Destiny is more pragmatic about progressive positions, and he's basically saying that these extreme progressive positions are strategically hurting us. So I think you're perceiving him criticizing those positions as, tearing you down.
Here's the thing, right? It seems that if all you guys want and all Destiny wants is a more moderate version of whatever progressivism is, then like, I don't know what to tell you. Obviously, I'm pushing for more progressive change.
Right.
If people are going to say, hey, you people are too extreme, can you be more moderate? And the entire point of my movement is like, being moderate is harmful to people and we need to start moving forward, then you understand that we're at an impasse, which is why I just appreciate if he didn't say he's a progressive. But I've talked about it with a friend today, and they said that in America, progressive is just anything between like the middle of like Democrats leftwards. So in that case, he's obviously like a liberal progressive, which is what he says it is. That's obviously not what I mean when I say progressive. I think calling protesters rioters and like not believing it on binary people and shooting in the tank of other progressives and delegitimizing other progressive causes is not that's not #not my progressivism. Okay. I believe that the dissonance is just that what I mean when I say progressive is simply not what he means when he says progressive.
Yeah. Maybe, I mean, I think the term progressive kind of sucks because it is so vague in America. Vague. Yeah, it's very vague. It's not really clear what it means. I mean, I kind of generally interpret it as someone who is, not quite a socialist, but like a little bit to the right of that, but, to the left of being a liberal, and there's some kind of like gray area there. And if that's how, like, under my definition, I don't even define Destiny as progressive. I think Destiny is firmly pretty liberal in most of his politics. So,
the problem is, like, if I didn't call myself a progressive, if I said pro-trans, anti-racist, pro-gay, pro-LGBT, pro-blah, blah, blah, anti-blah, blah, 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 blah. You'll say, bitch is virtue signaling in her Twitter bio. So it's like, there's no winning with you people.
What do you mean, you people?
I mean, you. You. Avatar, scaredy cat people who won't show their face online. I mean, you people.
Listen, I'm sorry I said that I'm into more than just you. Okay, you don't need to take it personally.
No, I take it very personally.
Okay.
Show your face, you coward.
Okay. Dialogue Always for $5 says, hey, Dialogue Always, says the hesitancy is for the same reason you are questioning the don't say gay bill, Sitch. It never ends there, and you know it. Well, no, I don't buy the slippery slope argument as being a good argument. So no, I disagree. I don't really want to loop the conversation, but I already gave my position that I think the fear of the slippery slope leads to the slippery slope much more than, the opposite.
Okay.
I didn't even know Dialogue Always watches us. I thought he hated our guts.
Who hates your guts?
Dialogue Always.
Dialogue.
Oh yeah, I missed it. What did he say?
Adam is fucking. No, I'm not reading it again. Fuck you.
The hesitancy.
Is
the same reason you are questioning the don't say gay bill, Sitch. It never ends there, and you know it.
And I know it.
Don't
worry about it.
I don't even understand it.
I know you don't. Pat on the head. J-Mac for $10 says, should a woman have to breastfeed her baby, or is she letting that kid starve? And before you say formula, remember that shortages happen and availability can be an issue.
What is the question?
Yeah.
Should a woman have to breastfeed her baby, or can she let that kid starve? And I assume he's meaning like in terms of bodily autonomy.
Oh,
right?
Wow.
Could she make a bodily autonomy decision to not, feed the baby?
Why would she let it starve?
I don't know. What if she just doesn't want to feed the baby? She doesn't like the baby. It hurts. She doesn't want to breastfeed.
Okay, but why can't it eat other food?
There's no
it doesn't
formula.
Matter. It's hypothetical. How does the bodily autonomy argument fit into, like, if a woman decides she doesn't want to breastfeed a baby or something?
We have formula, which he addressed. That's why it matters.
Yeah, but what if there's a shortage? She can't get formula, right? Or she doesn't want to be bothered to go out to the store to get it.
I think if you starve your child, that's like called starving. I think that's a crime. So I don't think it's about whether she uses her tits or uses formula. She has to figure it out. I don't care which one it is. Just don't let your kid starve, right? It's not that complicated.
I mean, I guess the thing is, and this is kind of, we'll go back to the bodily autonomy thing. I don't think that the pro-choice side has to make the ultimate bodily autonomy argument, because I think if you do make an ultimate bodily autonomy argument, it leads you down this really strange pathways of, like, almost any action could be considered an infringement on bodily autonomy, right?
I think that you understand that the only reason why you get into these weird pathways is because you have to make up ridiculous hypotheticals to make it happen, because it doesn't correlate with reality in a meaningful way.
It's because someone makes an argument and then they give you, like, the logic behind the argument, and then you say, well, wait a minute, is that logic really guiding your behavior, or is it something else? And it feels like there's something else, sort of guiding people's behavior if the logic, when taken to more extreme levels, starts to break down. And you say, well, okay, so your decision has to be based off of multiple factors. You can't just simply say, like, one thing.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't know this was a hot take. Logic that we prescribe to, like, real life usually makes sense in the context of real life. If you take any idea and stretch it to the extreme, at some point it's going to become nonsensical. Good ideas are ones that you can stretch pretty wildly and you're still comfortable with how nonsensical they get, generally speaking. Now, the reason why the bodily autonomy argument is pretty good is because most society actually really values the concept of bodily autonomy. So it's a very highly prioritized value in society. And you are constantly needing to make up hypotheticals and stretch it and cause the nonsensical, like, brain rot thing that they like doing or you like doing or whatever the fuck, because
I love it.
it supposedly like undermines the logic, but the logic is there in the first place to tailor reality. If reality was
Right.
different, probably the logic would be different.
Right.
But
So-
reality is not different.
Right.
So it's stupid.
I think that bodily autonomy, as someone who's pro-choice, I believe that bodily autonomy is an important factor in determining that equation. I just don't think it's the single factor. And I think if you make it the single factor and you stretch it, you don't have to stretch it to an insane hypothetical. You can literally stretch it to just the question itself, which is, I don't think that a 9-month abortion the day before someone gives birth should
That's
be
great.
allowed. But
What
that
about
would,
fourth?
but the logic of bodily autonomy being the single factor would allow that. So I don't
What
think
about
that's a
4th month?
hyperbolic stretching. I didn't hear whatever you said.
What about the 5th
Fourth?
trimester?
4th and 5th month. How do you feel about those?
Well, I'm fine with basically anything up to like. So Adam stole my position. My position is consciousness.
I didn't steal
So-
your position.
You
I
did.
adopted it because it's a
yeah,
good
okay.
position.
So my position is whatever cautious form. So it's the 18-20 week, whatever that cutoff is. That's where
Look, I
that's
don't
where I'm
want,
fine is. But
I
I'm
don't want
willing
the
to
little
compromise
baby
down
like
or up.
swimming away from the abortion instrument. Like I feel
Okay.
like
So I think it's quite what's a nice word I can use?
nice,
Don't be nice. Be mean.
Okay. I think it's quite
Be mean.
pathetic
simple-minded,
of
maybe.
you guys
pathetic.
to pathetic and disingenuous to pretend
Disingenuous.
like you care about this concept of like the extremist like 9 months abortion, when actually what you want is to discuss consciousness. You don't care about viability. It doesn't matter.
Wait, why
if
did you
I've-
change the subject?
Shut up. It doesn't matter if I've given you 9 months, because that's not what you care about.
Why did you change the subject?
You'll still whine
Yeah.
about second trimester abortion.
Well,
So
does
when
it-
I said there's a slippery slope, and then you disingenuously pretended like there isn't, but here we are delineating the fact that you are never
Right.
going to compromise
Right.
second trimester. That is
Look, I already said.
Okay,
I
well,
already
wait.
said I would.
First of all, if you listened, I said I was willing to compromise in either direction because I honestly don't really care that much about abortion. I'm only talking about it because
you
it's what people are
said
talking about in
consciousness.
regarding to, because you asked me what my cutoff was. Okay, but it's not something I care about. It's not. I wouldn't vote one way or the other for something specifically on the grounds of abortion for a candidate on that grounds alone. I don't really care about the issue that much because I'm a horrible sexist male. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you changed the subject because the subject was we were talking about what is the purpose of doing these logical experiments where we stretch the logic to extremes. And I said, and you said to unrealistic examples. And I said, well, it's not an unrealistic example because it's literally happening in this country right now when we talk about the abortion 9 months in, okay, or the abortion the day before birth is given. So to change
Okay.
the subject to say, well, because I have other beliefs in the situation, therefore what I said is irrelevant to the topic that we were having.
You're right. I did not think that I needed to repeat for the 9,000th time in this conversation that I'm not comfortable with 9 months abortion. I get that there is a straw man out there that you want a different girl here to
I never
whine
said
about
you
9
were. That
months
wasn't the
abortion.
conversation.
Then why do you keep talking to me about something that I've already addressed hours ago?
We were having a specific conversation that wasn't even about the specific issue about abortion. It was about using this. It was about you were criticizing the logic behind bodily autonomy. So the super chatter was criticizing the logic behind the bodily autonomy. I said, I don't think it should be a single factor analysis. Then you retorted to that saying, well, it doesn't matter because the single factor analysis is fine because it only breaks down when you bring it to levels that are unrealistic. And then I said, well, wait a minute.
No.
When we bring it to levels that are realistic, it still breaks down. And then you talked about
I
this
was
other
speaking
thing.
specifically about the breastfeeding thing, obviously. I don't think the breastfeeding thing has anything to do with bodily autonomy, even if your chatter wanted to shoehorn it
Okay.
there. At the same way that I don't think that Adam being weird about vaccines is the same. Like, I think people can pretend their opinions fit somewhere. It doesn't make it so, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's like Nazis can talk about their concern for like Jewish like extermination because they don't want Jews to be suffering because life is suffering. I don't care, you know?
Look, just on the slippery slope argument, you understand that my slope ends at the consciousness cutoff. Like, you can't say I'm trying to slippery slope us all the way down to like
No,
life
no,
begins
no.
at conception.
Yes, I understand that. When
Okay.
and the frustration comes from that at the beginning, when I said there's going to be a slippery slope where I'm going to give in on the 9th and 8th month, and then someone is going to stick it to me, and they're going to not compromise on what I need to, what I
Right.
demand that people compromise on.
Right.
And then I did that. Suddenly, a new cutoff was being made of consciousness.
Well, we're all proffering the level that makes us comfortable. That's knowing that we might not necessarily get that level. So I'm just saying my level of comfort is at the consciousness. Your level of comfort is at the second trimester, it sounds like. Sitch doesn't really care, obviously, because he's like,
listen, my position is I think you
heartless.
should be able to abort babies up to 18 years. Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't really care.
So
Should I not
You're
ask
like
any more
16, right?
18.
If you can't find formula, you're just
Should I not read any more super chats relating to bodily autonomy?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, they'll probably addressing you. I don't know.
No, they all disagree with you, but
Ooh, let's do this again, but like 100 times more.
well, I can just read them. I guess we won't have to respond. The idea that bodily autonomy, Iceful Sky says the idea that bodily autonomy is somehow equivalent in value to that of a human life is beyond disturbing. I'm glad these folks don't
Retarded.
have kids. I was wrong. It isn't bodily autonomy. She values a winning argument over the life of the baby.
Stupidity.
Well, do you understand that they're making a bodily autonomy argument as well, but just in favor of the baby?
I do understand that, except that we don't really the problem with pregnancy that is really interesting is that we don't really have a situation like that. So I'm sure you know like the theoreticals with like the violinist or like so for example, you have a skydiving instructor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're skydiving with them. And then imagine that the skydiving instructor in the middle would be like, well, actually, you're holding on to my body and that's infringing on my bodily autonomy. So like, fuck that. And then he lets you go and you drop dead and you die. So
Right.
Obviously that's illegal, right?
Okay.
But generally, yeah, I hope it is. Okay. It probably should be. So obviously society accepts small forms of like revoking your own.
Yeah.
Yes. For example, you can't just like let go of someone that's holding you on a ledge because you don't feel like them touching your hand in that moment, right? Pregnancy and carrying to term is a much bigger like obviously consistent infringement of bodily autonomy than almost any other example that we have. Something I really like is like, actually, do you know Vosh at all?
Vosh,
unfortunately,
he's been on the show.
Yeah. So like, I was watching Vosh and he was talking about this thing of like, imagine you're in a car and then you get into a car accident and it's 100% your fault. It's just like, it's determined in the hypothetical, it's 100% your fault. Anyway, you wake up in the hospital and you are IV infused, like they're taking away your blood to save the guy that you hit in the car. They're taking away your blood, you didn't consent to it. If you let go, if you choose to leave now, the guy that you hit in the car would die, and it's your fault. Most people, I guess I'll ask you guys, do you think the guy who had the car accident and that is hooked up to this IV without his consent should be able to just leave?
No, unethical.
Okay, so you think he should be forced to be giving his blood without his consent?
Yes. If he caused the accident, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
If it's just a random person, then no.
It's his fault.
But...
Okay. I would be interested in hearing yeah, I definitely wouldn't.
Is that a contentious opinion? I would have thought that would be like a pretty normal take.
My position is that he should be able to walk. Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, and I believe
What
that
a
was
heartless
Bosch's
piece
point
of
as
shit.
well.
Shouldn't we shame the shit out of him if he does walk? That we should cancel that guy
They should.
immediately.
You can shame him. You can, however, not utilize his body for whatever it is that you want because you deem it what
Look,
you
does
want
he
to
need
do.
a kidney too? Like what is his what's his ulterior sclerosis look like? Does he need some how's his heart
Well, maybe that's the difference because, you know, I think if someone caused, you know, the guy caused the accident, right? They have responsibility for it. And I think that is why it changed the situation where there are some limitations on the bodily autonomy. And I think that's what a lot of people who make the, you know, the pro-life argument, they feel like because the person got pregnant, so it wasn't like rape or something, right?
Yeah, that's why he constructed it that way. I'm sure he stole it from someone. I'm not going to give him the credit for it.
Right.
It sounds likely.
Equating the pregnancy to a car accident, I think that might have been Bosch.
I mean, you know, they both start with a big slam, so I guess that might come.
Yeah.
Wow, you have sex very different than me. Okay.
You're doing it wrong. Blaine's Escape Corner.
I'm
for
doing
$2.
it just fine, thank you.
Blaine's Escape Corner for $2 says, ask the difference between abortion and extraction.
I thought we agreed that abortion is when you terminate the baby, and extraction is when, and viability, you take it out.
Right. I think what they were asking.
Interesting thing that people don't know about viability is that viability, like at 24 weeks, which is the earliest viability stage, the survival rate is only 50%. So they might like not even survive, and they might have like a lot of defects.
Wow.
I think what he meant, I think the question was, if a woman has to have a procedure to remove a fetus from her body, whether it's alive or dead, like why, like if it, assuming it was viable, say if it's beyond, you know, say it's in a position where it's safely viable, right? Like what would be, why would extracting it versus aborting it, both which require a medical person to go inside the woman's body, like why would one of those be a violation and one of those would not be?
One of them will be a violation because she doesn't consent.
So
that's
so
what
it's just
makes it a violation.
So like even if hypothetically, we'll go back to hypotheticals, even if the procedure was literally the same or caused the same, you know, had all the same risks and everything, and it was basically the same procedure.
Which I believe it's not, but let's say that it is.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
It's about the consent, obviously.
Okay. So even if the procedure is the same, except, you know, when you deliver the baby, you pull it out, when you abort it, you suck it into like a fucking, you know, vacuum cleaner that kills it or something.
Honestly, if it's the same, I think it is a much more reasonable to argue that extraction is the only valid option.
Okay.
Right. As far as I know, it's not the same in all cases. And obviously, if extraction is more dangerous to the woman and she doesn't consent to it, then that's a problem.
Yeah, see, well, I would agree with that. I mean, I don't know the answer to that question. If the extraction procedure was more dangerous than abortion, that'd be the argument to bring up. So
yeah, because like I believe in the abortion in those late stages is where you go in, you put the baby down, and then you chop it to little pieces and you like suck it out. And like extraction would be like what, C-section? So
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
But I'm not a medical professional.
I'm not a doctor. Majin for 10 months. I don't know if he's asking me or asking you, Katie. He says, more important question. If you were a furry or a scaly, what would you be? This won't be used against you, I promise, with fingers crossed emoji.
Furry or a scaly?
Furry or scaly, Katie?
I said scaly.
Oh, okay, scaly. There you go. There's your answer.
I love snakes.
Oh, okay.
Snakes. Okay, nice.
Are you a Slytherin? I'm a Hufflepuff.
I think if you can tell I'm a Slytherin, then
well, I mean, I am guessing Slytherin then.
I mean, nice. I would not. Nice. I would assume a Hufflepuff will have the hardest time to figure out that I'm a Slytherin, but also like anyone should be able to tell that I'm a Slytherin.
True, Hufflepuff is the lamest of all Harry Potter houses.
Why? Look.
If you have to ask, you'll never know.
No.
You
Hufflepuff.
didn't know that Sitch is a muggle, though. Like,
No, I'm a Ravenclaw all the way. Okay.
I knew you'd say that. You're
Of course you knew.
delusional. You are
Like
not
this
smart
big
enough to be a
brains debate
Ravenclaw,
centrist
okay?
over here. Yeah. All right, I get you.
Yikes.
Okay.
You know what makes sense?
What?
Obviously,
Yeah.
the Ravenclaw and the Hufflepuff are the centrists. And you know that Gryffindor is neo-Nazis. 100%.
Wow.
Oh, really? I
whoever-
didn't know that. but-
Slytherin
Yes.
Slytherin's the neo-Nazis. What do you mean?
Yeah, I thought Slytherin would be the neo,
You'd think
obviously.
that, but
Yeah.
J.K. Rowling's favorite house is clearly the TERF house, the neo-Nazi conservative house, okay? Gryffindor are the conservatives. Slytherin are progressive.
Well,
Let's
okay,
go.
wait. What is it? The whole Slytherin, like the whole well, actually, I don't know what Slytherins. No, like all the Slytherin people were all like literally, cleanse the world of
We
the
are
degenerate
talking
monk.
about the real world. The Death Eaters are Gryffindor,
Oh, I
okay?
see.
Bad people.
I got you.
They have no personality. They have no qualities. They're just sad little things.
Okay. Interesting. WT1A1A for $10 says, question for Katie. If women can get an abortion at 9 months because of body autonomy, does that mean men don't have to pay for a child they don't want since the money's made from their bodily autonomy?
I think that if a woman chooses to carry a baby in all circumstances, like a guy should be able to sign the right away and that they don't have to pay. So like
Nice.
this
Wow.
has nothing
Okay.
this has nothing to do with
Right.
like a 9 months abortion thing.
Right.
I think if a woman gets the right to choose to keep a baby that the father doesn't want, the father has the right to not be associated with that baby. I think that's fair.
The MGTOWs will be
I
happy.
agree. Yeah.
That sounds like a compromise that is very fair.
JMac for $20 says, what is Katie's favorite species of snake? Mine is the eyelash viper. Absolutely beautiful serpent.
So I used to be kind of like a cobra simp. So I love spitting cobras, right? Because they're very cool. I guess I'm more of like a ball python now because I really want it as a pet. But yeah, I don't know. I have a tendency whenever I hold snakes to like put them close to my face, and it's risky. So I need to be careful.
You don't want something that's poisonous or will bite your face.
Pythons are not poisonous. Ravenclaw.
Are you?
I
are
was
you?
only half listening to what you were saying. So
Are you skipping some purposefully, Sitch? I don't want to mess you up.
I
if
was
you
only
are.
I was only gonna try to read the questions and things that were
Okay,
related
gotcha.
specifically. So we can go back and do the rest later. Toxic Mix for $20 says, this idea that only one side has nuance on the issue is demonstrably false. You don't get Republican voters claiming the party sold them out by suggesting federal abortion bans if they all agree with it.
I don't know what that means. Translate to me.
So when Roe v. Wade was overturned, Lindsey Graham pushed for a nationwide abortion ban, which kind of destroyed the right-wing argument because the right-wing argument had been for a very long time that should be a state's issue.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that's what they mean when they say the Republican voters claiming the party sold them out by suggesting the federal abortion ban. Though, I mean, and we kind of talked to Joe Good Logic about this. He thought it was like an intentional thing by Lindsey Graham to try to sabotage Republicans. I don't obviously agree with that. But I've said this before and people don't like this. I don't think for most people, I mean, we have a lot of libertarians here, and I'm not applying this to libertarians because they do care about this. But I think most people on the left or the right generally don't care about the federal versus states' rights question. They only care about that the view that the federal power seems to be a little bit more to the left, and state power seems to be a little bit more to the right on average. And I think that's why people align with those, positions. If everything was reversed, if the federal government was more right wing, I don't think you'd see right wingers, taking a principled position for states' rights. So that's just my take on it. So,
well, he's also
You
saying
have
that
a lot of libertarians. Yikes.
yeah.
he's also saying that there's not a consistent position among Republicans in the same way that there's not a consistent position among progressives.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, well, if you look at polling, there isn't. I mean, it's the minority of people want either abortion regardless of time, and minority people have the position that there should be no abortions whatsoever. Most people are firmly in the abortion should be allowed, but there should be restrictions based on some time.
Right. Yeah.
That's the
For
overwhelming
various
majority.
reasons.
Right.
Brave.
So very brave and centrist in America. I'm not gonna read that one. JVac for $20 says,
Is that Adam Unfriended that you're not reading?
yeah, yeah. JVac for $20 says, look, not everyone can get pregnant, but we were all babies, so I feel like that warrants a say in the matter. There we go.
Oh yeah, look at that. You know how you're saying you can only comment if you're trans? Well, I was a baby. So
Remember when I never said that?
I get to
That's true.
comment. Oh, you didn't say that? Okay.
No.
I must have misheard.
That
so
doesn't surprise me.
If you get wind of us mischaracterizing your positions, let us know, because we don't want to do that. A lot of people.
I mean,
I
you
think get
said
off
that,
on
and
that.
then you admitted to hyperbolizing my points
Well,
on purpose
I was only joking. Obviously, I don't.
I'm sure you were only joking. I believe you.
You seem. I'll say you're at least twice as smart as Lance. You do seem a lot smarter than
At
Lance.
least.
Yeah.
Considering that you think Lance is 50 IQ, I don't think that's.
Well, I'll go
much.
through. I'll go 4
That's
times.
100. What do you mean? That's
Look, I'll go 4 times.
Okay, listen to me. If you call me average intelligence, I might be, okay? But that's not how you get in my pants, okay?
You seem above average intelligence to me, but I mean,
Thank you.
I am probably below average intelligence. So.
Well, you are Hufflepuff, so.
Look,
You know.
what does that have to do? Why you got to throw Hufflepuff under the bus? We got a lot of smart.
That's such a Hufflepuff Ravenclaw interaction right there.
Is
I
it?
know. It is.
Yes.
Damn.
It is.
Yes.
It was so good.
J.K.
What's your
Rowling
sign,
really knows her
Adam?
stuff.
Well, we're the same sign, so I guess I can't attack you for that.
Yeah, exactly. Get out.
If I was a Gryffindor, I would pull out my swastika, but I'm a Slytherin, so
Right.
guys,
Slytherin is
chill.
a swastika.
You'll pull out your hammer and sickle, yeah. Joe the Big for $2 says, human at conception, the argument is viability. Well, I don't like the viability argument for reasons I've already explained like a million times. So
Is the reason that you're coping?
about
Sitch
what?
is in a
Is the
coke
reason that
spiral.
you're coping?
About what?
Why do you care about consciousness?
Well, to me, I think that's how we make determinations about the value of human life.
Why do you
Is
not care about
consciousness.
consciousness?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It's kind of like when I think, did you say it? Someone talked about if you have someone who's like a brain dead vegetable, should you keep them alive forever or should you let them die? And I think, and I'm in the position of letting them die because it's like, well, they're not really alive at that point. So to me, consciousness is kind of how we judge all of human rights and why we give, rights to humans. We don't necessarily give rights to the same level to non-human animals.
Even
Maybe
with
you
lethal
guys use
injection.
the word consciousness differently.
Even with lethal injection, the point of lethal injection is to make the person unconscious before you put them to death. And when we put animals to sleep, we do the same thing. We make them unconscious beforehand. So
Well, that's not really relevant, I think, to what I'm saying. But
well, it's relevant to being.
Okay.
I mean, I guess if you do they do that in abortion? Do they?
I'm not
Make
sure.
the
I'm not sure
baby
if you guys
comfortable?
mean conscious as in you don't have brainwaves, or you mean the concept of consciousness? Because you brought up animals,
Mhm.
and animals obviously have brainwaves. So do
They don't
animals
have-
have consciousness,
Right.
or do they not?
So animals have a type of consciousness, but they don't have the level of awareness that humans have. I think we'd all agree with
Okay.
that, right?
Right.
So if that's the case, what type of consciousness
I'm
does
talking
a
about human
ba-
consciousness.
What type of consciousness does a fetus need to have for you to qualify it as the consciousness level that you speak of? Does it have to be an animal-like, a human-like?
Human-like.
Do you think that a baby, a fetus in fourth
Supposedly.
month has human consciousness?
Supposedly, yeah, according to science.
Well, definitionally, it has to be human consciousness. What other consciousness would it have?
Well, he's talking about levels of consciousness. That's
Right.
the thing. That's how he's weaseling out of it. Because, obviously, technically,
We've talked about
human
retards on
consciousness.
the show quite a bit in this episode. They have a level of consciousness that I would call human, even though
Even though they're lessons. Yeah, I feel like you're sort of mixing conscious with intelligence.
Yes. Yeah.
Because just because like someone has a mental disability doesn't mean it'd be justified to like kill them, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't mean they're not aware of their surroundings or situation, even though
Mm-hmm.
they might not be able to do complex math problems about distance or anything.
Or read.
Yeah.
Who are you
Adam.
arguing against right now?
Sitch.
Okay.
Sitch and I are
So you
going.
guys are talking to each other. Okay, fine. I thought you were talking to me, and that sounded really stupid considering like that wasn't what I'm doing, and you're projecting onto me and just assuming a lot of shit, and that would be annoying. So.
What were we assuming?
That I conflate consciousness with intelligence when I think that the way you're engaging.
Smarter than Lance. Lance would have never been able to articulate that. Let's just be honest here, okay? Let's be honest.
That's so mean. Oh my god!
Mean but true. But totally true. I don't know Lance. Lance could not even track the conversation. That's why that show was so funny, because Lance couldn't even track the fucking conversation.
Right.
But we have Katee over here can totally track the conversation.
Yeah, Katee's really putting that 100 IQ to like working.
Anyway.
Yes.
I have a reputation in these circles for being quite condescending. The fact
we've noticed, we figured that out.
That is a measure of intelligence. Look, that takes intelligence to be condescending.
Wait, you've noticed that I'm condescending? I've been trying so hard.
It's great.
What do you mean?
We noticed. I can't tell if you're joking or not right now.
I'm thinking it is joking.
I have been suppressing everything. I've been working so hard. Like, what do you mean?
Well, like, there was like, earlier there was, you're like, Whick, your position was, stupid and shallow. There's been a lot of like, that's stupid, you're stupid. I can't believe you said this. This is retarded.
That's not what I mean by condescending. I was going to threaten you. I was going to threaten you that if you guys keep doing this, we're going to start just like shutting you down by being like hyper condescending the way everyone hates that I do.
Mm-hmm. Like, give us an example.
We'll probably like it though. I mean,
let's feel the condescension.
Okay.
Condescend to us harder, mommy.
I've found it endearing though. I've noticed the condescending nature, and I actually like it.
See, Sitch, that would turn me on if you didn't say that you don't find me exclusively attractive, and also were too much of a coward to show your face.
Wow, look at this.
Look, she's
asking for pics after this.
I know. That's what I was waiting for. You know that Sitch is 6 feet tall, right?
My boyfriend is 6'4".
What's that? If you're dating someone, why are you trying to hit me up?
Yeah, what's going on here?
I hit everyone up.
Isn't he gonna?
Whoa, wait, come on, monogamy. What's happening here?
Yeah,
Are you like policing the borders of my relationship?
I'm policing the borders of all human interaction. Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm allowed to flirt and do whatever I want, and it's none of other people's business what the boundaries of my relationship is.
Are you like in the quote unquote like the Destiny open relationship situation, or is it different?
What does that mean? I don't have an open relationship.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Anyway, are we gonna get an example of the condescension? I am curious. Like, what do you mean by that?
I mean, you've been doing.
You don't have to give me one if you don't want to. That's fine.
I'm sure you'll say something stupid in a minute, and then
okay, perfect.
Telling the retards to go away seemed pretty condescending, but
well, it's funny. I said very early in the stream. I said Katee is like female Doomer, but more personable, and I think I stand by that. So I don't know if you're familiar with Doomer Media at all. But...
No.
Okay. The chat.
But when guys talk about geeky stuff, you're just supposed to laugh because it makes them feel good.
No, Doomer's a YouTuber, so who comes on our stream a lot.
Have you seen the video? Vosh is unironically evil.
I think so.
That's Doomer's video.
Doomer made that video, yeah.
Yeah. That wouldn't really help with explaining what I meant by that comment, but it's fine.
So he's got like a giant hate boner for Vosh. So
yeah.
Oh.
But
yeah, and I might.
We've covered Vosh on the show before. We haven't covered Vosh recently though. But Katie, you should come back when we do a Vosh video because you could.
I have a lot of current anger with Vosh. So
Oh,
I'm
look!
sure
So
I can
you,
be able
so
to
you,
contribute.
so you would be dunking
about
on
what?
him then too? Is that? I thought you'd be defending him, but maybe you will be dunking on him.
I have been defending him for weeks, and the motherfucker had to go and be retarded about like a stupid, dumb critique video. And all he had to do was not say that someone is being racist towards him. But he can't. His pathetic little fragile white ego can't handle it. He has to. It is so upset. My entire Twitter right now is just fighting with Voshites about how they suddenly cares about slurs. And it's like, you never cared about slurs. Shut up. This is stupid.
Wait, what is this video? I'm unfamiliar with all this drama.
Ooh, I'm so angry.
So Vosh doing? Because I know he's.
Wait, what is the video?
I know Vosh has done racial slurs in the past. Is he back to his old tricks again?
No. A Black creator there's been a number of Black creators that have been critiquing Vosh for a large period of time, and a new video essay came out.
FD Signifier did a critique of Vosh, and he came on the show after he did that critique. We talked to him.
That's great. So the new video essay by, I don't remember her name. It's something with Bunny. I should look it up. It's really good. It's really, really good. But Vosh reviewed it for like 2 seconds or more than 2 seconds. And then he said that she's anti-white because she's criticizing him. Mm-hmm. And that's really annoying because all he had to do was listen to some critique and be like, maybe I should reflect if I reinforce white supremacy. And instead he called this Black creator anti-white because that's what he does when Black creators critique him. Apparently.
He did that to
Professor Flowers.
Professor Flowers too, yeah.
And Cad Black, and yeah, it's all in the video.
Mm-hmm.
Is this your video or this other video?
No, go. I'll pull up her name. She's great.
I searched Bunny Vosh, but I didn't find it. So
yeah.
Okay. What was the question?
What was the video? I want to watch it.
The video is white left tube. What is it? White leftist industrial complex, something like that. Let me Google it.
Industrial complex. It's a good title.
Yeah, it's a great title.
Soul Bunny.
Yes, Soul Bunny.
White leftist industrial complex. Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, and like to be fair, I don't agree with everything that she said. Like, personally, while I'm very, I have a lot of critiques of Vosh and how he handled like Professor Flowers, for example. With the Cad Black situation, I'm not as sympathetic. I have different thoughts than the majority of progressives that I've talked to. But like, it doesn't matter. The point is, Soul Bunny made a video. It's a good video. And all he had to do was not, again, accuse a Black creator of being anti-white just because they critiqued him. Mm-hmm. All he had to do, that's all we asked. And he's not even capable of that. And that's really annoying because it's not much to ask when the entire video is criticizing how he's being an antagonistic force for like Black people in the progressive space and how it's stupid. Yeah. He literally did all the things that the video said. Yeah, but see, just like, right.
To me, this is like, you're the frog and Vosh is the scorpion. And you're like, why is Vosh stinging me in the back?
No, because like
it's like, well, this is what Vosh does. I mean, this is his nature.
See, so I was a Vosh believer. I still am.
You were getting stung the whole time.
I can fix him, okay? I can fix him. No, I don't think I hope he comes around eventually, but right now I am pissed and I am hurt. And I'm not playing defense for this retardation. All he had to do was not do the exact thing that you criticized him for doing, and he couldn't even do that because the retard can't even sit and watch a video for more than 5 minutes.
So sad. That short attention span. That's not a progressive thing, is it?
I don't know. I'm not a progressive.
Okay.
Good.
Majin drew a picture of me pointing at a blurred out penis. Well, thank you, Majin, for drawing this and putting this on Twitter.
Did you retweet it?
I'm not retweeting it.
Have any of your chat did an erotic painting of me yet?
Not yet. Well, there you go, chat. Apparently, Katie wants an erotic thing.
It's all gonna be pregnancy porn, isn't it?
Oh no!
They're more into the impreg. Yeah, they like the male pregnancy art. Is what we usually get. We get art of us pregnant. Yeah.
Do you want a penis?
I do want a penis.
She wants a penis
already.
already. A penis. Oh wow! Okay, we're starting to understand little things now. But okay, where was I? Purple Brain for 7 months says, you guys do know that many countries have very sensible abortion legislation. Most have a liability criteria of 15 to 20 weeks.
Yes, much less than the United States, obviously.
Well, depending on what state now. So
yeah,
because obviously it's more than a lot of states. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Mr. Ubercross. That's not relevant. John A for 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, John A. Basil for 4 months says, Adam could never convince me of being a misogynist, but Katie is getting me there. Ouch.
Oh, wow.
Ouch.
Wow. Okay.
Let's see. JMac for another $20. Okay. JMac for $20. Thank you, JMac. Says, there's a reason I have both of my kids' ultrasounds framed. They aren't just a mass of cells. I cannot fathom how one can deny the humanity of a fetus when it shows so much of what makes us human. I gotta suppress my elephant. There you go.
Yeah.
Only women were humans too.
I mean, if only, right? How about this? We can. There'll be no restriction on abortion as long as it's a female fetus. But if it's male, then you have to protect it.
What if it's a trans fetus? Then
well, you can't make. How would you wouldn't know?
Then you're committing transphobia if you abort it.
Okay. Randall Vat for 3 months says people will compromise on practicalities, principles not as much, or at least people don't like to appear to be. Yeah, they don't like to appear to be, sure. But I think a lot of times in politics, you do have to compromise on principles. You're not really compromising on your principles. You just have to compromise on the practical application of your principles in action, if that makes sense.
Of course, yeah. That's why you throw out what your preference is and you say, this is what I would like to get. And if you get close enough to that, you shouldn't knock the table over.
Right. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross. Says, what if we just killed like 1 out of 5 criminals? I know some people want to kill 0 criminals. Also, some people want to kill a lot. Let's compromise at just 20%. That seems like a good compromise.
A true centrist. You must feel at home, Sitch.
I do. I like that. Let's kill black people. Let's not kill any black people. And then the centrist is like, let's kill.
That's the meme. Yeah.
Yes.
We don't like that.
Sure, it's a meme.
Yes.
Yeah, it's totally not real.
I think Katie has probably shared that meme more than once, Sitch.
I bet. Yeah.
It's okay that you think it's a meme.
Yep. It's a very pernicious meme. Mike Osborne for 10 pounds says, Katie, you've offered a compromise without an argument for why second trimester abortion was better. If you ask for more without offering anything, why would you ever dream you would get anything?
Oh, I thought my conversation partners were honest and good faith, and that was my mistake, and I won't do that again.
Wow.
There's the condescending you were looking for, Sitch.
Oh, that wasn't condescension.
Time stamp it.
That wasn't funny. It's just hurtful.
Good.
Jack for another $20 says, Katie, I'm a centrist oppressed minority. Check your privilege. Okay.
Don't get me.
Let's see. Joe the Make for $10 says, activists looting and burning an entire city block destroys a poor minority community for decades. But Katie would give it a pass because she agrees with the optics. Shameful.
That's so true. I want them to go to your specific house. Those black, mean rioters, the way they burn all those houses. I want them to burn your house. your backyard specifically, your children, your everything, just everything you own, those uppity blacks, just all of them.
Whoa, Katie. It's a little too far there.
Listen, the Nick Fuentes, she's been influenced by Nick Fuentes. Good Faith Gary for $20. Thank you, Good Faith Gary says, "Hi, Katie. I don't think we've ever met. My name is Gary."
Hi, Gary. I like you the most. You've been the nicest. You're the best one.
There you go. Well, he is Good Faith Gary, so.
I was gonna DM with Sitch later, but he threw me off the rails, so I guess you can text me.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. Ties for $20 says, "It's so funny how these progressives speak for the minority perspective, simultaneously putting down people in positions of privilege while typically sitting at the apex of privilege themselves. It's so clownish."
Look at this privilege. Look at my nose. It's so privileged. It's because it's like that. It's so big. It's the privilege of a big nose. That's what it is.
You have big nose privilege? Is
big
that what
nose
you're trying to say?
I am.
You know what they say? Big nose. Big penis.
Big dick energy. That's my privilege.
There you go. Ace for $5 says, "Katie, if you follow the advice centrists gave you, then people would actually tolerate you and not disregard your opinion on the spot."
I don't think centrists are the smartest people alive, so I'm fine with them not tolerating me.
Okay.
Look,
Daniel Irish for 10.
I told you were smart. That's not very kind, Katie.
You told me I have 100 IQ, and also you kept bringing up the trans shit. So.
Oh, okay. It's the trans stuff that got you mad at me.
No, it's the constant straw manning that got me mad at you.
You do. I mean, have you ever had an IQ test? I mean, you do seem.
What?
You do seem very intelligent. I'm assuming that you know that, though.
I went to gifted school.
Okay.
Nice.
You did. So you have gifted school privilege?
I have a lot of privilege.
Yeah.
Like all the smartest people I know dropped out of high school, so.
Yeah, but I dropped out of high school because people treated me like crap, not because
because you were condescending as fuck. What did you expect them to do?
No.
Yeah, that's what my dad said.
Jeez.
They really say that?
When you're smarter than the teacher, they get a little pissed about that, obviously.
I don't know. The teachers loved me. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, okay.
I would hang out with the teacher all the time because the kids would hate me. So I just hang out with the teachers.
Why were the kids? What was the problem?
People usually don't like me very much. That's the problem.
Well, I like you, Katie. I guess it's one way. Daniel Irish for $10 says, XY's a lot, says, "I'm 20 minutes behind. Katie said the 4th and 5th trimesters. Does she know what the word try means? Also, earliest viability with our current technology is 20 to 21 weeks, which is second trimester." I did catch that, but I didn't correct you because I'm so nice. I assumed you meant 4th or 5th month. But there's no such thing as 4th or 5th trimester, obviously. So.
Yeah, and then Adam made a comment about that. And I was like, that is such a weird thing that he said. But I didn't realize he was referencing something that I
was being condescending about you, Katie.
I know. I just didn't realize that I did the joke. So I just thought you're being retarded.
I didn't hear you I didn't hear you say it, but I saw the super chat. So I was like,
I didn't realize you were being condescending, Adam. I thought you were just also wrong.
Really? No, I was being
that makes a lot more sense that you didn't pick up on it, actually. Like that makes
Oh my god.
You thought I was wrong? Sitch, come on.
I was like, oh, I thought you were just saying because she said it, and I was like, okay. Well,
look, I'm not as smart as you.
Should I say something? It's spreading. Anyway.
I'm not as smart as you, but I'm definitely smarter than Katie. Come on, let's be real here.
Absolutely.
You weren't gifted, Adam. Okay.
Go Hufflepuff, go.
I wasn't in, you don't know that I wasn't in gifted.
Were you in gifted?
No, but you don't know.
Okay.
They didn't have gifted when I was in school, okay?
Right. God's joke for $5 says, "Sitch, this should not be mainly about optics. This is a part of it, but the BLM riots were immoral and based on lies that the police are massacring black people." I mean, I bet it's based on the idea. I do think that the media over hyperfixates on when Black people are wrongly killed by police officers, and it kind of puts in people's minds that this is like some sort of, hundreds of Black people are like dying every year. When in reality, it's significantly less than that. But that is definitely part of it. Sure.
I'm nodding my head because, like, I don't know. I guess you guys don't read, but that's okay.
I read all the time.
Well, Adam listens. Adam can't read.
Okay.
And I hate reading, so yeah, that's true. I don't read anything.
Good.
John A for $10 says, "Are Katee's braids cultural appropriation?"
Let's talk about that, dude. I've been arguing with my boyfriend about this all fucking day.
Uh-oh.
So, the answer is
Yes.
I'm not telling you. You're not progressive enough to know.
Wait, what position
wow.
was your boyfriend on the side of saying that you shouldn't do it, and you're on the side of obviously defending yourself?
No, my boyfriend was simping. So I was like, dude.
Oh. Wait, so you were arguing against your own actions?
Values.
You were saying it was cultural appropriation?
I can see the arguments for it, which are American centric, which I don't think are valid for my circumstance, but I can see them.
Well, that's true if you're not living in America, though our culture is so dominant because we're the best country in the world.
Yes, but in terms of economic oppression, like me buying these braids at like $5 a piece, like it wasn't really taking away anyone's and any like indigenous or like it's obviously not African American, but any Black or like culture away. So it wasn't taking anyone's livelihood. I'm definitely not profiting of it. So in terms of like economic harm for marginalized communities, it's not really, there isn't really. So the only remaining factor is like the visibility of it, because I talked to an American audience, but in Israel, it's quite common to get dreads, especially after you get released from the military. And I've always wanted to get dreads since I've been 16, and I didn't get them because my ex didn't want me to get them. And now I'm going to get them, and I'm going to get that out of my system, and then no more dreads. But that's just what I need to do. And if people feel uncomfortable with that, then they can criticize me for it,
Yeah, I think with the cultural appropriation, I think there are certainly cases that I would agree with, especially when it has to do with like stealing money, from other people and things of that nature. With the hair stuff, to me, I feel like it's the opposite, because big complaint, at least in America, that Black people have had is that when they work certain jobs, like they go to these sort of like white collar jobs, that these companies will have these kind of dress codes, and a lot of times the dress codes will not be, they won't allow quote Black hairstyles to be part of the acceptable dress code. And they make the argument that it's not fair because it's not like a fashion thing. It's like the hair quality is a little bit different, so it might be more difficult to adhere to whatever the quote white dress code hairstyle is. And I'm sympathetic to that argument. I think that's a fine thing to complain about. But to me, the way to fix that is if the majority of people who in America are white, or just anyone, majority of people in America adopt these quote Black hairstyles, that would make them more socially, culturally acceptable, which would make it more likely that businesses would allow these hairstyles, and thus solving the problem. So to me, I don't really understand from the hair perspective the cultural appropriation argument.
Yeah, let the white savior come in and make it acceptable.
Well, it's more just to let the majority culture adopt the value.
You're speaking my truth right now. Speaking
I know.
my truth, baby.
Look, it's all over your face. I had to say.
I know. Thank you.
Well, is that your actual counter argument? Is a white savior?
It's not a white savior, but it doesn't surprise me that the centrist solution is to go, just make this thing that should be valid because Black people are humans be acceptable to white people, and then it's okay, actually.
Well, no, I'm not making a moral argument. I'm making a how it gets done practically argument.
Yes, and the ethical and moral implications of what you're saying
Mhm.
implies a disgusting society. That's the point. I get that you're talking practicality, and I'm
Mhm.
asking you for a second to have a level of introspection and ask yourself, am I comfortable living in a society where people are only allowed to exist a certain way if white people decide they're fine with it right now?
Of course not.
Good
But
for you.
but that wouldn't preclude that you can have that argument, and I'm not in favor of that. And we can talk about the moral thing about the hair stuff. I don't agree with the moral cultural appropriation of the hair stuff anyway, on top of that. But in terms of the practical argument, it it doesn't make sense to me that if these hairstyles if people want these hairstyles to be more acceptable, why they would try to prevent them from becoming more socially, culturally acceptable. That seems counterproductive.
Yes. So, from your approach and my approach, since we both think is bad, as a progressive, I think, okay, so dismantling white supremacy is harder, but it's more, it's the right thing to do because Black people are not just oppressed by, like, not just Black people, but non-white people are not just oppressed by the fact that they're not allowed to wear their hair to the workplace. So if everything that any marginalized group always has to go under the umbrella of white people are okay with it now and want it too, it's just like, it's literally the cultural appropriation argument, the way that white people commodify like marginalized. You don't want this on your show, okay? Like, I can go on this. This is very like virtue signally shit right here, okay? The point is that I'm personally really into like multiculturalism and globalism, so I'm not big on the cultural appropriation stuff anyway. For me, the only thing that matters is like economic benefits that are being taken away from marginalized people. But it's also just the fact that a white woman wearing dreads would be less stigmatized by white people than a Black woman wearing dreads. And that's part of the issue, that like white people are benefiting from a cultural signifier of a marginalized community, and they're not getting the same social repercussions for the same actions.
How
So
do you
they're
know those
profiting
people?
from that culture while getting none of the consequences.
Right, but if that action, the white woman wearing dreads, which is true, if you, I'll grant you that's true, that the white woman wearing dreads, it's not fair, right? It's unfair because she's not getting the cultural pushback that a Black woman, say, would get it wearing the dreads. But if the white woman wearing dreads thus leads to a better outcome at the end of the day for Black women with dreads, why should we be trying to stop that action?
Yeah, you could
Does it
be
do that?
helping.
What?
Does it do that? Why do you think it does
'Cause
that?
it makes
I know
it-
you assume it does that, but it seems to be the case that it doesn't actually do that.
Well, because things that are deemed acceptable by society generally fall along the lines of whatever the majority culture accepts as acceptable. So if the majority culture
accepts
accepts
it on white people. That's the point.
Oh. Well,
So if two
Okay,
people
I see what you're
in the
saying. You
workplace
think-
have dreads and one is white and one is Black, you think they're going to be mean to the Black lady?
No, that's not what racism is. That's
Okay.
not
well, it sounds like you're
being
saying
mean to people or not.
no, but it sounds like you're saying you think that we would have it's hard for me to conceptualize a society where a white woman, because we were talking about office dress code policy. Like obviously an office couldn't have a policy where like a white woman could have her hairstyle one way
Yeah.
and a Black person couldn't have the
Yes.
same hairstyle, right?
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying if those hairstyles were like accepted as the cultural norm, then that would mean that businesses would accept those hairstyles, thus helping that issue.
Okay. But you realize that doesn't solve anything except for now businesses let women wear their hair because white women do it too.
Well,
Like that doesn't address
you're saying it wouldn't address white
meaningfully
supremacy, right,
societally.
right. Well,
Like it's just like
Mhm.
solving a random thing that doesn't matter in the grander scale of anything. It's
Well-
just like such a meaningless like,
But
wait,
you
wait,
would
wait,
call
wait,
it a
wait,
microaggression, though.
wait. There's two things happening. First of all, it would
What?
solve the hair problem, which is supposedly a real enough thing that people complain about it. Okay, it wouldn't necessarily solve white supremacy, but whether it solves white supremacy or not wouldn't wouldn't explain the gatekeeping about the hairstyle in terms of like that. But then number two, I would say it would help even with the broader systemic issues of making people less racist, because I think a lot of racism does stem from seeing people as others and not wanting to necessarily be empathetic to them. And I think that if you do have a society where certain, the way people look or the way people dress or what their interests are shared in a broader cross-cultural extension, makes people more empathetic to help other people.
Okay. So black hair and black women hair does not conclude in dreads. When you're talking about solving the hair issues in workplaces, white women wearing dreads is not going to normalize the way that black women wear their natural hair.
I was using dreads as a stand-in. Obviously,
Yes.
that's for every hairstyle, right?
But it's not about hairstyle. White women cannot and will not just wear like black women, they wear wigs, or there are a lot of different hairstyles. There's a lot of different type of black hair. Like it's a whole thing. So when we're talking about wearing your hair natural to work and not being allowed to do that, even if your plan worked, which I don't think it would, it's literally not feasible because white women can't wear black hair. They can't do black hair. Like it's not a thing that can be done. Like dreads are
white
easy
women,
to transfer.
I see black women do white hairstyles all the time, though. I mean, you see black women that have like blonde bobs and all kinds of stuff.
Yes.
Is that
they
not
wear
cultural appropriation?
wigs,
Right. Okay.
or not just wigs, but cultural appropriation usually talks about like a marginalized group versus like the dominant group.
Okay, I gotcha.
Well, to me, it just
also white culture is not a thing. So.
I agree. That's why I was saying majority culture. But
majority culture.
Well, I mean, I assume you agree there's a majority culture in most countries, right?
I'll have to think about it.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, whatever. We can move off the hair topic, but okay. Elis the Aquanaut for 13 months says, please ask her the questions. What questions? Oh, no. We're not. We've stopped doing the 3 questions.
Yeah.
What are the questions? I want the questions.
My God.
You don't want the questions, I'm telling you.
I want the questions.
All right, she wants the question.
They're
question.
They're very inappropriate questions.
The first question is, are owls birds?
That's not the inappropriate one, obviously.
Oh, look.
She answered in record time.
She answered no hesitation.
The chat is totally triggered, but
that's got to be at least putting you in the 120 IQ range.
I know.
Wait, why? What's
everyone thinks it's a trick?
Owl?
Well, okay. We had someone on. We had Doomer on actually, who was making a joking argument that owls aren't birds.
Oh, now you think he was joking, huh?
He's obviously joking. But so when we ask people this question, there's always a pause because people think it's a trick question. So
owls are birds.
Owls are birds. Yes.
Yeah.
Like your confidence. Okay. Second question. Do you think you could defeat a horse-sized duck in a fight?
No.
Okay.
Good.
There you go. Third question. No, that's the pussy answer. Third question. When you watch pornography,
I don't.
Well, if you've ever watched pornography, or any sex scene or something, do you envision yourself as a participant in it, or do you watch it as if it's like 2 people separate from you that you're kind of like just watching them have sex?
The second one.
Okay.
Voyeuristic.
But you're saying you don't watch porn?
No.
Okay.
I also don't masturbate.
What?
God. Never have? Never in your entire life?
In your entire life?
No, I never said my entire life.
Oh,
okay.
Okay. Well,
that's fine. Listen, I'm just good. It means your boyfriend's providing for you. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Where were we? Are you okay?
How
Okay.
I mean, we have like a lot more super chats, so you just let us know when you're tired, Katie. I don't like.
Are you trying to chase me away because
Listen,
your
Katie
chat
can
doesn't
go all
like
night.
me?
Okay, she's expressly.
No, I just obviously we try to make our
I
guests
can't-
feel comfortable no matter how condescending they are on our show. Okay.
I haven't actively condescended you bitches once, okay?
Well, that is debatable, but
I want to get to the condescension. I got to say something really stupid. Listen, I'm going to say
You
something.
already said
okay?
something really stupid about my boyfriend providing for me, right? And I just
Why is
let
it-
that one slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was a sensitive topic.
oh shit.
I'm not even gonna bring up my sex life because you're gonna get so uncomfortable. I
No,
don't
wait,
want-
tell me,
I am
Wait,
already
okay.
uncomfortable.
Oh my
Jeez.
Wait, no,
yeah,
no.
Adam, you
Tell
poor
me.
thing.
Let's make Adam more uncomfortable. Let us.
Yeah,
tell us.
Adam.
What do you want to tell us? Tell us the deep dark secrets.
Ask me questions. Wait, what? There were more
Who brought
inappropriate
up the
questions.
Who brought up the 3 questions? That was no. Those were the 3
That was
inappropriate
Elos the
questions.
Aquanaut.
What
Wait,
was
what was-
inappropriate about it?
Well, the porn question. Everyone doesn't want to answer the porn
You guys
question.
are such pussies. Oh my
Mhm.
god.
I mean, we literally were asking like authors and doctors this question. So
Yeah.
and then one day I was like,
Authors
we
and
probably-
doctors would talk to you?
College professors.
college professors.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were asking everyone this question. So, but anyway, what was the sex thing you want to say?
I don't know. I did like a sex interview series, so I talk about sex a lot. So I
Mhm.
don't
Oh,
really
okay,
get
on your-
awkward about weird
on your
shit
channel.
like that.
You've done content, and you
Listen.
wonder
Yeah,
why
of
people
course.
are messaging you, telling you to like send them naked pictures.
No, that's not fair.
What?
Well, you said in the beginning of the show that you didn't like it when people sent you messages telling you to like take your clothes off and stuff.
Yeah, but
But-
just
Yeah.
because you talk about sex doesn't mean that you should that people.
Well,
should
you can
interpret it
kind
that
of
way.
expect people are going to do that.
No, I
though.
disagree. No.
Oh,
stop.
I expect it, but that's because men are garbage. That's not like. Of course, I expect
Well,
it.
I don't disagree with that. That's
Yeah,
my-
good.
I brought that up many times on the show. So
I mean, we talk
Good.
about all sorts of degenerate sexual stuff on the show. So
I think women should have a healthy skepticism of what men are trying to sell them.
mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. I think that's very misandrist, and I feel bad for men that some men think so low of men that they say such horrible
Yeah.
shit like that.
Well, I mean, but
Jeez.
it's factual reality, though. So I mean,
That's
sometimes
okay that you feel that it's factual
sometimes the
reality just
truth
because you
hurts.
want to dehumanize other men. That's
I
okay.
can't believe you, Adam.
look,
You're
I
so
got to
woke.
dehumanize the competition.
I thought you were married.
For Sitch, for my buddy Sitch.
No, Adam's taking the red pill. He's always got to keep his eyes open for potential
No, I'm happily.
stable.
I'm trying to marry off my friend Sitch here. That's my ultimate goal.
Oh, okay.
So
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it.
that's my secret goal of the show. We want an
Mhm.
S-class wedding, so we're trying.
Okay, thank you. Trin.
Isn't he 12?
Yes,
Sitch?
Adam is trying to groom me. Yes, it's
How
disgusting.
old are you?
I'm 12. Yes,
Sitch?
No, I'm serious.
I'm 12. I'm serious.
Adam.
I'm the most
Your baby
articulate
is
12-year-old
being a
you've ever
baby.
had a
I
conversation.
think
with.
Sitch is early 30s.
I'm 12 years old. Stop
Yeah,
it.
Really?
yeah.
I
Si-
would have never guessed that. Okay.
6 feet tall, and he's not really.
What
6
you think?
feet
You think
tall,
I'm
but-
like a little wee lad?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't. I wouldn't want to look. I don't believe in asking women their age. So
Well, that's because you don't want anyone to ask you your age. Okay.
Are
Well,
you
I mean-
trying to ask me my age?
no, I'm not. I'm.
Okay.
Yeah.
How old do you think Adam is?
I don't think. I think it's rude to talk about people's ages, especially mine.
I don't want Adam to answer, but I want you to guess how old you think Adam is.
How uncomfortable.
32?
Look at this. You're
32. Look
completely.
at that.
You're completely objectifying me. I don't
I
like
know.
this.
You should be.
I would
32,
not
Adam. Look at
objectify
that.
you. Trust me.
32 is a bit off, but thank you.
You
You're
see, you should
welcome.
love whenever anyone does this. It's such a massive compliment too.
I'm 35. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. It's okay.
You've totally made my day.
I
Thank
hope
you.
I look as good as Adam does. Okay, in the future. That's all I'm gonna say. Trin-
Be in the future, so he's not in his 30s. He's a wee lad. He's a baby.
that if you want to interpret that sentence that way, then go for it.
Look, I said he was.
Trent-
I said he was in his early 30s. So
Yes. Trento Vi for $14, 14 Canadian says, "Hey, Sitch Adam, recently watched a stream that mentions the Immaculate Conception of the gibbon. Hate to tell you, Sitch, but turns out a male monkey in a neighboring enclosure simply found a glory hole." Yes, I know. So sad. We heard
Yeah.
about that. Yes.
ouch.
Forrest for $5 says, "Ask Katie about the rates of arrest for meth per ethnicity."
Is that-
something you
For
don't
what?
know
Is that
off the top of your head? The
Is
rates
that
of
what
arrest for
white
meth.
people are getting arrested for?
Is it? I don't know.
Meth. We haven't talked
Meth?
about women smoking meth in pregnancy. Have you ever tried meth?
No.
No comment.
Adam is a degenerate. He's tried everything.
Stop saying degenerate. It makes you sound really boring. Stop calling things degenerate.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
it's-
sorry that I'm anti-smoking meth. I didn't know
Thank
this was
you.
such a fucking
Thank you,
like,
Katie.
Because you call everything degenerate. You were like, the
Yes.
porn thing is degenerate. Talking
Well, that I was
about
being
age is
facetious.
dege-
Thank you,
Okay,
Katie.
baby.
Thank you.
You're
Listen,
welcome.
you look at all the porn you want, but don't smoke meth. Okay. But yeah, no. Is there? I'm assuming there's a racial disparity. A lot more white people are arrested for meth, I assume, than black people. But I don't know what the numbers are offhand.
Good for
Because
them.
black people are not doing meth. Because they're smart.
There you go.
Good for them.
Yeah, totally good for them.
Yeah.
Sammy G for $10. Hey, Sammy. Says, "I can't get this systemic racism narrative because then how could my Hispanic grandfather run a big company in America? How was he allowed to do that in a white system? Spoiler, he wasn't white passing."
Yeah, what's
Oh,
going on
God.
there?
Oh God. Oh.
She got you. Look at that. She
Yeah.
totally got you.
Fellow human female.
I guess your grandfather.
Sammy
was
G
just-
broke her brain.
Yeah, I guess you're right. All those people talking about systemic racism all the time, they didn't factor for your grandfather. I guess our entire system falls apart now. It's all ruined. No, my ideology. No, my life. It's
What
all
a world! What a world! Got him.
Look, we've convinced her.
And
We've won you over. You see
Yes.
the flaw in your
Yeah,
ideology.
I
now.
have,
Yes.
I have yet to hear the one example of a Hispanic person succeeding in America, and that's what I needed to be convinced that
There you go. Listen,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. Yeah, obviously people can succeed in the system. That doesn't mean that most people succeed. That has nothing to do with that. Please read anything. Like, oh
There
my
you go.
God.
read anything.
Mhm.
Well, not anything, right? Because
No, like
you want to
anything
read
at this point. Just
Thomas Sowell.
anything.
Let's read some Thomas Sowell books, right?
Yes, read that. At that point, I don't.
Read Clarence Thomas's memoir. Okay.
Are you being condescending, Sitch? Please.
I've never been condescending in my entire life. No, of course not. Memeing. I'm not being condescending.
Oh, okay, good.
I've very
Glad.
rarely ever been condescending on a stream to any person we've ever talked to directly. I'm trying to think of when I've ever been condescending.
I feel like that's completely untrue. I feel like we've been condescending to a lot
There's a
of
difference
people.
between condescending and teasing, okay?
I mean, I was condescending to Mr. Girl and Jangles.
Yeah, you were.
and
I don't disagree with that. You were 100% condescending, Mr. Girl. But I wasn't. so-
Sometimes you have to be.
Right. You're gonna love this one. PC for $2 says, Katie, so should we just get rid of the police and crime goes away?
Yes.
Okay.
Good answer.
CT for 2 Canadian says, "Hi Katie, what's your zodiac sign? Thanks for coming on."
Well, I'm a Slytherin, and I'm a condescending bitch. So you know I'm a Scorpio.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow. So when Vosh was stinging you, you were like, "Sting me, motherfucker."
Sting you back. Yeah.
That's not how Scorpios do.
Oh, okay.
Scorpio's the scorpion, though, right?
Not being a white woman, I don't know what all the zodiac signs do. So
I think
Are
Scorpio
you sure
is
you're
a
not a white
scorpion.
woman?
that's true. I don't really know. I should explore that.
You should know trans ideology is very pervasive these days.
I could be socially contagioned into thinking that. Yes. Equishidox for $5 says, police aren't at fault for fatherlessness. Those men left their children long before they ran to the police. It's a cultural and value crisis.
You have a lot of conservative in your audience.
Oh, of course we do. Yeah.
We welcome them.
Of course you do. They're the only one who will pay you.
Based. I mean,
Well,
they
no,
generally
I
have more
mean-
money. So.
Yeah.
Silence You Idiot for $20 says, normally I don't double tip in a week. Is Katie treating me like doobie Sitch, or have I missed 2 hours of good debate before the condescension? Even FD Signifier seems like a friendlier debater when he disagrees a ton. Well, there you go.
Well,
I have been super friendly. I have been on my best fucking behavior with those bitches, okay? And then Sitch is like, no, I actually don't think you're the only girl who's attractive. And I, fuck you. This is done, okay?
Oh, man.
Done with this.
Shit.
How dare you, Sitch?
How dare you?
But I don't show my face. I could be like a horrendous 300-pound-year-old, like, ugly guy. Why do you care what I think?
You think I care about, like, how you look?
No. Why?
She cares about how
if I was really
you care
ugly,
about
would you
how she
care?
looks.
Right. If I was really ugly, would my opinion about your appearance matter at all?
Yeah, I don't care how you look.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't give a fuck.
She likes
Well,
you
you
for
have a
your-
lot more integrity than I do.
Yeah, we've talked about shallowness. It's
Yes,
fine.
I'm very shallow. That is true.
No, I think most people care about looks. It's just like my my connectivity and sexuality don't really have to do with how the other person looks. So it's very inconsequential to me. Like I guess my boyfriend is currently the only in shape boyfriend I've had, like, ever since I was a teen. Most of them were overweight. So
wow.
Nice. Well, good for him.
Yeah, I guess.
Come on, you gotta give him a little more praise for that. I guess it's okay,
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Sitch does karate and taekwondo, and like he's.
That's really dorky.
What are you talking about?
He's totally in shape.
That's really
Not
dorky.
Really. None of this is true, but thank you, Adam. Trying to build me up here. Listen, can you give me your boyfriend's Twitter? I want to DM him some praise because I don't know if he's getting enough praise for working out.
He's not.
Okay.
Like, I don't care that he does.
Oh,
I wish he'd stop.
No.
Look, it sounds like you like fat guys, Katie. I mean, why are you going outside of your wheelhouse?
I like fat guys. I don't even know what that means. I just don't particularly care how the guy I am with looks.
But
it's
you
not
said,
how I'm attracted to people.
You said like all your ex-boyfriends were fat and that this guy's in shape, and it's like bothersome. So, I mean, what am I supposed to...
It's only bothersome because he talks about the gym and shit, and he wants to go to the gym, and I don't care about that.
Oh,
it's not bothersome because of how he looks. Like, it's nice that he can pick me up and shit, but like, I don't really care. It's like, if he got fat, I don't care. Like, he cares, but it's just a waste of time.
I mean, that's like the perfect girlfriend, right?
I mean...
Oh, no. Have you met me?
Depends on what you mean by perfect, but... So just have him work... What?
Fuck you.
Where was I? Oh, I'm not gonna read that. That's too mean.
Why not?
I'm gonna read questions. I'm not gonna just read like someone just making an insult. Let's see.
Pretend it's aimed at me and just read it.
No.
Read it with Adam instead.
I'll read it after.
After what?
Oh, you'll read it after.
I'll read it once Katie's gone. Yeah. I'll read it behind your back.
Do you need me to leave so you can read all the mean ones?
No.
I mean,
Not yet, anyway. I'll let you know when we need you to leave so I can read the mean ones.
I don't feel like Katee has been meaner than. I don't think FD Signifier was mean at all when he came on. So
No.
I don't get the comparison.
Katee has been meaner, but I don't have a problem with it. People are very
I
sensitive
feel
to
like
it.
it's just.
I find Katie's meanness endearing the same way I find Doomer's meanness endearing.
I agree. Yeah, totally.
Yes.
The Doomer
It's a misogyny thing and an ideology.
Well, Doomer's a boy, so
yeah.
No, how dare you? You're the sexist for assuming it had something to do with sex.
Yeah.
What? What are you talking about?
You said it was a misogyny thing.
People usually are annoyed with my meanness, even though I'm mean like
so
everyone
sorry.
else.
I completely misunderstood what you said.
Because you're a woman, right?
Right.
You're like, if Destiny is this mean and he gets rewarded for it, you're this mean, and like everyone is like, why is she such a bitch?
I'm mean in a different way than Destiny. So there's a masculine way of being mean that is like rewarded in the space. But if you're mean in a condescending or a bitchy way, that's annoying. But when guys are yelling at each other that they're retarded and brain dead, that's entertaining. So it's just like
I think this is pretty entertaining, to be honest with you. So
it's entertaining for me too. But other men get really like their balls kind of like crawl up into their body because they get really intimidated.
Well, that's the sensation
really
of cringe, but
God, that's hilarious.
Well, I don't know if it's I think what you're saying is kind of generally true, but the
I'm not
comparison.
done. Can I finish?
Oh, sorry, I man interrupted you.
Shut the fuck up since she's talking.
Yes.
I was just gonna say that the other reason why people get like that is because ideologically I'm very far from them, and people don't like people who have very different opinions, right? So it's both. It's an annoying lady. It's an annoying lady with annoying opinions, and some people really don't like my voice or my attitude. So it compiles.
I think there's a third element too, which is kind of like having like a very I have a definitive opinion about this, and if you disagree, you're fucking stupid attitude. Because that's why everyone in our audience hates Doomer, because he has a very strong, very strong attitude, and you're not afraid to voice it in those terms, essentially.
Yeah. Unlike you guys, you don't have a definitive opinion.
We're very
wishy-washy. You come with an open mind. You just end up in the same position.
Yeah.
You're open to listen. It just always ends up that it's not very convincing. That's all.
True.
We like facts, so.
Have you read Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow?
Okay, Adam.
We like the facts, so bring the facts and you'll convince us. But
facts don't care about your opinions.
Adam, I don't think someone that talks about social contagion like you gets to talk about facts. Okay.
Wow.
But you admitted social contagion is real.
No, I never did, but I don't expect you to have understood that.
Your whole argument on Nick Fuentes is social contagion, though.
No, that's what you superimposed on my argument to make your stupid trans point.
Sitch, why did you bring up the trans stuff? It's very transphobic of you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should let you just... She knew where you were going with it. It just felt like it was this weird game of let's all beat around the bush here, so...
Yeah, Sitch never does that. She's completely honest all the time.
Thank you.
Generally, yeah.
He's abusing you, Adam. Like, he's calling out your
I know, it's true. Thank you for pointing it out.
He's calling out your bluff, but he knows you're not smart enough to call out his bluff, so he gets to get away with them.
Listen,
and that's not
listen,
fair.
Slytherin, don't expose the Ravenclaw abusing Hufflepuff, okay?
Hey, Slytherin sees abuse and Slytherin knows, okay? Game recognizes game, bitch.
I got Adam wrapped around my finger. How dare you expose this?
Look at this. She's talking about game. Wow.
I know.
She's red-pilled.
True. Living in the Walls for $5 says, it's amazing to me how the platforming debate strips agency from the audience. At no point are we thinking individuals. We are just political cattle. I mean, that is true, though. You guys are just cattle. Except for our audience. Our audience is filled with super hyper-rational, individualist, amazing, intelligent people. But every other audience on planet Earth is filled with stupid sheep. So
exactly.
Is that why your audience continued to generate roughly the same super chats over and over again with no critical thinking whatsoever?
Moving on. Luke W for 2 months says absolutely insane that Katee is against humanizing people. This is I don't agree with this. Is against humanizing people when dehumanization is what led to the Holocaust.
If only we could have humanized the Nazis in the Holocaust. If only
Yeah.
Well, I think he means humanizing the Jews would have been a step in the right direction.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a good.
Yeah, but he's making a dumb point.
Yes.
You know, it's okay that he means something. He just made a poor argument for it.
Right. Prince Len for $10 says, I'm a black conservative man in America. This woman is another white supremacist savior who thinks she knows what's best for black folks. Her ideas will continue in the destruction of black communities.
Wow.
Let me save you, you little
Don't
black
say the N-word.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, watch out, Katee.
I have a joke.
What was the joke?
I can't tell you.
Tell us. Put it in the chat.
I can't.
Here, wait. You see where it says more on Zoom? And then chat it, and I'll tell you whether it's acceptable.
You do not deserve my jokes, okay?
What?
Not as a white supremacist, progressive, white savior girl,
Oh
okay?
God.
Your PFP is black, and as your savior, you do not get my jokes.
It's not black. I'm a person of shadow. It's not black. Get out of here.
Copium.
Shadow person. Wow, that's very offensive to people
Copium.
of shadow. Jesus.
Copium.
Javier Portillo Fernandez for $5 says, all the worst people you can think of are still humans, no matter how bad you want them not to be. I mean, that is true. That's
It
true.
is so weird they think they're arguing against my point. I think
Yes.
that's beautiful.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you, Jay. Says, a lot of terrible people have done impressive things. Have you seen Attila's KDR? Ouch.
That is very true.
Yes.
Do you know what KDR is?
Of course she does. She's a real
Kill
gamer.
to death ratio, right?
Yeah.
Look at that.
course.
Whole Sitch. Check out the big brain on Katee.
Wow.
Big brain. So Dark Souls doesn't have a KDR, so I was like, I know that from Age of Empires. But I don't know. Ugh.
Are you a gamer, Katie? Are you part of the most oppressed class of people?
What's your take
No.
on Gamergate?
I wasn't there. I had a life. I was having sex.
Boom. Mic drop. Star for $5 says, I think it's interesting that a major reason why some say it's bad to platform Fuentes seems to amount to the fact that they find him likable. Well, I don't think that's interesting. I think that's the whole thing. They think if this person is likable, then people will be swayed to their extreme positions, right?
It's almost like charismatic people have a way of swaying people.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I feel like people, the charisma immediately evaporates as soon as they start talking about, anti-Semitic shit.
Well, yeah,
Like
but it
how much
okay.
charisma
So
did Kanye lose?
Wait. We got to talk about this a little bit more intelligently. Most people, including Nick himself, they don't put on the Balenciaga suit like Kanye and start talking about how much they love Hitler, right? It's a lot more subtle and it's a lot slower process of
Right.
kind of pulling people into these things. So it's not exactly like, if you tune in to a random Nick Fuentes stream, it's not going to necessarily, well, I don't know, maybe it is now, but it probably wasn't in the past just like, oh, the Jews this, the Jews that, right?
Yeah, but
So-
I get what you're saying, but if you're constantly making jokes and everyone's perceiving them as jokes, and then the day that you go, no, wait, those weren't jokes, I am serious, and all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, fuck, I did totally disagree with you.
Yeah, but I don't think it works like that. I think the way it works is that, there are these, we're just making, edgy jokes, and it's like half the audience thinks they're jokes, and half the audience thinks they're real. And I think very slowly the jokes become less and less jokes over time in
Right.
people's minds.
But as soon as you say, as soon as that point happens, you lose the audience that thought you were joking.
No. What I'm saying is in people's minds, I think the more and more and more and more the jokes get repeated, the more, not for everyone, obviously, but for a lot of people, it's like, oh, these become less and less jokes, right? They start to become more and more real. That was my complaint about the whole prevalence of just showing videos on Twitter of Black people committing crimes.
Right.
Like it's like if you just are in a situation where you just see jokes, oh, I'm just telling jokes every day, right, about Jews controlling everything or black people being violent or something.
Right.
I do think it's going to have an effect on your psyche.
Well,
Where over time, it's going
that's
to kind of sink in.
that's an important point. I mean, they're trying to, in the same way that they're gaslighting a bit with the number of videos, playing with the numbers. The gaslighting that goes on about the Jews controlling everything creates a certain amount of paranoia that they're allowed to capitalize on. That I get, yes.
Well, but it was like the problem with like Quack. Like when we started doing the videos on Quack, a lot of people were like, "Oh, he's not really anti-Semitic. He's just making jokes." Like they don't, but it's like, no, he really is.
Right.
Right. And then they get suckered down this kind of road. And then I actually had people who were DMing me, months later, like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I got angry.
Yeah, they're
you
still
were totally right. Quack
okay.
totally is, totally anti-Semitic, right?"
So he had that moment when he was like, he told them, "No, I'm not joking," and they were like, "Fuck that."
Well, that person did, yeah. But
right. But you worry
So,
that
Sitch,
other
do you
people
think-
won't. Go ahead, Katie.
Do you think that applies to what they do with black people or what you guys do with trans people?
what do we do with trans people?
Yeah.
The jokes.
No. Well, I don't know what jokes you're referring to.
Okay.
I mean,
my position on trans stuff is that I think people with gender dysphoria should be able to transition, but I think it should remain to be a medical procedure. And I've been very stringent about this from day one, so I don't think I'm confusing anyone what my position is.
we did laugh about Lance's position on sucking lady penis, but
Right.
how is that? I mean, how is that derogatory towards trans people?
Well, wait a minute. That's obviously could be derogatory to trans people. But the question is, right. But the question is, there's a difference between that we're arguing with the absurdity of sort of the conversation that's kind of going on right there. And not saying like, oh, I don't think people should be able to transition. Or I think trans people should not get rights or something to that extent.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
But you agree that making, for example, certain jokes about Jewish people reinforces certain negative stereotypes about Jewish people, which upholds anti-Semitism.
It can. So, like, for example, like, everyone knows, as I said on stream, everyone knows I'm Jewish. So if I make a Jewish joke, people know intrinsically that I am not saying any of these things about Jewish people. It's very different than if Nick Fuentes, right, is making a joke about Jewish people. And it's the same thing, like, if we go with the trans stuff, like, if I make a joke or Adam makes a joke, somebody makes a joke about, trans person. If all we did was make jokes about trans people, or just say we made jokes about Jews, and we never actually addressed the topic seriously in a way where we push back against an extreme view, then I would believe you're kind of going down the Nick Fuentes route. But if someone makes jokes about Jews or whatever, but then they're pushing back against the extreme views, pretty regularly, and people see that in their audience, I don't think you're going to have that confusion that you're going to get with like the Nick Fuentes.
So if you guys make jokes, but then also talk about social contagion, which is totally not an extreme view regarding the trans conversation, and about how trans people need to suck it up and stop whining, and they don't have it nearly as bad as black people in America. You are both being very serious about how you are kind of conspiratorial and promoting like transphobic narratives around trans people while also making jokes.
How is social contagion transphobic though?
So
it's conspiratorial.
Okay. Well, no, but this is the problem, Katie. I don't think you don't understand the basis of our argument or my argument. So you're assuming your position here, because the basis for my argument is that if you look at the facts, if you look at the data, 60 to 90% of children before affirmative care model was put in place desisted when they were diagnosed with gender dysphoria, meaning that once they went through puberty, they no longer felt they had gender dysphoria.
I'm not saying that you object to people transitioning.
Let me finish. Okay.
Okay, it's a waste of time, but go ahead.
Well, Katie, you were making an accusation against me. So
you don't even get what my accusation is, but go ahead.
So once the affirmative care model was put into place, that all changed. And the number of desistants once kids were given puberty blockers and given cross-sex hormones, went from 60 to 90% to 30 to 2%. Okay, which to me shows me that obviously there's something going on here that requires more study. And I think you combine that with the massive increase in the rates of people identifying as transgender, especially among young girls, which is vastly disproportionate to the amount that they were coming out as trans before recently. And to me, that leads me to believe more in a social contagion theory for these events that are happening. And I don't think that's transphobic.
Yeah, I'm sure that you don't.
Well, how is it? Explain to us how it is transphobic.
Well, it's conspiratorial.
Well, no, it's not a conspiracy. It's just it happens.
Yeah, I don't think it's intentional.
What happened?
There's social contagions around anorexia. Is that a conspiracy?
What do you think social contagion in regarding to transphobia, like trans people, is?
Well,
that people are
this is
catching
why,
being trans?
This is
No.
why I asked you what your opinion of social contagion was. I mean, we never really dug into it, but social, like, do you understand social contagion?
I don't think I do.
Well, social contagion often is, people empathize with other people that they find high status or that they find respectable or endearing, and they copy those people. Like there's actually a report that they put out for people who work in the media about how to handle when celebrities kill themselves, because they found that when celebrities kill themselves, there can be a social
There's
contagion.
an uprising.
There's
and
a
people
social
killing
contagion of
themselves,
people
yes.
killing themselves. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
if that happens with suicide, why couldn't that be also happening with transgenderism? There's also plenty of literature on social contagion around anorexia. Like one girl will get anorexia and all her friends will want to empathize with her, and they all end up with anorexia too. So
That's quite simplistic, but okay. Yeah, they kind of like, I guess that's an interesting way of phrasing it. What are like,
well, this is why I brought it up in the context of Nick Fuentes too, because I mean that's basically what you're saying. You're saying, look, people look up to Destiny. Destiny's very influential. If Destiny does something, even if he says, "Oh, you shouldn't do this," other people will do it, right?
you realize that if that's your threshold for social contagion, everything humans do is that. Like, we're constantly influenced by each other all the time. If social contagion just means humans are affected by other humans that they like, then it's like a meaningless statement.
Well, I think status. I think high status is an important component that would.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, if your best friend is into something, you're more likely to be into it too. So, I mean, their status is relative to you. But if someone is high status, I mean, this is why they have the ideas around, I guess, is it regulation? Why they have the certain prohibitions about talking about suicide when celebrities kill themselves in the media is because they don't want a bunch of people to kill themselves. But we don't have any of those kind of prohibitions around these celebrity transgender people. But I could easily see if celebrity transgender people are making young people think that they have gender dysphoria when they don't. That could be a problem.
How could you make one think they have gender dysphoria?
Well, they could. Like a lot of people say that a lot of the people with gender dysphoria have autism, so they become fixated on gender. Look, so you don't buy that. It sounds like looks like you're laughing about it. So
yes, I said conspiratorial for a reason.
Well, why don't you buy it though?
Why don't I buy it though? Because I think that gender dysphoria, if we're strictly talking about gender dysphoria, is a psychiatric condition that has like diagnostic criteria. And I trust medical professionals who are more educated and more capable of me and that have researched this field a lot longer to be able to make better diagnostic decisions than a layperson like myself does. So that, and combined with the fact that social contagion, by your definition, is like when you like someone, you try to imitate their behavior. But the fact that gender is not something like a clothes that you pick, like gender experience is quite unique. And if you talk to trans people, they'll talk about having very early experiences with their gender and like their gender dysphoria or like the mismatch with their gender. Plus the fact that bringing up that it's mostly basically the trope is like vulnerable, autistic young girls who are confused. It's setting up a certain narrative to delegitimize trans people and their transitioning.
I would agree with you if the narrative is untrue. But the question is whether or not it's untrue. Philosophy Tube came out recently and said that a lot of transgender people are basically saying whatever they need to say to these people who are supposed to be evaluating them to get the evaluation that they want. So when you're putting your faith in these professionals, how do you deal with the fact that, you know, some big YouTube influencer has basically told them what to say? So they're going to go to those people, say what they need to say, and those people are going to tell them that they have gender dysphoria.
Well, I think Philosophy Tube was really shitty with their video, actually.
Okay.
I think delegitimizing gender dysphoria is pretty unhelpful to trans people.
But you, as a clinician, how do you tell the difference between someone who's listened to Philosophy Tube and is just telling you what Philosophy Tube told?
I'm not a clinician.
But I understand that. But just imagine that you are a clinician, okay? Someone has come to you and they're describing their experience of gender dysphoria. How do you tell the difference between someone describing what Philosophy Tube has told them to describe and someone who has had those actual experiences?
Okay, so there are two parts to that answer. One is I am not a clinician, neither are you. If you don't trust clinicians to be able to do their jobs, then that's like a whole different conversation.
Right.
It seems that there's a mistrust. I don't know if that mistrust exists for you in everything. I suspect it doesn't just in this specific case, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, pretty much everything. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you're a libertarian then.
Dentists really, I mean, don't trust a dentist, whatever you do, Katie. They're fucking monsters. So.
Okay. Thank you. So yeah, if you have a distrust in the institutions and the education and like the professionals who are doing the diagnosis, obviously you're going to lean into whatever makes sense in your head. I just find it to be like incredibly anti-intellectual and like non-factual. Well, but you can go with your feelings. So, but like,
are you assuming? Are you saying that the clinician will have a way to weed out the people who are just telling them exactly what Philosophy Tube said to tell, and there's some method to this that you don't necessarily understand? Is that the argument that you're making?
No, I'm saying that I trust mental professionals to do their jobs.
Right.
And hopefully, if someone faked their symptoms, they'll be caught up along the way.
Right.
Right.
Okay. I got
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyone can try to fake anything. That was the second part of my answer that I wanted to ask you. It's kind of like you can go online and read what the symptoms of depression are, and then you can go to a psychiatrist and pretend to have depression.
Right.
So you would either need to make this argument for literally any type of anyone who's diagnosed with anything, or this is just about vulnerable autistic trans girls who are also really good at faking symptoms to mental health professionals that it is their job to figure it out.
Well, I don't know that I have a lot of faith in the mental health professionals, so
Yeah, so that's what I mean with conspiratorialism. Like, if you don't believe in the institutions that we entrust in to make these types of like medical decisions for the sake of like children, then I don't know how to qualm your fear, right? If you say I don't trust medical professionals, I don't have a way to say no, you should. Like, I just have more belief in like the
It's not.
field of medicine. I
It's
don't know.
first of all, you keep saying it's conspiratorial. There's no conspiracy of people to undermine these institutions. Okay, I think these are just situations that happen. I think people, they see an influencer that's very popular. They're like, I want to be like this person. Maybe I am like this person. Maybe I have the same sort of affliction as this person. And they just
Mm.
start internalizing that identity, which
And
I
they
think
just
I think
happen
can
to be
happen.
autistic. So it happens to work out really
Well,
well because autistic people are dumb.
well, no, autistic people fixate on certain things. That's one of the symptoms of autism, right? So if you
Don't you
fixate on
think that a lot of
gender
stars
identity,
need to align for this? Like, there needs to be a lot of autistic girls. They all need to fixate on the concept of gender and admire some figure that they want to be like her. And you're like, this is not conspiratorial. It's just like all these things are definitely happening.
well, I
Here
mean, you
is the
keep saying
data that doesn't exist.
what
Well,
is your
not really. If the numbers are so low, here's the problem. So before the affirmation model came into being, it was something like the prevalency rate for girls that have gender dysphoria was 0.02%. And the prevalency rate for boys was like 0.0125, so significantly higher. So it was like, I don't know, something like 5-to-1 boys or 6-to-1 boys to girls for gender dysphoria. Now, girls are even with boys. That's a massive increase in prevalency rate for girls. That has been completely unexplained by everyone. And that's why a lot of European countries are now afraid of doing the affirmative care model now. So I don't think it's a conspiracy to think that there's something unusual happening here, regardless of what the reason for it is.
Do you know that a lot of girls and women are being diagnosed with autism in recent years?
Yeah, because they fucked up the criteria for women. Yeah.
So there's now a huge increase in the numbers of how many women are autistic, even though for decades we had a certain threshold between men and women. And now suddenly there are a lot more autistic women proportionally than we thought.
Right.
Correct? So you know that.
That doesn't help your argument though, at all. Because the reason that those numbers are...
Can I finish my argument?
Okay.
Cool. So if we understand that that can happen, and we also have 50 IQ Lance's little like right-handed chart, we understand that these increases can happen. There are many social reasons why girls might have had a harder time coming out. Also, I'm not going to deny that it's possible that some people get dragged into sometimes. I just don't see it as like a valid argument to like not let mental professionals handle this.
Sure. So, okay, regarding the autism thing, that's not really applicable here because in that case, the criteria for autism was changed, and the change in the criteria is what allowed or what made them realize that there were actually a lot of girls. Yeah, what do you mean? They've said that we had a wrong criteria. This criteria was developed for boys, and when they started to change it because they realized it was manifesting differently in girls, the rates increased in girls.
Okay, that's what you mean by change. Okay, you see it as changed. I see it as obviously like they just didn't research it in women. So,
well, I mean, okay, right.
Yeah.
Whatever. Sure.
Okay.
That is true. They didn't research it in women. Partially because there was a blank slate theory of gender and sex, which has been very pernicious and finally is going away.
They assumed if it happened in the men one way, it would be the same in the women.
Right. We've been seeing this with a lot of medical studies, which is now going away.
Yeah, it's kind of like how when they invented the seatbelt, they invented it on men, and a lot of women ended up dying because it wasn't made for like male bodies.
Right.
Wow. Interesting.
So that wouldn't really apply to this because the gender dysphoria criteria isn't changed recently. So that wouldn't explain.
But societal factors changed.
Okay. So we can talk about societal factors, but I'm saying the criteria hasn't changed at all. So in terms of societal factors, it would be unusual if the societal factors changed to only have one sex drastically increase in prevalency, but the other sex remain exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the solution is basically that a very big increase happened because girls are having a fad.
Well, no, to me, the solution would be to actually have you couldn't do a double blind study, but to have a study where you have people that are diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and you say, okay, we're going to give one of these group puberty blockers, and one of these groups we're not going to give puberty blockers, and we're going to see what the desistance rates are, and to see if there's a massive desistance rate in people that go through puberty, and there's not any desistance rate, or it's a very low desistance rate in people getting puberty blockers. That should tell you that the puberty blockers are actually changing the outcome. That would be my solution.
Okay. So you
But
want to do a study to figure out why it is?
yes, because if they did that study and it turned out, nope, we've done the study, the desistance rate is still very low for whatever reason nowadays in all populations, even if we don't give them puberty blockers, I'd say, oh, okay, well then something else is going on here, and can keep going. Maybe affirmative care model is the way to go.
Okay. I am not educated enough to tell you what study needs to be made and in what criteria, but I will tell you this. I absolutely support researching this. However, when we say, oh, it's social contagion, and then we start spreading it around as a theory is something that has grounds in science. It doesn't mean theory as in like, oh, it's just an idea that I have. A theory means that it has sources, it has something behind it, not just like a vibe check. So if you want to do whatever study you want to do, and then you have more legitimacy to the little conspiratorial, like social contagion thing, then you can do that. Until then, it's conspiratorial.
There's plenty of research on social contagion and suicide, though. Like, it goes back 50 years.
That's great.
Okay.
How is that related to transgender?
Right. If that's your criteria, then I would just say that, literally everything the left says about institutional racism is a conspiracy, and everything about white supremacy is a conspiracy. So if the criteria is going to be set that
there's
high.
Studies about specifically systemic racism. Also,
That's a
you don't
great
even
point.
believe
That's
in
a
that.
great
None
point,
of them
Sitch.
None of them have borne out anything other than the fact that disparities exist.
I'm very confused. Studies are not meant to tell you what the conclusion. Can you walk me through this?
Walk you through what?
What you just said. I don't understand what the great point is.
I said, if your criteria is that we can't even bring up the fact of social contagion because there hasn't been a specific study equating that to trans stuff, and it hasn't been borne out exactly in science because of how you're talking about a theory, what I'm saying is, under that criteria, the entire concept of institutional racism, white supremacy that we constantly hear about on the left, that's all conspiracy theory too. It's all a completely unsourced conspiracy theory that's based on bullshit.
Even though there's
less bullshit than the trans stuff. There's no research on the white supremacy stuff.
There's research that says, hey, look, there's differences in incarceration rates. That's all the research says, right? To equate that to we live in a white supremacist society or any of this other stuff, that's all of the conspiracy theory.
You can never get we live in a white supremacist society from a scientific study. That's not, a study would never, you can never give you this result.
Sure can. What do you mean?
This is very bad faith.
You could wait a minute. You could you can make a statement about, I'm defining white supremacy as this, and I can do a study to see if this, right, you define it, and then you'd say, okay, now I can do a study to see if whatever this thing is manifesting itself in society. I mean, if you can't measure white supremacy, if it's this amorphous thing, then the whole concept is useless.
Yeah. If white supremacy is the adverse consequences for Black people comparative to white people, then there has been.
Well, if we're just going to give it that vague of a category,
I mean, we can work with broader categories, and I'm fine with going over the research on this. I could try to look up some sources. Maybe I'm not as sourced as I think I am. So I'll own up to that, although I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. What I am trying to think, though, is if I can make my criteria I think you misunderstand like what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you have to have a study that like proves social contagion. I just need you to have a study that in any way like correlates this thing. Like suicide and suicidality has a lot of factors that go into it that are unrelated to anything that has to do with trans issue. Like gender identity is a bit it's kind of interesting to think about actually in terms of like the stability of something like gender identity versus like something like depression that would lead to suicidality, but suicidality induced by other people encountering someone that they like being suicidal, like I assume those people were already in a bad state. There's a lot of like research that I'd have to go into on it. I don't know, did you read any of that? Like what do you see?
I don't understand exactly what you're asking.
Yeah. So like there's a lot of research about social contagion and suicidality. And it says what?
It says that people that are, or I mean, it's not, no one's going to be healthy, right? In a healthy state of mind. And then they're going to see someone commit suicide and then they're commit suicide. It's people that are in vulnerable states for whatever reason will see someone do that. And it kind of puts the idea in their head of like, oh yeah, this is a thing I can do. Especially if it's someone who's famous. Right.
Yeah.
And so how this would equate to transgender stuff would be more that there are people who are, especially young people who are going through puberty who might, or even before puberty, might feel like depressed or might feel sad or might feel like something is wrong. And then they see people transition and they say, you know, talk about it and talk about how much better they felt. And they could, I think they could easily confuse their own situation with thinking that they have gender dysphoria when they actually don't.
Okay. Have you talked to any trans people about this?
Yeah.
And they told you that they had similar experiences?
Well, the trans people we've talked to, I mean, we never talked to someone with trans regret. So the trans people we've talked to have all been pretty affirmative in that they had gender dysphoria.
But there have been detransitioners that have said,
of course,
this was the situation with them. Yeah.
And again, the desistance rate shows that something unusual is happening. So
the displacement rates. So you're saying that what puberty blockers are causing people who aren't
not to desist.
Really not to desist.
Right. Now we don't know whether that means that either those people were quote technically wrongly diagnosed because they don't actually have gender dysphoria in terms of I think gender dysphoria is something people are born with, or B, maybe people aren't strictly born with gender dysphoria, they're just born with a potential to have gender dysphoria, and maybe puberty can knock it, you know, one way or the other. But we don't have enough research to know which one of those is accurate.
Yeah, I wish I could remember anything from the discussion I had the other night about this when we were talking about the exact opposite, about how like there's a lot of deceasement before puberty blockers and after that. So it's actually a positive sign that the people who get to the puberty blockers are actually being properly diagnosed, because then deceasement stops.
Well, there could be desistant before. I haven't the stuff I've seen is desistance after puberty blockers is significantly lower than it's ever been. So
yeah, but like in the Lance Tim discussion, they brought up that what, like 93% of people who do affirmative care before puberty blockers deceased. So
no,
that's
so Tim,
a lot.
So there was a fuck up.
90 or 70?
So there was a fuck up in the conversation. Tim brought up what I said about the 60 to 90% desistance rate. And then Lance, as a counter, brought up the literature review / meta study, which led in that whole sidetrack. But the studies that Lance brought up had nothing to do with desistance. They were all about trans regret, which is a completely different topic.
I know, but we are talking about desistment. And we both have Google, so we can just Google how much is the desistment rate before puberty blockers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's like 68.
I said it was like something like 20 to 2%, depending on where you look at it. Okay. When you say before puberty when I say before puberty blockers, I meant before the time period in our history where we gave kids puberty blockers.
That's not what I mean.
Right. You mean literally before kids are given puberty blockers.
Yes.
Yeah. When I say that the studies show that there's like a 20 to 2% desistance rate, that includes, I think that includes the entire age. Doesn't mean like just, you know, once kids get on puberty blockers.
No,
You mean
there's
you're saying it backwards. You don't mean 20% to 2% desistance rate. You mean 20% to 2%.
No. When the old studies
98% desist though.
before we gave kids puberty blockers, the
Right.
desistance rate
Was
was 60 to 90%.
Right.
Now that doesn't, the majority of the desistance rate was in the 11 to 13-year-old range.
But you keep saying like 2 to
Wait,
2%.
wait.
When
Let me finish.
persistence.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. In the before affirmative care model, it was 60 to 90%. And that includes a bunch of different studies. That's why the range is so high, because this includes a bunch of different studies. Now, the majority of that was in the 11 to 13 range, but that 13-year range. But that 60 to 90% number includes everyone, or everyone before the age of 18. Right? That's just the majority was 11 to 13. And it's the same thing with the numbers now, the range of like the 20 to 2% range. It's the same thing. It's including all ages. So they're not just saying like, oh, 20 to 2% applies only to like, 11 to 13-year-olds.
Okay.
I'm horribly unequipped for this discussion. The discussing of like this type of trans discourse is something that I've actively stayed away from. So honestly, I made a very big mistake, like in terms of my advocacy. It was like irresponsible of me to actually engage in this, because I potentially did a very
We
bad
like
job.
irresponsible people, so I mean that's good as far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
but I'm disappointing myself, so it's not about you.
Well, no, look, I don't think anything you're doing is irresponsible, and I don't think that you should apologize
I disagree,
for it.
but this is why I don't
disagree
like
as well.
Well, we disagree for different reasons, because I know what you're saying, but this is why I don't like when it's like, oh, you guys are transphobic, when you could just ask, well, what is the basis of your opinion, as opposed to making the accusation? Because then we would have just said all this stuff, and you said, well, I don't know about any of this, and then the conversation can move forward.
But the fact that she's saying that is responsible, though, Sitch. I mean, it's something.
Well, no, because she doesn't. She means she's being irresponsible, because she thinks if she can't push back against us and we're saying something that is wrong, that's her being irresponsible. She means it in a completely different way.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's also because if you are wrong or misrepresenting, it's not about like, I need to push back against you because I already think you're transphobic. Is like, I don't know you. So like, you could tell me anything and I could be okay with it. And that, for example, in the abortion debate, a bunch of people DM me about like how to dispel the whole nonsense about the consciousness thing that you were talking about. Okay. It's like I got like paragraphs and paragraphs of like stuff I was supposed to like regurgitate and shit.
That's awesome.
Right?
Do you really have like all these people like DMing you?
No, but
they're like, like, Katee, destroy them. The consciousness is bullshit.
No, I am not very good with fact and research type argumentation. I find it incredibly boring. I think there's an incredible amount of hubris in the internet space to think that any layperson who has no education can just like read a bunch of papers and now they know better than like professionals.
Yeah,
true. I personally resent that very much, so I stay the fuck away from that.
Yeah.
I more care about like discussing morals and ethics and philosophy. I do not have the education nor the ability to analyze half the things that we are even discussing. So I don't like to participate in this system where people jerk each other off pretending like they're capable of analyzing the information that they're regurgitating to their audience. Which is why I'm ill-equipped to handle this type of discussion. So, like, do
you think that you could be wrong? Do you think there's a possibility that you could be wrong about the social contagion stuff?
Well, no, about it. Well, I would even say about anything, because if you're not basing your position, your morals, and your philosophy based on facts and evidence, then I don't understand what you're. Because you're saying that we're jerking ourselves off by like caring about information.
Can I answer?
No, please do answer. Yeah.
Okay. I think I could be wrong about the social contagion. obviously, because I don't know the information required to say otherwise. The way that I base my opinions on things is rarely, I don't like to be dependent. So I do this exercise where I'm like, well, let's say that this fact that I don't think is true is true. What would be my position then? For example, I did it with like race realism. I'm like, let's say there were differences between the races. What would my prescriptions be then? If this horrible fact that I don't want to be true was true, then what? You know, and based on then what is how I base my prescriptions on, because I take into account that it's possible that the science is wrong. It's just a lot of the time it's very convenient to me that science aligns to my side, but I work off the position that no matter where science lands, I'm good with my answer either way, because I understand we might discover new things. So I want to make sure that the things that I'm saying are stuff that I'm comfortable with either way. So yeah, like it could be that social contagion is like, let's say theoretically that was true. I think any prescriptions that we would have to do about that wouldn't conflate with any advocacy that I currently do. So it doesn't really matter to me.
No,
Well,
I
wait,
get that.
are you in favor of the affirmative care model for children, for transgender children, or not?
What do you mean by the affirmative care
So,
model?
okay, so if a kid says that they think they have gender dysphoria, that they will give them puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. And then, or they'll give
The
them puberty blockers
affirmative model
first.
starts before that.
Right. Before that, okay, they'll be like, oh, well, you know, you can socially transition, right? Which they used to think was a
Yes.
neutral, used to think was a neutral action, and they now realize it actually is a positive action in terms of it can affect the outcome, right? So the problem I have with kind of what you just said is that if you're in favor of affirmative care model and you're saying, well, my advocacy is not really the facts, but it turns out that the facts say, whoops, we've accidentally had a lot of people who
I see what you're
transitioned
saying.
who didn't need to
Okay.
because of the affirmative care model, then advocacy is promoting something because you weren't looking at the facts.
In terms to the social contagion, I stand by what I said. In terms of the affirmative care model, what I'm following is like every caregiving institute in the world, or like the Western world, regarding what's best for the treatment of trans people. Once the consensus is different, I'll probably change as well. Right now, the consensus is still for affirmative care, and that's where I stand, simply because I don't have enough education to decide this for myself.
So there are at least 4 European countries that have now changed against the affirmative care model.
That's great.
So it's not, there isn't actually a global consistency agreeing on the affirmative care model.
Because 4 countries said no.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Well, I mean, how many, we're talking about, you said first world countries.
There are a few, but I didn't say that it was unanimous. I just said that the consensus is currently leaning a certain way, which I'm fine with. You know, consensus on most things in most fields of the social sciences is not like unanimous, obviously. Like even in like not progressive circles, but whatever medical, like even in medical decisions, right? There's the medical consensus on something, but there are obviously like branching opinions out of it. Sure. Yeah. So it's like that. I'm not a doctor. I have to trust the institutes that we live under to make certain decisions for me that I can't make. Americans have a certain like paranoia from that concept. They feel like it has this like ignorance element to it. I'm not vain enough to think that I'm capable of analyzing research that professors and doctors have made for like decades just because like I read a few papers. That's just never something that I'm going to be comfortable doing. So I'm way more comfortable having a bunch of other people who have PhDs like discuss among themselves and they tell me what they think. And now I'm like, sounds good, chief.
Right. Well, I
I'm
mean,
okay with it.
this is part of what kind of bothers me about the recent direction that I feel that my country is going, is because I would agree in theory that I don't think the average person can go through all these studies to make these determinations, especially nowadays, because nowadays you can basically find a study that tells you anything, right? You can cherry
Yep.
pick the data in any
Yep.
direction in any way you want.
Yeah.
So I do think that's definitely a problem. My problem that I have, if I bring up the dreaded woke word, is I feel like because of the way that wokeness has sort of become the thing in American society, that so many of our institutions that we would once trusted to find facts and to promote, information from a neutral scientific perspective, that's all basically just gone out the window
Why
because
do you
of
feel
the
that way?
well, I mean, one of the biggest examples of this was, going back was BLM, because there was this right before the BLM protests started, there was there was a couple of anti-lockdown protests because this is during COVID. There's a couple, or I could say more than a couple, it's probably like a dozen of these anti-COVID lockdown protests that kind of started popping up in America. And I remember that the narrative that was being pushed uh, very
I
frequently,
remember that.
yes, by the mainstream media was that these people were so irresponsible
Yeah,
because they're going out there, they're protesting,
I
and
remember
they're going to
that.
spread COVID. And then, George Floyd happens, and we have the BLM protests that are like 100 times the size of this. And
Yeah.
suddenly there's like this race to be like, well, actually, it's totally like, you have these medical institutions saying it's actually totally fine. They're not going to spread COVID, which is like, well, what the fuck have we all been doing in lockdown this whole time if that was the case? And to me, it seems very clearly that this is sort of the concept creep, of political correctness kind of forcing institutions into certain directions.
Why is that? Why do you think that's happening?
Because I think everyone is so terrified of being called racist in this country and getting fired. I think that's why. I think a lot of these institutions have had for decades basically become more and more left wing because for multiple reasons, left wing people seem to be more interested in media and certain science fields than right wing people have been.
You mean because they're more educated?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I
It's
would say that
true.
the person I tend to think that a lot of I think a lot of people's political opinions are tied into their personality traits. And so I think certain personality traits push people in certain directions in certain job markets. So
Okay.
like using the IQ thing, like if you have a personality trait that puts you in the right and say you grew up in a right-wing family and you're very high IQ, I feel like your culture and also your personality trait might push you more towards like, oh, I got to go open a small business of some kind or something, as opposed to like, I'm going to go, become an academic in a college somewhere.
Okay. That sounds more like a circumstances thing than a personality thing,
Well,
but
it's a
I guess it
combination of
doesn't
two
really
things,
matter.
obviously, right? But
Yeah.
regardless.
Okay. So, for whatever reason, leftists are ending up in certain institutions and have been ending up there. Also, people in America are very scared of being called racist. And now there are all these leftists in these institutions ready to call people racist if they don't comply according to certain woke lines.
Or afraid
Um,
themselves. Yeah.
hmm?
Or afraid themselves of being called racist.
Okay. And that's why these things are happening. And that's why you can't even trust institutions anymore.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I equally don't like the idea that people have like whatever the institution says. I'm just going to take the opposite position on, right? I'm just saying I think
Hmm.
that's why you have to I agree with you that on one hand, I don't like people having to dig into the studies themselves personally. But on the other hand, I don't trust anyone else to really look through this information.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people feel like you. So when I went step by step through what you said, do you see how that would sound conspiratorial without and you can like give me anecdotes of people who came out and said something and then they were canceled or whatever. But
what is
if
the
you're going,
conspiracy? You keep saying conspiratorial, but I don't think that's what you mean.
I mean that if you're going to say that institutes have lefties in them that are creating actual real pressure to change like governmental policies for like public health because they're worried about being called racist, I'm going to need any type
But
of like
that's not a conspiracy though.
proof of
That's
that.
like
wait, let me.
No, it's a conspiracy because I can make anything up and say that it's true. That doesn't make it true just because
what
I
makes it
said
a
it.
conspiracy
But
though
wait,
is
wait.
people actively working
I
together.
gave you an example that I thought you agreed with the example.
What was the example?
Them saying that, oh, suddenly now that people were protesting for BLM, the COVID was no longer a concern.
Yes. We can discuss that if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that a conspiracy? Like, did the science change suddenly for this one issue? Like, what's happening?
I believe that what happened is that people felt like the BLM protests were a really important moment in American history. And so they did whatever their research was, and they were like, hey, we really want to make this happen. And also we are testing, and it seems like we can contain this to a level where it wouldn't be like awful, right? That it would be not as contaminating, I guess, as like otherwise. Also, I think you're forgetting that the anti-lockdown protests were a bunch of angry conservatives without masks, and the BLM protest, while a lot bigger, had a different demographic. And that's also important to keep in mind. So that would change how the protests go.
Well, I mean, first of all, these, if you're really looking at the research of the masks, the masks that seem to have some amount of help were like the M95s and the KN95s, those little fucking surgeon's masks everyone's wearing, like basically do nothing. So that I don't even know if the mask part of the people being outside screaming while they're protesting has an effect there. But it sounds like kind of the broader point you're saying is that, whether it's either the quote science changed to accommodate the protesters, or B, no one cared about actually finding the answer until the protest. I mean, either way, that's still a corruption of the institutions on different levels about, oh, suddenly once there's a political motivation here, oh, the right answer suddenly comes out in favor of the political motivation. That's highly suspect. So the problem is that even if it turns out that science was true and they just for some reason sat around picking their noses and they didn't care until the BLM protest happens, rightfully so, people are going to be highly suspect and to that science, and they're going to become conspiratorial.
So can we agree that obviously science, i.e. not the studies themselves, but whoever funds the studies, whoever asks the research questions, obviously these are people with biases. Obviously these are people with agendas. Obviously you'll invest money into a research that you want to hopefully obtain certain results out of, right?
Well,
so
maybe
some research, not, I mean, a lot of research is supposed to be done by colleges that are not supposed to have those sorts of biases.
Curiosity could be the motivation, and they actually want the truth.
Okay, you guys are being suspicious out the gate. What I mean is, when anyone creates a hypothesis question to investigate, it's a human being who has a certain bias. It doesn't mean that they're evil or that they're trying.
Right.
They will phrase a certain question, and that will be the question that is investigated.
People could be biased. Obviously, like smoking is the best example. Like the tobacco companies doing research on the health outcomes of smoking.
Well, we don't even have to be that direct. I mean, I would assume most researchers are biased in favor of whatever their hypothesis is.
Well, it
naturally,
depends,
right?
though. I mean, obviously, if they're legitimately looking for the truth and want to
No.
understand,
Yeah.
yeah,
Obviously, we're not saying that that it makes the research not legitimate. What people choose to research is usually based on people's interests,
Right.
i.e., people's biases.
Mhm.
So, okay. So if we're on this page, we will understand, obviously, that depending on whatever is the current event or what's on people's minds, will be researched more, correct?
Sure.
So it's possible that when we're talking about such that, like, quote unquote corruption, I think maybe some people were more motivated to prove that the protests can be okay under the BLM protests because they were more passionate about it than the people who were pushing to make sure that it was okay with the anti-lockdown regulations. Do we agree on that? I think that furthers your narrative. I guess the question is, do we have to attribute malice to it?
So it's definitely possible that, well, I mean, it gets a little bit more broader because it wasn't really a question of we don't know if people protesting outside, protesting lockdowns are bad, right? The question was, people doing this will spread COVID and they're irresponsible for doing it. So there's a definitive answer given in one direction. And then immediately after George Floyd, the definitive answer is given in the opposite direction. And so it makes not just the institutions making the studies, but it also makes our media look like a complete fucking joke that they're going along with this.
Yeah, kind of like how people were mad at Fauci when he said, like, don't wear masks, and there was like, wear masks, and there was a lot of confusion.
Yeah, right.
Sure. Right. And then people can take it in the sense of, like, you can't trust institutions,
right,
and they're lying and they have incentives. And I guess since you're a pretty intelligent person, I'm surprised that that's where you choose to interpret it as. Like,
as I said, I'm not in favor
why.
of just having a blanket distrust of institutions at all. That's not my position. But that's why I'm saying I don't trust them or automatically distrust them. I want to look at it myself. And I just have to hold open in my mind that for things I don't look at it myself, I just say, I don't know, I haven't looked into it, which people are generally not comfortable with.
Okay. But you realize that, first of all, you're not going to be able, of course you realize that you're not going to be able to go over everything.
Right.
So you will have to default to like authority there. But also, like, do you recognize that you going over those things yourself wouldn't necessarily, like, you won't necessarily be able to get a proper understanding of research over, like, what the CDC says about something, right?
Well,
like, we recognize
I don't know.
that.
I don't know. I would hope you're correct, but I don't know if that's the case.
See, that's kind of like what I wasn't even tongue in cheek about it. I do think there's like an incredible level of, like, hubris in people who think like you, and I think
I'm
a lot of
pretty
people
confident that when it comes to the affirmative care stuff and the trans stuff that I've brought up, that I'm completely correct, and that all the institutions in America that are just blindly going down the path of affirmative care are full of shit. And if you want to say that's hubris of me, it could be. But part of the reason I don't think it's hubris of me is because none of them are just literally addressing the points that I've addressed. They just don't talk about that. And if there was any honesty in these fields, they would address these points and they'd have answers to them.
Yeah, social contagion and the trans.
Well, not throw away social contagion. I'm just talking about the desistance rates and the change in population specifically for girls over boys.
Sure.
And the fact that this is not discussed and they don't have answers for these questions is highly suspect to me.
Okay, so if you feel like there's a hole there and it's not discussed, you feel like there's malice there,
or just a level of
yeah.
bias, or a level of, kind of intentional ignorance of no one wants to necessarily look into it.
Do you have an idea to what end that would happen?
They don't want to be called transphobes.
Well, so, yeah, it could be social pressure for not being called transphobes. It could be the fact that, a lot of the institutions that study these things for whatever reason, whether it's ideological or financially based, are pro trans stuff, just because kind of what you were talking about, people are going to study things they're interested in. And for most people that are interested in these sorts of things, it's under the idea of, I want to help trans people. So they could be a little bit biased in that direction.
In the Tavistock book, there were people that wanted to look into certain metrics about the social contagion and like all kinds of different things. And they immediately got labeled as transphobes by their coworkers. And they said, this is completely uncomfortable.
I believe that the social contagion thing, where I heard about it is from the book.
Yeah.
With the little girl and the hole in
Irreversible
her tummy.
damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Irreversible damage. Abigail Schreier, I think is her name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I mean, I was saying social contagion before any of these books ever came out because I read about social contagion in psychology with suicide. And I figure, well, if people are willing to kill themselves, then why wouldn't they be eager to transition? And Sitch lays it out perfectly. He says, these people, they're in a bad place and they're looking for answers. And the gender affirming care seems to be an answer.
That's not really the experience that you get when you talk to people who have transitioned. That they were in a bad place and suddenly they saw the light. I've heard a
lot of people say that, though. I have heard those testimonials from both trans people and from detransitioners that they obviously gender dysphoria is literally described as a discomfort with your gender. So they are feeling some sort of agitation. Some sort of...
Yeah, but you're saying that they're developing gender dysphoria.
No, I'm saying that they're experiencing some sort of agitation, something feels off or wrong, and they're looking for a way to figure out what is it. What
and
is
then they
wrong
get
with
an
me?
answer and they like retroactively project it and they're like, yes, it was my gender all along.
Well, they can if that's the way people teach them to conceptualize it. I mean, that's a possibility. Why not?
I mean, sure, why not? It's also possible that like God whispered to them that they are the other gender. Like, why not? We can say anything.
Well, there was a time when people would have conceptualized it that way, I think, obviously. But this is a different time where people are conceptualizing it differently. The people who conceptualize it as you have evil spirits and those evil spirits are making you feel depressed, I don't think those people were correct either. I don't think they literally had evil spirits in them.
But they probably still did feel depression.
Yes, totally. But how they conceptualized that depression and how they dealt with it, they got the leeches out. I don't think they were correct either.
Right.
I think it's really interesting to label, quote unquote, like developing gender dysphoria as a way of like handling unhappiness, when a lot of the research indicates that like even detransitioners, a lot of them detransition because of the stigma of the transition. So like,
well, that's a terrible study, but I don't know if you want to go into why that study sucks. But
what do they call, what is the thing for gender dysphoria? It's like they get like panic attacks over their own gender.
It's just called gender dysphoria.
Right. But it's some sort of distress. They are feeling distress.
Gender distress.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, to me,
you can feel distress for a lot of reasons.
It's really not that complicated that, you have people, especially young women, who can be going through puberty. They feel weird about their body and they feel, and it
gender dysphoria doesn't start in teenagehood.
I understand that, but not every single person that's gone to a doctor for gender dysphoria is being honest or has even said, I felt this way since I was 5 years old. Okay. There's lots of people that go to doctors and they say, oh, I start to feel, uncomfortable about my body, and can very easily confuse it for gender dysphoria. And I have seen lots of testimonials that have made me shudder when I see young women that when they're talking about and how they feel uncomfortable with their bodies, I'm like, I don't know if that's gender dysphoria or not. And, you start giving them testosterone, which is a mood enhancer for a lot of people. And suddenly, oh, they feel better. I guess I did have gender dysphoria. So
I need to get some testosterone. Maybe I have gender dysphoria.
but I don't even know what is the point of, I don't even know I'm not even sure I follow what is the point of you asking us these questions, because your position has essentially just been, well, whatever the institutions tell me, whatever the consensus is, that's my position, right? So what is the point of us going into any of this? Because it's not going to, shed light on anything.
Well, I feel like I don't want to.
I think it's interesting to me, I guess, because there's a narrative here that someone is basically either refusing to do research and that there are things in play, like kind of how I was talking about systemic racism. And you're like, well, with no one intending to be racist, it's just kind of happened. And here it's the other way around, where I'm like, so you're saying people are like maliciously trying to create this thing? And I'm not really.
None of us have said it was malicious.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay. So then I'm not sure I'm following them.
It's okay.
I feel like we made some progress though. Like I feel like
I did a terrible job.
I don't think there was any progress.
Pissed at me.
What do you mean? She seems at least skeptical of her stance on social contagion. That it's like she's okay. So you think like she's not willing to even entertain the idea that it could.
Are
be
you willing to
contagion.
entertain any?
She said she was.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to my friend, which is very knowledgeable, and she's going to beat me on the head about all the things
they're wrong
I
about all
missed.
this because of right.
So basically, she's gonna do.
She's gonna go to the institution that is her friend.
Right.
She's gonna tell her.
I don't think
She's gonna do the thinking for you.
Yes.
That's a very weird thing to say.
Well, that's what you said.
I just listened to you two, and when I listen to you, that's just me being open-minded. But if I go and ask someone else, hey, what do you think about what these people told me? That's me conforming to authority.
Why don't you bring?
If the implication is that you were just trust them, sure, but you can say that we shouldn't have.
Maybe I'll just have a brain and think for myself.
Well, but you said that you were
progress.
Wait, you said you were against that. I mean, that's why we're on this entire conversation, is because you were criticizing the concept of, and us by proxy, of wanting to look at facts to try to make determinations for these questions.
I think that you have just flooded me with a lot of things that you call facts. And now I'm going to have to go and research a bunch of shit that I don't care about and never wanted to waste my life listening to. And I'm going to have to read a lot of shit that I don't care about and talk to a lot of people I don't care about and have to hear lectures about this shit and how to talk about this and be invested in a topic. I literally could not give less of a fuck.
Well, then don't do it. What's the point of doing it then?
The point of doing it then is that I like being educated. And
well, so do we.
Now
that's good.
Right.
That's great. And now this happened. So I'm going to have to be more well equipped when other people want to talk about to me about this, or I'm going to have to not allow the conversation to go there in the first place. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that me and Adam created homework for you to do.
You're not
guess.
At least it feels like you're questioning your advocacy for the affirmative model, that's good. So, because you don't know enough about it to just be saying, oh, this is great, let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to give you this. The reason why I'm open to it is because I trust that I'll probably find things to like counter what I heard. But if I don't, then I will have to question it, right?
Sure.
So,
well, I'm sure there's plenty of counters to this position. The counter that I commonly hear is, well, sure, there's research in suicide, but is there research specifically in transgenderism? And
that's literally what I said, and then you laughed at me.
Right, because look, you said it best. Like, when you talked about celebrity endorsements, it's like, that's just being human. Like, obviously, social contagion is like, we copy people who are successful because we hope that kind of success rubs off on us. So that's just being human, right?
Yeah.
But in the case of suicide, it goes down this weird path where people kill themselves. So, are we done with super chats?
We didn't end up talking about suicide.
Are we?
No, obviously not. But
Yeah, we have a lot of super chats left. So
you guys can do all the mean super chats. I'll skedaddle anyway.
Okay.
This was a great talk, though. I mean, thanks for coming on. Let us know. Let us know what your friend says, and maybe your friend can come on too.
I'm gonna ask her.
Your friend can give us a stern talking to.
I think she just might.
We're open-minded. You know, if we're wrong, we'd like to be corrected. So
I've never been wrong about anything, so I disagree with Adam.
I guess I'll send you and Chad my thingy, because you never plugged my Twitch. Not that I'm worried that any of your
not Nazis. I mean conservatives in our own.
Nah, I don't think. I think even your libertarians are probably not.
I mean, I
big
think
fans, but that's okay.
I think you got some fans here. Obviously, it's not like a total hate fest.
I mean, to be fair, if I wanted to have fans, I definitely wouldn't be online talking to Adam and Sitch about the opinions that I do, right? Mm-hmm. If I wanted to have fans, I would go on Destiny and suck his dick about how glorious he is, okay?
I mean, that's not untrue. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I'm glad you don't, though. I'm glad you have your own opinions on these types of things. Yeah.
Oh,
don't be a Destiny orbiter, okay?
You would like to think that I have my own opinion, but I let you know, I've just been on Adam and Sitch, and they said that I'm just a progressive conforming to the authority of the woke mob. Okay.
Look, I said you were 5 times smarter than Lance. I mean,
5 times.
You should clip.
Now you're a super genius if he's at 50 IQ.
Oh shit!
Have a good night.
All right. Good night.
Okay.
And then there was one.
Okay. Let me go back through the super chats. JMac for $100. Thank you so much, JMac. Says, I'm not gonna lie, Katee has been one of your most insufferable guests today. I'm sticking out, but goddamn, it's getting harder and harder. Really wish you guys gave her just a taste of the no BS treatment. There you go.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Jay
was turned off. Yeah.
Look, I felt like look, I'm a baby steps kind of guy. I felt like we got some concession on I felt that she at least questioned her advocacy for these things, because she heard some arguments that she never had really encountered before. So I guess you disagree with that.
I don't know. I got a little triggered when she started the trans stuff. So
you were triggered? Wow, I wasn't triggered.
Maybe I was blinded by my triggering. Well, you start talking, which was probably good, because if you weren't talking, I would have probably started yelling.
Really?
So, yeah.
Wow. Why?
I don't know. It felt really bad faith to me to there's a thing people do. It's a personal thing that annoys me, where it's like I'm trying to be open-minded or accepting, or I'm trying to do something that they should view as like a good thing.
Good faith, yeah.
As a good faith thing,
all over it.
and then I get shit on for it, because I felt like that was kind of like when we were having the conversation about when I was disagreeing with you about kind of like, oh well, sort of talk about like how radicalization and racism and these things can kind of spread through jokes, right?
Yeah.
Which I assume would be her position. For her to immediately then try to reward me by shivving me in the back for doing that is a big turnoff, and does make me angry, because it's like, oh, okay, so you're incentivizing
you made
me.
that concession and she didn't acknowledge it.
Well, I don't care if she didn't acknowledge it. I care that by me basically creating the opening for doing what she would agree with is more right, that creating that opening is what allows her to just try to shove a knife in my back, essentially. Because that's kind of, that attitude is what basically creates the attitude where everyone wears like the troll mask, and they never want to give the real position. Kind of like, how like with Lance and Tim, neither of them would kind of adjust or address the other person's framing because of the threat of like, well, if I address their framing, I can leave myself open for attack, right?
Right.
And so I don't like when I'm like trying to kind of not fall in a trap and I'm trying to do something that I thought they would agree with, to that I'm going to be then penalized for it, because then it's like, oh, well, then you're incentivizing me essentially to just behave poorly.
Right. Yeah.
So,
No, that bugs me too, obviously.
yeah. So, but anyway.
I felt like I felt like there was a moment, and obviously we were having a disagreement over whether or not when she said something to the effect of, she's been a bad little girl about talking about this stuff.
Right.
And I felt like that was a concession that she maybe didn't know as much as she should know, and there was more to know, and maybe she shouldn't be advocating for this stuff. And you took it as no,
okay.
she knew what she did know what she should know, but she didn't have the proper pushback.
Right. That was what she meant. Yeah.
But we never got to the bottom of that, unfortunately. So
Okay.
whatever. It is what it is. I'm going to see it my way because it's more optimistic.
Okay. You can feel free to see it that way.
And I don't think she really advocates for this stuff anyway. Maybe she does. Just it came up because she was saying we were transphobic for even talking about it. So
yeah. Well, and I mean, and we didn't get, why, like, what is the threshold for transphobia in the first place? So,
just looking for answers.
because I mean, like like Philosophy Tube, who's a trans woman, would say that her position is transphobic because she was still medicalizing, the trans question.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, that makes her a true scum, right? Or a trans medicalist. So, I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know all the terminology, so.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says Whick is 100% right. These people are doing this in a vacuum. Let them out. Be nice. They do hear you. True. I'm starting over from it again. I'm going to go over all the ones I skipped.
Well, I mean, that's good. I agree with that. Super chat.
I agree with that too. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says dunking requires a basketball and a hoop, Adam. Yeah, that's true.
Yep, it does.
I'll read the mean ones, Jay. Let's see.
Read the memes.
Yeah, I'll read them. Oh, I missed this one. Stuck for $5 says, if you could control Fuentes, what topics would you want him to not bring up? That's interesting, yeah.
This is what I did with Isaac. I was like, I'm going to bring some really nice conservatives on to talk to Isaac, so he realizes there are conservatives that are reasonable. So, I mean, if she's only doing panels with conservatives that are like neo-Nazis, that's the conception of conservatives you're going to have.
Well, listen, there's lots of shitty non-neo-Nazi conservatives out there. Especially if you're on a debate panel. You're not exactly, people are in a very specific mindset, right? They're not going to.
Right, obviously.
So, Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, seems like she's very beholden to her audience.
I don't think she really has a big audience, to be honest with you.
Beholden to the people DMing, maybe.
Well, they probably wanted to come on. Like, if they're creators and they're like, oh, look, it's a big live stream. I want to get a piece of this.
I don't think they're creators. Probably just more like worm tongue whisperers.
Right. Oh, my, that's so bad.
Yeah. Whispering in the ear. Now you have to make these arguments. You have to make these arguments, I'll try to be nicer. I know chat doesn't want me to be. Chat wants me to be super.
Chat,
mean,
look, chat wanted you to go like.
I know
the most
like
super chat.
ham.
The most chats were, take the gloves off, release the elephant.
I know.
But
chat is encouraging me to do.
It's funny that is that persuasive? I don't know that it is. I don't think.
No, obviously not. Yeah. But it depends what is the goal, right?
What is the goal to make? I mean, what? I don't.
I mean, if the goal is just to put on a good show, obviously, then you don't give a shit about persuasion. It's just to beat people up. But that's not really
that's
goal,
off.
So.
Yeah, I feel like that's off brand for us. Look,
it is off.
I'm not Vosh. I don't want to dunk on people needlessly.
Right.
I do want to bring her on to Dunk on Wash because that seems like that would be great.
Farmer Sneed for 5 months says, Sitch, get the Gunt on the show. He will definitely follow TOS. Bish, BISH. Who's the Gunt?
I have no idea.
I don't know who that is, Farmer Sneed.
But
no
the
step on
fact that you're
snake for-
bringing up TOS makes me think he's not going to follow.
Yeah, that seems a little sus. Not Step on Snake for 6 months says, I also love WhickTV. Great to have him on. Give him some love. Yeah, I like Wick a lot too. He seemed cool.
He's a
conversation.
centrist, even if he doesn't say it.
He doesn't say it, yeah.
I'm not a centrist.
Ostracy for $5 says, Sitch, on top of abortion, I sent you a DM on Twitter. It would be great to get your opinion on what I sent you. Doesn't have to be on stream. Check it out. PC for $5 says, women have been giving birth literally since humans first evolved. It is no more medical procedure than eating or defecating. Well, okay, so, but in the context would be having an early, right? It'd be having an early birth. So, you know, we were talking about like extracting the baby versus aborting the baby, right? Though we were able to get the concession that Lance and Tim couldn't get to, which would be, well, to answer that question, you'd have to know what exactly the procedures were and what the comparable risk between the procedures was. Because if the procedures are similar enough or the risk is the same, it's kind of hard to argue the way Lance did that, which is why Lance sounded so insane. And this is where I say that Lance does have the 50 IQ, because his answer should have been, well, it depends on whether the procedure is risky or not, right?
Of course.
That's the real question.
Of course, yeah. What if it's a less risky procedure? Obviously.
Right. Yeah, but what if it's a less risky procedure? Right. I don't know the answer to any of that. But Lance was so in defensive mode that he would just refuse to address or adjust or accept any framing that Tim was talking about. So
debate brain.
Fondue for 2 hours says, yes, be meaner. Yes, being meaner makes you look worse. Yes. It can. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I was not triggered at all. I felt like I thought that was fun. So maybe.
Yeah, I did too until that one point that got me triggered, unfortunately.
Right. I mean, if I was her boyfriend, I would not want to watch this stream because it felt like she was flirting with you pretty heavily. I mean,
well, also because you gotta care about the ladies. You gotta care about the gains, okay? Come on, gotta give your boyfriend some props for being, on train with the gains. Come on.
He's like, look, Katee, I've got a 6-pack ab.
She's like, whatever.
I know, that's so painful. You know how hard it is to get a 6-pack.
Well, it's like, there's the meme. It's like, the boys don't go to the gym for the girls. They go for the other boy.
Oh, that's so bad.
I
don't know. I feel like ladies like 6-packs quite a bit.
Calvin Pafford for $2 says, you are forcing me to not kill my baby. And Calvin Pafford for another $2 says, you are forcing me to not stab my neighbor's bigot. There you go.
Yeah.
Dirty South FGC for $2 says, an hour in and all I can say is WhickTV plus 1 sub. Nice.
Yeah, our audience will love WhickTV, obviously. So
yeah, seems like a very cool guy. At least from our conversation. I'll be honest, I've only seen I think I've seen 2 of his debates that he's hosted.
Right.
And he's done mostly a moderating role. So I think this is the most I've ever heard him give his opinion on stuff. Which I liked what I heard.
He set this up too, which was very kind of him. So big shout out to WhickTV.
Very kind. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, I'll give her credit. She is constantly inconsistent. Ouch.
Right.
1W for $5 says, yes, there's no vaccine adverse effect like myocarditis.
Well, that could be aimed at Wick too, obviously.
Right.
Everyone paints it rosy with the vaccines, and I'm like, we don't know shit. Like if If some adverse side effect crops up in 20 years, we're all gonna.
Well,
be
yeah, we don't.
fucking
Obviously, we couldn't
fucked.
know a long-term effect. Right?
Yeah.
But that's kind of why, again, why the danger of having people not have faith in the institutions becomes so dangerous.
Yeah.
Is because
becomes a problem.
becomes a problem. Yeah, because if the institutions come out and say this vaccine is safe, and you don't trust that, they're gonna get what you get.
Yeah.
I don't really have a strong opinion on that because I never looked into it. So, and I don't really trust either side's, it's completely safe or oh my God, you're gonna die of myocarditis.
Yeah. I agree.
Fondue for $5 says, did New York City paint their buildings pink before or after Roe v. Wade got overturned?
I didn't know they did that.
I'm assuming it was after, in solidarity.
Look.
Joey May for $5 says, wait, what? She just said progressives should give up on third trimester, but then said Lance was right to defend it despite it making him look stupid.
Yeah, I caught that too.
Yeah. Adam Unfriended for 4 months says, why did Adam invite his crazy ex-girlfriend?
I know, that's the one you skipped.
One I skipped.
I was like, why didn't you read that? That's hilarious.
That's mean. Come on.
I didn't think she was that crazy. I mean,
I don't think she's crazy. We just disagree with her on a lot of things.
yeah, but
No.
I mean, that's what happens when
Right.
she's in the progressive
bubble.
system.
Joe the Mig for $5 says, Adam, you're gonna put a stop to the whataboutism or ...
I mean, I've kind of moved on from whataboutism because I got such shit for it in the Ukraine context. So now I just say dodge. I'm like, this is a dodge because that's really what you mean. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a decent amount of whataboutism. Not whataboutism. I don't know if I'd say whataboutism. There's a decent amount of reframes happening in conversation.
Right.
I don't know if there was whataboutism happening. I'd have to go back and think about it.
None jumped out at me that I was like,
none triggered Adam.
nah.
I mean, I'm sure there were somewhere in there, but Live in Your Walls for $5 says, the Fort Hermist is cool, keep him.
That must be Wick.
That's for Wick, yeah. Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, in one of my super chats Sunday, I meant there's a stigma against giving up your kid for adoption.
As there should be.
Yes. Were you talking about in terms of like why people would be more in favor of aborting their child than having
giving it up for adoption, yeah,
extracted from them and then given up for adoption? Because I mean, there's a weird thing happening there.
Well, I think
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I think they worry that later in life the kid's going to show up. Why did you abandon me, Mom? And that doesn't happen with abortion.
Yeah, I think that's say hypothetically we lived in a society where instead of getting an abortion, they would take the baby out of you and put it in the little incubator, and then it would grow up. A lot of people still would probably prefer, even if they wouldn't admit it, would probably prefer an emotional level for the abortion because of number one, what you said.
Yep.
And then number two, I think just this kind of the emotional idea that like, well, if they're dead, I'm not even though this doesn't make sense, the emotional feeling would be when they're gone, I'm not neglecting my duty of not raising them because they're gone.
Yeah.
Or maybe you always think in the back of your head, you've fucked up and neglected your duty because your child is out there somewhere not being raised by you.
Right. So, probably being molested by some crazy adopted family. No, that's the kind of thing people worry about. Not
press negative stereotypes for adoptions.
It's not rational, but obviously.
Right. Goro for $5 says, this reminds me, Adam, how are you still pro-choice if you're squeamish? Or are you the kind of guy who would faint while their wife is delivering?
I mean, I would look the other way.
Yeah, stare right in the hole as it dilates.
Oh man, that's got to be terrible for your sex life.
Yeah.
Look, it's crowning, Adam. Oh, thank you. No.
Like I never want to go in there again.
Remember it used to be the men, I didn't even go in the delivery room. Now women are like, get in here and hold my hand, bitch.
Well, yeah, but usually, I mean, if you're holding, your wife's hand as the baby's coming. I mean, unless you're like, you have to really stretch to see down there usually, right?
Yeah, you're looking her in the eyes. Are you gonna live?
Right.
Oh,
Tell me it's
remember
gonna
that
be okay.
House of the Dragon? Remember that horrible scene? Like they throw at you in the first episode? Oh my god.
J-Mac says, I watched them take my wife's insides out during her C-section. That shit is metal. Yeah, I remember
Oh my god.
that's you're a stronger man than me, Jay. I remember my mom always tells this story. Because when they do the C-section, you're on local, you're not on general, because it'd be bad for the baby. And
God.
I think they usually, I don't know if they always do, but they usually make it so the patient can't see what's happening.
Right, because they got to get all the guts out of the way and stuff to get to
that
the
was
womb.
crazy shit. And she said, my mom
Can't
always
they
tells the
flip
story.
them over and go through the back? Oh no, that's just as
No.
bad.
My mom always tells a story about how everything felt fine because she can't feel anything. So she's just sitting there like, oh, this is totally fine. And she just sees my dad's face, like all the color change out of his face.
Oh my god.
And he like looks and sees like what they're doing. And he's just like,
oh my god, I never considered that that's what I always thought the cesarean, oh, it's very easy, right? You just pop the baby right out.
No,
There's all this stuff in the way.
A lot of stuff in the way, yeah.
Ouch.
And my dad's
J-Mac, I hate you.
Yeah, and my dad's very squeamish too, so
oh, look at that. he passes out.
My dad's never. I don't. My knowledge, he's never passed out, but he's like, not. He doesn't like gross stuff or things like that. So he's just like, my mom's like, "What's wrong?" He's like, "Nothing wrong."
That was you. You did that to your mom?
No, that was actually my older brother was late, so they had to take him out.
Oh, okay.
Though they did a thing back in those days. I don't know if they do it now anymore. They did a thing back in those days where they felt like if you had one C-section, they felt it was safer to give you a second one as opposed to a natural birth. So with me, even though I was on time, they still did a C-section.
A lot of women do the C-section because they don't want to mess up their vagina.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
That's like a thing now.
Right. I mean, I don't think you can go to your doctor. I mean, maybe you could. I wouldn't think you go to your doctor and say, give me a C-section because I don't want to make my vagina.
It's Los Angeles. Of course they do.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? I mean, you can, it's not like it's, I thought for most
they're like,
women,
listen, I don't want to squeeze that thing through my vagina.
Right.
Just take the thing out. I wonder if the heads will get bigger and bigger to the point where like women can't even really have a natural birth anymore.
Is that an issue? Are humans' baby heads getting bigger?
Well, I don't know. Look,
I don't think they are.
If we get to like 50% of the kids are C-section,
I see what you're saying.
They're probably pulling kids out of there with heads that wouldn't actually even fit through. And those kids would be going on to reproduce, having more big head babies.
I don't know.
And pretty soon, it's like women can't even have a baby normally because it kills them every time.
So I don't think. Could be wrong. I don't think the majority of C-sections happen because the baby's head's too big. I think they happen for other reasons.
No, but it could. Look, that's a pressure that's taken off of evolution right there.
I understand. Yeah, okay. Well, okay. But the majority of kids are still delivered naturally, so I'm not really worried about the big head syndrome.
I don't know. I think it's like 30% up to see. How many?
Okay.
What?
That Don Kittis says, I was a C-section too, and I got my ear cut as they got me out. That's why I have anger issues. There you go. Interesting.
32% of live births were cesarean section deliveries in the United States in 2021. So that's a third, buddy. That's 1/3.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to cause evolutionary pressure of big head babies.
You don't know, man. That's a lot of big head babies. That's a lot.
What I was going to say is when you're saying women were getting C-sections to protect their vaginas, I thought if you just do a little bit of some Kegels, some exercises, everything basically snaps into place again.
No way. I've heard so many women complain that like after they give birth, they're like they have trouble holding it and stuff. Yeah.
Right. Is this true? Chat.
I mean, I don't know. I've heard women complain about this because they want to like they do it in arguments with their husbands or boyfriends. They're like,
Yeah,
you
sure. There is no
made
probiotic wash from birth if you use a C-section. And actually, there's a question as to maybe my brother and myself are unhealthier because of that. So, apparently, you want to get some of that poop on your face when you're born naturally. It's just kind of weird, but okay.
Here's Katie's Twitch if you guys want to. I put it in the chat. I'll put a link in the description too.
I like when I type in "are women's" and the first question is, are women's basketballs smaller? Are women's nipples more sensitive?
Of course. Who even
obviously.
asked that question?
For both of those. Are women's vaginas
Oh, look, you already
ruined
put Katie's. You already put Katie's.
I put the link in the description. Yeah.
Look at that. Sitch is on it.
The area will then continue to heal for several months after delivery. Normally, the vagina and perineum heal without any problem, but for a small minority of women, there can still be scarring or distortion. Oh, this is from London, and we don't trust the Proto-Americans. So
why?
Because they're Proto-American.
Look, just think about it, Sitch. A baby coming through your vagina. Like, come on, that's not just going to snap back.
It was designed to do that, though, by evolution.
Look, I want you to go to your underwear drawer and pull out some boxers.
Okay, I want you to give me. Listen,
I want you to stretch them around a chair.
Listen, Katie. I want you to give me a peer-reviewed study about women's vaginas.
Vagina elasticity.
Look, yes, not snapping back after birth. Okay.
Just go to Google Scholar and type in vagina elasticity study.
Right. Well, no, because when I look at it, they say it says like yes, they all say that there's temporary problems after giving birth, but they all also say that it gets back to normal for most women. So.
Oh, we forgot to read the poll to her.
What was the poll question?
You didn't see the poll I did?
Who whines the most? 65% said progressives, 3% said centrists, 5% said conservatives, and 27% said doomer.
Doomer, you came in second place.
There you go.
Right behind progressives.
Did doomer show up in the chat at any point? I didn't notice.
I don't think so.
Let me send this to him on Discord. What's going on?
She kept saying that, which is a trigger word. She kept saying that, trying to trigger us. All this whining.
Oh, yeah.
Whining. Bunch of whiners.
Yes.
Whining.
Yeah.
What was I whining about?
I don't know. Well, we're whining. We're tone policing. It's always the same.
I wasn't tone policing anyone.
Right.
I mean, she's the one transing all these kids. It's not my fault.
I opened Discord and I'm met with. I've been busy all day, so I haven't been able to watch the stream. But as soon as I click it, I see a girl shaking her tits on stream. What is happening, Sitch? That's funny. Where's Doomer? Where's Doomer here? I have too many messages. There he is. Doomer. Let me just post the poll there. There you go.
Good job.
Let's see. Where was I? Goro for $2 says, Whick, you're literally splitting the baby. He's fucking King Solomon in it. Pretty based. I agree with that.
What?
That was about the whole, like, you have to compromise about where the abortion cutoff date is. I don't disagree with what Whick said in that part. I agree with him fully. You do have to compromise. That's the whole point.
You got to compromise your principles, guys. That's what you got to do. Just take those principles.
There you go.
Wad them up into a big giant ball and throw them in the garbage.
You have to compromise the practical reality of your principles being put into effect by politics.
Oh, that's much better. How'd you do that?
I'm amazing.
That was so quick.
That's my Ravenclaw IQ.
That was amazing. I dig it.
Kirk Landry for 12 months. Thank you so much. Says, what a way to celebrate my 12-month journey into free will seeking, watching the brain glitches, our chef's kiss. A team reigns supreme on this day. There you go.
That was fun. She was a good sport about it, so.
Sure.
Zero Fucks did us a solid on this.
On what?
On this animated GIF. It's Lance holding up a subscribe to Sitch and Adam piece of paper.
Nice.
Thank you, Zero Fucks. That's awesome.
I like I like him holding up the trans women are not women one. A little appropriate considering the conversation.
Trans women aren't.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Trans women aren't not men.
Oh, is that what it said?
That's a little confusing, but
oh, okay. I missed it, yeah.
He did the double
That's even
negative.
funnier. Yeah.
Aren't not men.
Yes.
Which means
so
they are men.
That means they are men, yeah. Very good. I'm impressed.
That is good.
I'm impressed.
Double negatives are fun. People never know what they're agreeing to.
Yes. There's a lot of art we're not going to get to, so oh well.
Well, we're supposed to stream tomorrow, but I don't know if we're going to do the art.
And we'll see. So we're not going to stream for that long tomorrow.
No.
Well,
I didn't plan on streaming for this long today. I don't.
Yeah,
you know, we
either.
can wrap things up. We can just say, "Listen, we're going to wrap things up." But
well, I'm trying to get through the super chats.
Okay.
Dark Soul stuff. Oh no, I missed one. Jack H for $2 says brain activity equals human. The logical line is not to cross. Dark Soul stuff for 3 months says ruminating endlessly on the internet is not really advocacy, is it? It's laughable. This person thinks it is. That one. Read that one. Wim W for $5 says even if riots were 5% of the BLM protest, they did 100% of the damage. Ostracy for $5 says, wow, just wow to all of that. Wow. Lucius Cornelius Solo for $2 says she's down playing the riots.
She's down playing the riots, yeah.
Shinto, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. I read that one. Read that one. Stug for $2 says, quote, can we agree with this mot, please? Nice. That's good. Read that one. Read that one. Read that one. Joe the Make for $2 says, Jesus fucking Christ, that's not how policing works. Relating to policing causing more crime and fatherlessness. Oof, this is one I scanned. Cyborg for $5 says, really nice of you guys to promote Down Syndrome Barbie in time for the release. Ouch. I have noticed that that movie does not look that funny to me. Like the concept seems funny. The movie does not look funny. From the trailer anyway. I hope it's good, but that
I've not seen the trailer, so I don't even know.
Oh, okay. Trailer's not doing anything for me.
I want to see Guardians of the Galaxy, even though it has mixed reviews. So
sure. Well, I'm still going to see it, yeah, eventually. Rowan Phillips for 10 months says, one of the painful things about our time is that those who feel certainty are stupid, and those with ... understanding are filled with doubt.
I felt like we got a little bit of doubt out of Katee, though.
True.
It's really all you can ask for in this day and age.
Where was I? Living though, did I read this one?
Lives in your wallet for $5.
I did read that one. Read this one. Read this one. Read this one. Read this one. Fondue for $2 says, I'm gonna go wine now. Please expand your vocabulary.
Are you whining about her limited vocabulary on the word wine?
I know, jeez. Guru Ralph for 9 months says, so with that logic, would she ignore cancer because it's bad? We have to find the problem and try to fix it. There you go. True.
Yeah. Let's fix it.
Javier Portillo Fernandez for $5 says, calling yourself non-binary puts you in the binary of binary, and non-binary makes you the binary again. Till next time.
That's a great point.
That is.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
You're either binary or non-binary. So therefore you are binary.
Only a non-binary deals in absolutes.
Yeah.
Fondue for $2 says, I think I get Destiny's criticism of progressives. I don't know what Destiny's criticism of progressives actually means.
We got concessions there too. I mean, I hate calling them concessions because it just makes it sound bad, but she seemed open to the idea that her perception was incorrect about Destiny.
Okay. I agree that the term progressive is kind of a shitty, nebulous term. So,
right. But I do think Destiny advocates for progressive causes, but thinks these extreme positions hurt that advocacy. I think that.
Yeah,
is
but that
Destiny's
exactly
position.
right. That was. I feel like that was my point for like 75% of the conversation.
Of course, yeah. So, you're making the same point as
Yeah, I know.
This is why I don't like it when Destiny comes on our show and is mean to us, because we agree. Like, we're basically advocating for the same thing here.
Well,
but we don't call ourselves
we have different
progressives.
Positions. You can have you have the same view of things and have different positions on where issues in the line is, right?
Sure, of course.
But obviously no one should be mean to us because we're right about everything.
Of course. And just be nice to us on our show.
True.
Don't call us conservative in your thumbnails.
True. That always gets you upset.
It's just inaccurate.
Right. Grendel Vat, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, Sitch and Adam, if you platform nut jobs, you should push back. I think people confuse pushbacking with you're not eviscerating and dunking on them. Yeah. Because everything we were saying, we were pushing back on, and I'm just, I would say what I was going to say. She would say what I was going to say. I would, one of us would push back, and then the conversation would kind of loop. And it's like, okay, well, you have two options. We can either just move forward, or we can just say, oh, you're a fucking, idiot, and destroy the conversation. And I know people want that, but sorry, if you want to have the same responsibility as say, oh, we're a responsible audience of intelligent people, we don't need you guys to think for us, right? Then when we are arguing with people and we disagree with them and we lay out our arguments and we don't explicitly do a vosh on them and say, oh my God, you're such a fucking idiot, then I have the faith that our audience can, understand that we disagree with their position and don't, and you can have your own opinion about it. So that's
plus you'd probably be mad if we brought Academic Agent on and dunked on him the whole time like that. You'd be like, why are you being, this has literally happened with Dave. Why are you so mean to Dave all the time?
Right.
When, we just disagree with him, but I don't even think
I only
really
blew up on Dave because
Dave.
He refused to engage, after 2 conversations, he's like refusing to fucking engage on anything.
I feel like she engaged 10 times more than Dave ever attempted to engage.
She did, yeah. She did, even though we disagree a lot, so.
Yes.
You're talking about distributors, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not Dave Smith or something.
No. Dave Smith didn't really engage that much either.
Well, he did engage, but it just gave ridiculous arguments. Just joking for 5 months says, can we have a Disneyland vlog with Sitch and Adam, Mickey ears and everything?
I'm game. Shit. I've never been to Disney World.
Fly out to Disney World and do a vlog.
Be great, man. Mrs. Friended would love to go to Disney World.
There you go. She claimed America was racist, so you need to push back for 40 minutes?
Well, what do you mean? We push back?
I don't even know how to respond to that. That's baffling. That's a baffling comment. Wow.
That's what we push back on constantly. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay. I feel like people have wacky interpretations of these conversations where, like, and I understand why, and I don't necessarily blame you, because you've probably never been in the situation ever, because this is a unique situation. You're not usually in these situations in real life, where you're having this sort of like public conversation with someone. Someone's explaining their point, and they throw out like 20 things. They say like 20 different things, right? And then me and Adam have to make a decision here. You can't address every single fucking thing, because the way the conversation goes is when you address one thing, then that leads you down a path, like another pathway to a different conversation.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to like figure out where the pathways go.
You got to pick your battles.
Right, we just have to fit like, okay, what do I want to address in like the 20 things that they say that I disagree with? What do I want to address? And some people get like super triggered when you don't explicitly say, here you said 20 things. I disagree with every single fucking 20 thing, which you can't really have the conversation would be 10 hours just to get through one point, right?
The conversation already is 10 hours.
Right. And so, the idea that, and we brought up, I thought we were brought up repeatedly the concept that, we disagree with the framing of, America is white supremacist. And did she agree with that? And then she said no, but yes, but no. So it's kind of a convoluted answer. So
right.
So
I mean, she was getting super vague around the systemic racism stuff. It was difficult to pin down. So
right. But whatever, you can interpret it as you will.
Interpret it as us not pushing back at all. That's the funniest.
Right. Yeah. RBGH fam for $5 says Katee, is the U.S. systemically misandrous because of the high rate of men in prison? That's
Hell
a good
yes.
question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Of course it is. Everyone
You got to
hates
remember
men.
that to go to that. It's a good example to go to when we're talking about these systemic racism or systemic oppression arguments. That just because there's an inequity that exists in the system doesn't mean that there's some sort of that's why I hate the definition of systemic racism, because it's meaningless, right? It just, if there's an inequity in a system, and if we even add in the unfairness, there's an inequity in the system that's strictly an unfair inequity, we get to call it systemic racism. It's like, well, that tells you nothing of value. You gain no new information of value just by labeling it that way.
Well, rhetorically, you get to cite racism, which is the
bingo.
whole point.
That's the real reason, right? The real reason is the rhetorical strategy of doing it. So.
It's the misappropriation of the word racism is what it is.
Yes, exactly. Christian Baller for $5 says, can't watch live tonight, boys, but looking forward to Adam's sweet misogyny. Don't let me down, Adam. There you go.
I mean, I felt like I don't feel like that would be a proper tactic with her. She seemed like she would like that. So
we got to give a big thanks to Zero Fox. He looped the GIF almost seamlessly.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's amazing.
So you should switch it to some of the other ones.
Oh, you want me to do the trans one?
Yeah, the trans one's pretty funny. And then the state line crosser. Or do you want me to
bring up this cute picture of a bunch of hedgehogs?
Do whatever feels right to you.
Content warning: racism, transphobia. This is the white leftist industrial complex. Ooh, I mean, that might be Sunday show material, right?
Oh yeah, we gotta check that video out. Yeah. Because I am curious, because to watch that movie, if we'll say this woman is anti-white, will we actually defend Vosh? Or say, oh no, he was just doing some rhetorical dishonesty, trick here. He is the scorpion on the frog, so.
You can't defend Vosh. What are you thinking?
I know. Well, we'll see. We'll have to watch the video. Fondue for $5 says, wouldn't the trans issue be solved by cyborg bodies? Yes. Yes, it would. Michael, for 7 months, says, with regards to platforming, and I hate that we've made it a verb, you guys should bring on Daryl Davis. It will break his brain. Davis has it, break her brain. Davis has it figured. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Daryl Davis is like the avatar for changing people's minds, but then you actually have to, he did it because he befriended the people, which, right. Can you befriend Nick Fuentes without being totally ostracized?
No.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
Right.
His strategy's off the table for you.
James Denny for $5 says, so does this lady think like unvax should be sent to camps. Like, yeah,
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I don't know. J-Mac for $50. Thanks so much, J-Mac. Says this woman, fails to see she is the catalyst for everything she would deem bad. It's actually funny, if not a little sad, that she is incapable of seeing past her own ideological shelter and unable to take anyone who lacks introspection seriously. There you go. I mean, to me, that's why I felt like the conversation kept coming down to this. You know, and I think this is true for a lot of activists. I think this is true for a lot of activists, that there is sort of this post hoc justification for, oh, the thing, you know, you feel some unfairness exists in society, and you could be right. There could be an unfairness. And so you feel like the thing that kind of feeds your outrage and makes you feel better about the unfairness just coincidentally happens to be the thing that's going to fix it in society. I mean, that's a pretty big coincidence, right?
It's almost like it's a conspiracy.
There you go. So yeah, I mean, I think that was really the kind of going back to it again and again. It's just, it seems to me that, you know, when your activism is going in a direction where it's just putting people off, then you have to, you know, reevaluate and try to figure out, you know, what is the priorities? You know, what is the goal of priorities? Is it to feel good? Is it to feel justified? Or is it to actually enact the positive change in the world you want to enact?
For 90% of people, it's to feel good, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but they don't understand that.
No, but they feel it.
Right.
Drew the Dogman for $2 says, I was just kidding. I love when you let the crazies talk.
Yeah.
So I guess we misread the super
Oh,
chat.
sorry, Drew. Well, thank you, Drew.
Yeah, that's nice, yeah.
Doomer sent me back, regarding the poll, he sent me back a projector emoji.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
there you go.
Because you're projecting?
Well, he's saying the chat is projecting.
Oh, okay.
He's saying the chat whines the most. So there you go. Doomer really winning over the chat, even when he's not here.
A lot of comments really liked his performance the last time he was on the stream. So
yeah, because he was just agreeing with things that they agree. People don't like Doomer not because they don't like his personality. They don't like Doomer because he'll disagree with the chat vehemently, or with people or the main opinion of the chat, and then shit all over them aggressively.
Well, no, I think you can disagree without being mean.
Of course. No,
yeah.
Of course. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying his demeanor, the way in which Doomer disagrees,
is mean. Yeah.
Is why people get turned off to him. Yeah.
Right. But last time he wasn't doing that. So that's good.
No, because he was using his shitting on energy to shit on pyramid scheme, which everyone was agreeing with. So.
Right. Which is what we want. Look,
right.
Why is he attacking our chat? Pyramid scheme is the target.
It's what I always say. Okay. Our greatest strengths are our greatest weaknesses.
Right.
With Doomer, you have to take the full package, right?
Right. We can fix him, Sitch. We don't have to take the full package. What are you talking about?
Okay, if you say so.
He's fixable.
Christian Bob for $20 says, if we don't debate the bad ideas and just shut it down, it just makes it worse because people will not develop good arguments to combat these bad ideas. You have to be able to articulate why an idea is dangerous.
Good point. Great point.
True.
Yeah.
Phil Moore for $10 says, Destiny has charm and Nick has charm. This chick has charisma of an old boot with a hole in it. Sorry, but you're not getting people on your side by being so unlikable.
Toots,
yeah.
Does that mean like
goodbye? I don't know if they meant like toots or they meant like disparagingly, or if there's something other there. But
I think that means goodbye, like toodaloo.
Or toodaloo. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because her complaint is that Nick is charismatic, and that's what can get him an appeal to his audiences. So yeah, not that everyone has to necessarily go that route, obviously. But J-Mac for $20 says Katee doesn't know the first thing about real-world conservatives or Republicans. I suggest getting out of her bubble, privileged comfort zone, and actually talk to some. She is rife with stereotypes.
I would like to make that happen.
There you go.
I don't know that it will help, but it didn't help with Isaac.
No. The Chad Father for $5 says, in May of 2022, 46 of 49 Democratic senators voted for abortion without restriction. None opposed. 3 did not vote. That's pretty bad.
Wow, that's awful.
Crayons for $5. Well, that's the thing. If in 2024, and this, I guess this will be where the rubber meets the road here. If in 2024, the Democratic platform that Joe Biden runs on is restrictionless abortions, that will be fucking the dumbest, literally the dumbest thing the Democrats could ever do. It would be snatching the rhetorical victory on the abortion question and throwing it down a pit of defeat.
Of course, yeah.
So, I mean, not that they would be above them to do that, because that's definitely the direction Democrats have been going a lot these days. So,
I'll take your completely unreasonable abortion position, Republicans, and I'll double it with our unreasonable abortion position.
Right. Yes,
It's
yes.
like,
right.
why?
Like, oh my God. So we'll see. I mean, I hope they don't do that, but I wouldn't be shocked if they do. I'm curious to see, because wasn't Trump in 2020 trying to be kind of like, what was his position on abortion? Wasn't he kind of, I thought he was kind of like, he didn't give a shit.
He's pro-life.
Is he pro-life now? Because he was pretty pro-choice.
He's
before.
pro-life because that's what his party wants him to be. But
Okay.
yeah, he switched. He was pro-choice, but now he's pro-life. But I'm just like, you're completely playing into the stereotypes. They've been calling you baby killers forever, and now you're literally killing babies. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's not good. I think part of an element too is that, you know, the whole I never like the woman's, like, it's a woman's choice argument, because I think it is too reductive. I mean, it's obviously an element to the argument, but it's too reductive.
Look, if a woman wants to murder her spouse, it's not her fucking choice, okay?
Right.
Like, women's choice has an end.
Right. Well, so, and I understand that in these public conversations, when you're having a broad audience, you want to reduce your argument to like the simple slogan and all that stuff. And I'm fine with that as long as it remains to be a simple slogan that people understand is a simple reductive slogan and not the actual end goal. But it seems like for some people on the left, they've forgotten that it is a reductive slogan and not the end goal. And so there is this absolutist position of, well, if it's the woman's right to choose, I have to take that to the most extreme version, which, you know, is the day before we kill the baby. So
does it become the goal though, because people internalize the reductive slogan? And
it can be, and that's kind of the danger of these reductive slogans.
Yeah.
So definitely can be. But I just feel like a lot of the people on the left have like started to argue these positions because they just, I don't know, either they've been repeating the mantra for so long it's actually sunk in, or they just feel like, well, I have to be consistent because this was my position. So, you know, I don't know what's going on there, but
yeah, they don't want to flip flop.
Because the whole abortion until, you know, the baby comes out, I mean, that's a relatively recent position. I don't remember
it was
Democrats...
one the Republicans seem to try to pin on.
Right. And I mean,
partial
I don't remember
birth abortions, remember?
Right. And I don't remember hearing Democrats supporting this in like, you know, 2000 or 2010 or anything. So Crayons for $5 says, I was driving the other day while listening to the show and encountered a license plate that said A-Team on it.
I think it's a sign, Crayons. I really do.
Sign. Yeah.
Sign from God.
Crayons. Everyone gets mad when I say crayons.
Crayons. It's a sign from God that you're A-Team.
Crayons.
Crayolas.
Prince L. Lee N for $5 says, KP. Oh, for Katie. Name 10 positive things that Democrats and progressives have done for black folks since their inception. I assure you they don't outweigh the bad they've done.
Well, there was Jim Crow. Oh, wait. Good. You said
that wasn't a positive thing.
You said positive things. Never mind.
Right. Lucius Cornelius Sulla, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Stock for $2 says, aggressive stupidity is unassailable. There you go. Blaine's Escape Corner for $2 says, was she nodding yes to me making fun of Lance? I'm not sure. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, your ideology should be completely fluid, question mark. El Caliso for 7 months says, this woman accuses centrists of hiding their power level, yet wants to ignore the actual radical progressives that clearly have become mainstream.
That's true.
Well, that's the thing. If you're like a super, if you have an extreme view, you never see the mainstream as adopting your extreme view. So, Joe the Mig for $10 says, why on earth would you allow a terrible fucking example like Lance of your entire side of the aisle to continue to embarrass your entire movement just because you're on the same side. Yeah, it's a bad strategy. I think that's a bad strategy.
But
So-
Lance wants to clout chase, so they have to, what are they going to do?
Well, they could, I guess, expel Lance for being fucking buffoonish. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Like, what is the better strategy? Yeah, if we're gonna like, let's just look at this from the most calculating perspective. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
is it a better strategy for them, for the left overall, to say Lance fucking sucked so much ass in this conversation that he should
We
never
disown
have
him.
these, yeah, never have these public debates with right wingers or anyone that doesn't agree with him ever again? Or is it better to kind of do the cope gaslighty? Oh, he actually just did bad in like a couple clips, but you know, he did good overall. Here's a picture of him holding the left-handed chart. You know? So
It seems like they're going with the latter strategy. The
they
cope.
are, but I actually don't know if that's like, I mean, that could be a better strategy from a very cynical perspective.
Well, I think
So-
it is because it gaslights people into thinking he actually did a good job. They're like, I didn't watch it, but I heard he did a great job.
Well, it depends. That would be if Lance doesn't do those conversations again, like he did with Tim Pool, then that's the better strategy. But if Lance keeps doing conversations like he did with Tim Pool and keeps making the left look bad, then it's actually a bad strategy. Because then he's just continually, you know, hurting their movement. So
It's good for
see.
us, though. I hope he keeps doing them.
I do. I think he knows that he
Mhm.
did poorly. I think he knows.
Yeah.
I mean, he blocked Phil for linking that clip. So
Who's next? Who's he gonna? What show is he after next? What big show that is gonna challenge his bullshit?
he'll be on Fresh and Fit.
Oh my god, that would be amazing. We would cover
be
that
perfect.
immediately.
That'd be pretty funny.
What when he brings up the lady penis? Oh my god, it's gonna be so good.
Be interesting, yeah. Fondue for $5 says she just wants to feel good. The people she advocates for only exist in her head. Cyborg for $5 says, this is the dumb drunk girl at the party that's screaming when she means to be talking and won't shut up, but thinks everyone loves her. I mean, I think she's pretty aware that you guys didn't like her. I don't think there was any confusion there.
Oh, really?
Alexander Cullen for 7 months says, why is it important for individual progressives to strive for coherency with the movement as opposed to being individuals truth seeking? That's a good question. That is a good question.
Yeah, that's how you reevaluate the movement.
Yeah, right. Danit187 for 17. What is this symbol?
That is
Oh,
a
shekels.
swastika.
How dare you? It's a shekel.
Why does this shekel look so much like a swastika? That's not good.
It's an interesting sign, yeah. Thank you for the 17 shekels. It says shooting inside the tank is a right-wing saying. I can't believe Katee calls herself progressive, but uses phrases from Naftali B'nai and Bibi.
Very suspect.
I didn't know that was a Bibi thing. Interesting.
That's Netanyahu.
Bibi Netanyahu. Yeah, don't you remember? Net and Yahoo?
I do remember that. That was one of the funniest parts of the Kanye discussion.
It's too bad he didn't have like a BB gun as well, you know.
It's actually net and Yoo-hoo because
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, Net and Yoo-hoo, yeah. That cringe for $5. God, I just see that image in my mind. It makes me smile.
We laugh so hard. That fucking show is so hilarious.
Hey, yay! Let me tell you about Israel. Oh my god, that was insane. Oh my god.
We didn't even do that on a Tuesday. It was like, oh, we just gotta cover this.
Well, it was just like the day it happens. We're like, we have to watch this.
I know this is too incredible to pass up.
Yeah. How could anyone look at that and not be like, this is a man in the midst of a mental breakdown? It's like fucking on. That's the most fucking bizarre. He's on TV wearing fucking mask that makes him look like an insane person, and then he starts saying it's like the most dumb, insane shit of all time.
How much he loves Hitler.
He's saying he loves Hitler, and he's doing little voices. Oh, hey everybody, it's me, Netanyahu.
Making Alex Jones shake his head and like
Jones is
sigh
like-
in disbelief.
Alex Jones is like, oh my fucking god, what is happening?
I remember Alex Jones got up in a huff and like left to get water because he's like, no one would bring him water. He's like, fucking.
They're all too enraptured. The whole staff is just
I know.
staring, like,
He's like,
God.
fuck this. I'm gonna get my own water.
Listen, Alex Jones was trying to hold the entire weight of Ye's career on his back. He's trying to
Totally.
he was doing everything he could to try to protect Ye's reputation. And Ye just kept slapping it out of Alex's hand and says, "No, fuck you. Let me talk about how much I love Hitler some more."
Remember Ali
And then
Alexander?
Ali started doing it too.
Ali
Oh my God.
Alexander came out and was like, "You gotta
Let me
listen
simp
to
for
him.
you. Let me simp for you, Kanye.
I don't think you're listening. I don't think you're listening, Alex. Listen to
And
what Kanye's saying."
And then Ye immediately did the same thing. He's like, he slaps Ali in the face and says, "No, shut up. Let me tell you about how I love Hitler some more." I was almost like, oh my God. That'll probably be our favorite political video of all time. Was just that.
I can't imagine it
it's
being
hard to imagine
topped.
anything topping that. Yeah.
And then every time they turn to Nick Fuentes, he's like, "Well, I agree with Kanye."
He just sitting there. I agree totally with Kanye about the Jews.
It was funny because Alex Jones, it seemed like he was turning to Nick for help with pulling Kanye off the ledge. And he's like, "No, let's push them together."
Why would he? Yeah, why the fuck would he ever think he would turn?
Because he just didn't know Nick
Nick
Fuentes. He had no idea. He's like,
no, he know. Well, maybe he thought that Nick is more.
He believed the jokes. He thought, "Oh,
No,
Nick's
I
just
don't.
joking around."
No, I was gonna say maybe he thinks Nick is more mask on, so he thought Nick would like temper the anti-Semitism with some like bullshit that would make it seem more acceptable. Nick's just like, nah, fuck it. God, I love that conversation.
Oh God, I know.
That cringe for $5 says, "How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday? As class is a group."
Ask class as a group.
Oh, like Adam and Sitch class
I
is a
guess.
group.
I don't know.
What is the? How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday? What does that mean? Then you sent it on Sunday, and I was like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm not sure I get it. But thank you. For
I did eat
$5.
breakfast though. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, I've heard.
Indigo Turtle for $5 says she keeps saying she's compromising about 9 months, but she agrees that's not a compromise by definition. That's true. Joe
you're
Make
right.
$5 says pregnancy is an infringement of bodily autonomy. This claim simply cannot be made in an era of near perfect zero cost birth control. Well, you can make the argument. It still would be, but you would say that it's not absolute because you're still, your responsibility for getting pregnant in the first place precludes a level of your bodily autonomy, which I think is a completely fair position to hold and to say.
Because you had sex.
Because you had sex and because it's pretty you still can, but it's pretty easy to not get pregnant right nowadays with condoms and the pill and all these other things. So Destruction 89 for $5 says Tucker Carlson said the left is obsessed with abortion because they're into child sacrifice. Republicans are saying that's why he was fired. Do you agree? No, I don't. First of all, I don't agree with the idea that the left is obsessed with abortion for that. The left is obsessed with abortion because it's a very easy. It's the same reason the left is obsessed with racism. When I say the left, I don't mean like individual voters. I mean kind of like the way that the information is talked about. The left, as we've said a million times, their number one tactic against Republicans is to what? It's to label them racist and sexist.
Right. And they want to play into the sexist trope by saying they want to control women's bodies.
Exactly. So any issue that they can hit Republicans over the head with a racist stick or sexist stick, they're going to focus on disproportionately. Also, abortion is a good issue for them to fixate on because the majority of Americans in the country do not agree with the very strict
pro-life position.
Yeah, the very strict pro-life position. So they feel like it's a winning strategy, though, of course, they could completely sabotage that by picking up the mantle of the also not well-liked position of abortion until the baby's born position. So we'll see what they do.
Look, I don't know if you're asking if we agree that
is that why Tucker Carlson was fired?
For saying this? Because I don't know that he said this, and maybe they would fire him for that reason. I don't know why he was fired.
I think he was fired. Well, there was the comments he made. He made some comments about his boss or something. I thought that leaked. that people didn't like. Um, and then there's the story that supposedly Murdoch didn't like him because he felt like Tucker Carlson was like this weirdo, like he was too religiously extreme or something.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
So I mean, there's like a million of these stories. I don't know what is true. That could be true. It's probably a combination of these things. I would speculate that the timing of it being right after the settlement has something to do with the settlement. It has to do with, even though Tucker wasn't the one I believe that was getting fixated the most on in the settlement that we know of, I think I would guess that what's probably going on, unless it's possible the settlement was just an excuse time to do it, but I would guess what was probably going on was that there were things that Tucker says that they realize opens them up for more liability and more lawsuits in the future. And they said, after this massive lawsuit, we can't take a risk anymore.
Right.
I think that's probably what happened. Or someone else speculated that a lot of the and this could actually be an explanation too. I don't know if it's true, but they said that supposedly a lot of the advertisers have
Didn't
left
want to
Fox
advertise on Tucker.
because of, well, they were saying that a lot of the advertisers supposedly left all of Fox because of Tucker.
Really? I heard
Supposedly.
Tucker had the most popular show, but the least advertiser in income.
That could, yeah. Well, that's exactly. So that's the problem. Like, if you're maybe it's just maybe none of the ideology matters. Maybe it's just a pure numbers.
Yeah,
game
yeah.
From a business perspective.
If you're getting viewers in, but no one will advertise on your show, is it worthwhile to really even have you on the air? Maybe not.
Right. Because it's kind of like with the apocalypse, where YouTube makes a lot of money, but compared to the entirety of the parent company of Google, they don't, like Google.
Yeah, it's peanuts.
Yeah, right. So they basically will sacrifice things on YouTube for the sake of the health of the overall, Google. And it could be that with Rupert Murdoch and all the various things that he owns, that massive payout they had to pay for the settlement, they basically said, well, we need to make Fox News more profitable to make up for this loss. And if Tucker Carlson has a high rated show, but is hurting the overall financial advertisement of Fox News, maybe that's why they fired him. So it could have nothing to do with ideologies.
I heard also the settlement was like a third or a quarter of their cash that the company had.
I thought
accrued.
It was more than the entire annual operating budget of Fox News.
Well, it could be more than their annual operating budget, and also be like a lot of times companies will have cash reserves. I heard it was like 25% or a third of their cash reserves.
Maybe it was a third for like News Corp overall.
That's crazy.
Or something.
It's like
pretty wild.
Like a whole third of your earnings over however long is just gone.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to me because people are saying, a lot of people are saying, oh, it's a BS case, the BS case. I don't know, like
how much does Dominion even make?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Fox would not have taken that massive L on the chin, if they thought that
$750 million. Yeah.
Yeah, if they thought that there wasn't something there. So that's a massive, massive settlement.
Do they make $1 billion? Does Dominion make $1 billion running these elections? I don't even know.
No, but they would argue that it's not just what they make, because it's all future earnings.
Oh, it's a reputation. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, who would ever hire Dominion again, right?
Right.
So,
and there's other competitors.
Well, then also I think Fox is getting sued by another company that has some other voting company. So,
on the abortion thing, I really look, the whole idea that Democrats are the ones that are obsessed with abortion, I don't think is completely accurate. I think
no. Yeah.
I think Republicans and conservatives have kept the abortion debate alive for the past 50 years. So the only reason I think Democrats have such an extreme abortion position is because a lot of people have gotten in this tit for tat game where, I want to trigger conservatives, so I'm going to make my positions as caustic to them as possible.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you're definitely right I agree. It's not fair to say the Democrats are the ones obsessed with abortion when the last 50 years, when Roe v. Wade passed, it seemed like the Democrats were pretty.
Yeah, they put their feet up and went to sleep basically.
Yeah, they were pretty okay with that. The only other further Democrat arguments after that point were really about the funding of it
Protection.
being
Yeah.
protection and the funding of it being for public healthcare models. But the Republicans were the ones that were kind of obsessed with continually restricting and trying to chip away at Roe v. Wade for the last 50 years. So now you can agree with that, but I'm just saying they seem to be the ones that were much more fixated on it than Democrats.
And I think it's purely pragmatics, obviously. I don't think they're like down to for child sacrifice or anything.
Sure. Well, they saw how many women and men put on those super pussy hats that came out for the march.
Yeah.
They look at the polling. There's a very cynical nature to it. They know it's an unpopular position with America. So, Otracy for $10 says, interesting argument about the car. I think the person should be able to disconnect themselves. Of course, once the person dies because of the accident you caused, you're now guilty of murder. Well, I guess you could frame it that way.
That's a good way to frame it.
Yeah, I'd say, well, you can.
Murderer.
Right. Well, actually, I mean, I don't know. I would kind of disagree. Like, I would disagree with that. I would say, no, we're going to skip the middle ground. You just have to. Now, I don't know I'm assuming the law isn't that way, right? I'm assuming you can disconnect yourself from the person, even if you caused the accident.
You can always tell Vosh's hypotheticals because they're so fucking ridiculous. It's like Coconut Island levels of stupidity here.
Well, having a ridiculous analogy is fine as long as it still has whatever the element is you're trying to figure out. Like the whole point of analogies and thought experiments is supposed to be, if they're honest, it's supposed to be that you're trying to isolate
various variables.
Yeah, the specific moral variable that you're focusing on. And Katee was complaining about this, and there's some complaint about it is accurate, but some complaint about it is not accurate, which is that there can be a valid reason to take someone's argument and then pull it to the extreme to see what kind of argument will come out of that. There is validity in doing that to some extent. So,
Coconut Island, give me a break.
Well, Coconut Island's stupid, right? Coconut Island's a bad analogy because it gets rid of all the other competing factors that you have to deal with under capitalism. Right. Like, you have to incentivize people to build businesses. We don't live in a situation where someone just walks around and collects all the resources.
All the coconuts up.
Right. We have, we have all these systems in place where people can, work their way up to, make better lives for themselves. So, I mean, that's why it fails as an analogy.
Everybody's a prostitute as soon as I have all the coconuts. That's basically why. That's basically what the analogy is.
Yeah, well, it makes sense because he believes in conflict theory. So Coconut Island is basically a conflict theory analogy. Blaine's Escape Corner for $2 says, thanks, Sitch. She consents to tools up the yoo-hoo. I don't remember what that was in relation to. Stug for $2 says, yeah, we're talking about the real world wizards. Yes. The Slytherin, I can't even speak now. Gryffindor in real world, yeah. Versus Slytherin in the real world.
Right.
Red 47.3 for $5 says, I'd be curious to hear Katee do a book review of The Righteous Mind by Height. P.S. Katee on a stream with no 2 liter of Coke is weird. Oh, does she normally drink?
She drank like 2 liters of Coke right in front of us. You didn't see that?
No.
I kept wondering. I wonder what Sitch thinks of this. Like
whenever we stream, 90% of the time I'm like staring at a wall. I'm not looking at the screen. So
2 liters of Coke. You know how many calories that is?
Listen, she needs the sugar. Okay. I say hyped. Electric Skeleton for £10 says, what happens to your bodily autonomy if you cause a car crash and the person you hit dies? Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. The bodily autonomy argument can go in a lot of weird directions. So that's why I thought it was very stupid for Lance to try to position himself to take the ultimate bodily autonomy argument as opposed to just saying, well, that is a single factor. And here's a multiple factored argument of why I think, I'm pro-choice, right?
Yeah.
Unless I don't know, maybe Lance, I mean, that's why I say I think we both think Lance is not very intelligent and hasn't really clearly thought through a lot of these positions. So Joe the Meg for $2 says, human fetuses are sapient sapient at some point. That is true. PC
Sapient.
for, yeah, they are sapient at some point. Did someone say sapient instead of
Acute, insightful, and wise. That's what sapient means.
well, no, he means relating to being human, like a Homo sapien.
Oh, okay.
Someone at some point in the conversation might have said sapient instead of conscious or something. PC for $10 says the two metaphors she gave support the pro-life side. No one would skydive if the instructor could choose to let them go. That's an interesting thing. And the woman makes a choice to board the plane, have sex, but the baby has no choice. True. Yeah.
Okay. I never heard the skydiving before.
Well, the skydiving one, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Does a person have the bodily? I mean, it's kind of a weird. It's not quite a one-for-one metaphor, but I mean, I guess you could kind of try to like force it in there. You know, force that square block in the round hole there. Dr. Diller for $5 says, quote, everyone but me is evil and wrong. I'm on the right side of history. End quote. Person who is evil and wrong and on the wrong side of history.
That's kind of how it works sometimes.
I'm not going to read that next one. Joe the Meg for $10 says, there's something insanely disgusting and moral typical about some progressive half a world away, hand-waving violence that destroys communities of people that supposedly they advocate for. Daniel Irish for $5 says, Katee seems smart, just uninformed. Future centrist.
Look, Daniel agrees. Daniel's
go.
always based. We can fix her, guys. We can win her over.
Right.
She's already got dreadlocks. She's already doing cultural appropriation, okay? She's on the fence.
Fondue for $5 says, she isn't progressive. She is strictly against pressing society in any way but hers. Lives in your walls for $5 says, she insults the intelligence of everyone while being unable to understand the logic of the conversation, the arguments, or how she's being tooled. Fat Brown Buffalo for $20. Thank you. Our favorite Young Turk says, caught part of your conversation earlier on policing in minority neighborhoods. Would you be up to discuss with Sean Fitzgerald, the actual justice warrior, on this topic? He has strong opinions in the opposite direction. Would be an interesting conversation. I doubt she would ever agree to have that conversation because she would say that she doesn't have the relevant knowledge to push back on Sean for, on all the topics and stats and things that he would bring up. So she probably wouldn't agree to that, I would imagine. Valmango for 10 months says, I wouldn't wish her on my worst enemy unless it's Doomer.
Right. Great super chat.
Tumungo for 2 Canadian says, hey, Adam, just wondering what the Big Bang was like.
That's mean.
There you go.
Look,
old man.
32, I think she said. Was it 32?
Yeah, you're 32. You're a young lad, Adam.
I think she said 32. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that make you feel, Sitch?
I mean, I'm 12, so
Look at that. She got the 20-year age difference perfectly right. How'd she do that?
That's hilarious. Oh my god. You're right. CT for 2 Canadian says, Scorpio based, I'm a Pisces. We should hang out. But look at that.
This.
CT trying to build some bridges.
Nice.
Wow. Mark Twain's Revenge for $50 says, what does this strumpet? Now that's a word I don't think I've heard anyone refer to a woman in a very long time.
What's that mean?
A strumpet? It's like a 1950s word of like calling someone like a hoe.
A promiscuous or disreputable woman.
Yes,
wow.
A strumpet. Wow. Okay.
A hussy.
A hussy. Yeah. Geez. Forgot about that one. What does she think about harm reduction programs in progressive cities? Probably something ridiculous, but let's see. I mean, she said something. I mean, I'm assuming she buys into all that stuff because she was saying, how to fix, police reform. She kind of went through the laundry list of things we've all heard before.
Yeah.
Social workers and all that stuff. But yeah, whatever. Soupy Cappy for 2 SGD says, worst guest yet. Get her off the stream. Yeah, people really did not like her.
Well, I mean, we made a bunch of money in super chat, so I mean, I'm conflicted here. She might be back next Tuesday.
Yeah, right. We're being incentivized to have her on more.
I think J-Max super chatted like he's gonna go broke if we bring her on again. So,
Well, it's so funny because we were talking about this the other day. The CGP Grey video about
yes,
why when you're
totally.
angry, it gets more engagement. So,
Yes, yeah. She made all of you angry.
yes,
Yeah, she didn't make me angry. You guys need to work on your elephants. Jeez.
there you go.
I was just like, I thought she was funny, to be honest with you. The condescending back and forth was hilarious. And I feel like she was flirting with Sitch quite a bit. Am I wrong about that?
I couldn't. I mean, it's hard to tell what is kayfabe and what's not. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. So she has a boyfriend. It was weird, but it was funny. I thought it was funny.
Some girls
That's what
like
I'm
to
saying.
make their boyfriends jealous.
Maybe
That's why
until the one part that got me triggered for my personal reasons. I thought it was hilarious, and I thought the ribbing back and forth I found funny.
Yeah.
Well, it was really weird because it was really funny because you guys don't know this. Before the stream started, and we weren't talking about politics really at all. She was very funny. We were just talking about like random shit. So
Yeah.
I think she's a very funny person.
I stand by my she's way smarter than Lance. I mean, I think
Well,
that's
obviously,
obvious.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I am kind of curious as to why why are so many people so aggressively bothered by her? Like, is it her positions? Because she didn't really have that many far out positions from like other leftists we've talked to. It must be something about her demeanor of way of speaking that is really sticking in people's craw. What was it? I think I was right because I said very early in this conversation. You're right. It's funny until I'm the one that gets triggered. That's fair, Hayden. I that's a fair point. That's a fair critique. But I think I called it like super early in the conversation. I said she has a lot of doomer energy, and I think it's exactly that. It's sort of this
fuck you energy.
fuck you energy.
She said
Yeah.
fuck you like a bunch of times.
Yeah. So.
And she's telling people to shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Yes.
That is total doomer energy right there.
Yeah, she was insulting us in the audience. Yeah, I mean, I guess I felt like we were jabbing back every time too. So maybe it was, I don't know. To me, it was just kind of, there was a level of it that it doesn't bother me. So
there were a few times that I thought, oh no, we went too far. She's legitimately mad.
yeah,
but I mean,
maybe.
it still turned out okay.
Right. So
I felt like there was a couple times when she was actually triggered, but she dialed it back. So
there's a lot of personal hair. People kept commenting that she was touching her hair a lot, which I wasn't noticing because I wasn't really looking at the screen most of the time. So
I felt like there was some primping going on. That was that was aimed at Sitch. That was part of the flirting.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this wasn't working because I wasn't looking. She was smug as hell and whiny. You guys barely jabbed back. Maybe they were just too subtle for you, Stug. There was a lot of, and she knew because we would say something and she would just give us this look and there'd be the pause. There was a lot of jabbing back, but maybe it was just, I mean, it was more subtle than her jabs. So maybe that was the issue. I don't know.
That white savior stuff was good.
Yeah.
When I called her on her. Well, your assessment of it, I was like, oh, this is exactly how a progressive sees exactly what you said, Sitch. And she's like, yes, Adam. You're reading my mind, or you're my spirit animal or something. I was like, yeah, that's right. Look, you got to know how they think, Sitch.
Right. True. Kirk Landry for $2 says, how much will it cost to kick her?
More than $1.99. Jeez.
That's true. Is it like, how used to have a tier, like,
Yes, she delete everything for like
it's like $10,000 I shut up for a month.
I think I was thinking like $50,000.
Oh, was it 50?
Shut me up, yeah.
Shut me up. We'll have a
a shut us up tier.
No, we'll have a tier for like you give us X amount of money and you can tell us if we don't have a guest on the show anymore.
We got some good guests. You wanted to talk to SDL. So STL is on the schedule.
Who's STL?
The socialist that you were fighting with on Twitter. I know it's
Oh,
been
he's back?
forever.
I
Yes.
thought he was dodging or something.
He's back on the schedule. And guess who
back
else
on the
is
schedule.
next
When is
Tuesday?
when is he on the schedule for?
23rd.
Okay. Who else? Who's next Tuesday?
President's Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Officially on the schedule again
talking
for
about?
next week.
What are we talking
I mean,
about?
we can talk about whatever you want. Let me just.
I mean, I don't really. You're the one that wants to talk to President Sunday. I don't even know. I care to talk about anything. But
What do you mean? He was great. Last time he was on, like, we
Adam.
got a song out of it.
we did get a song.
I feel
Is
like
it a good idea? We're going from one not liked guest to another very not liked guest.
Was President Sunday. Look, we make more money when they're not liked. It's not my fault.
Come from Katee the President Sunday. Oh no.
It's not my fault.
Oh no. Oh no. Invite Doomer on.
President Sunday will be fun. You want to? You want to see if I don't know if President Sunday.
He'll probably leave the second Doomer comes. I'm like, oh.
I've not. We can't ambush President Sunday. President Sunday's officially a friend of the show if he's going to come on. So
officially, I don't think you know what friend of the show means at this point. But is it just someone that comes on twice they've become a friend of the show? I don't agree with this.
No, when anyone who agrees to come on the show I call a friend of the show.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, Doomer doesn't want to talk to him anyway, so it's not an issue.
Doomer is a friend of the show, so
okay, yeah. Obviously.
But there's limits to it. Like once they are like, nah, I'm not going to go on anymore. Then Big Joel.
And they lose their friend of the show status.
I don't know if I'd call Big Joel a friend of the show anymore.
I see. I gotcha. Good Faith Gary for $10. Hey Gary says this gal gives me female TJ Kirk vibes. Makes up her own definition. Very glib and smarmy. Zero self-awareness. Wow. If you've lost Good Faith Gary.
I know what happened. You were her favorite, Gary.
Right. Honest question, Sitch. How many normie conservatives do you honestly believe liked Nick Fuentes before and after he was more explicit? Not many. I don't think. Well, what are we talking about here? Like, obviously, mainstream wise, very few people know who Nick Fuentes is. If you're talking about like online, I'd still think in the less realm. I think with Nick, and Nick is kind of a bad example because I was just kind of using him to kind of explain the process. I think a lot of people knew who Nick was pretty early in the game. So maybe he's not a good example I was just using him as an example to explain the process. A lot of people kind of knew who Nick was early in the game, though you might have forgotten, Stug. There were a lot of people, not a lot of people, let's say that. Let's say there were a handful of people in our audience who, when we first started to bring up Nick Fuentes, would argue with me and Adam till they were blue in the face about how Nick Fuentes was actually not racist. Maybe you forgot about that. Now that's all gone away now over time, but that was a thing that was happening, some years ago. And this kind of came up too when we were talking to No Bullshit, about his whole like when he was pretending that he didn't know what white nationalists meant, right, and all that stuff. So. How many people?
A white person who's a nationalist, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, is it the majority of people? No, obviously not. But, I don't know, maybe let's say like 10% or something. But there's still people in there that don't know or pretend not to know. And that kind of gets my heckles up when people do this, like, especially when the groypers do this feign ignorance for their position bullshit, because I have seen people in our audience fall for it, and it does bother me. Fondue for $5 says, I don't think it's about jokes. It's about being both joking and being serious. It lets people know the difference. Yeah, that could definitely be a problem. I mean, that's definitely the issue. When is it real? When is it not? Destruction 89 for $2 says, ask her how early people should transition. That would have been a good question. But she would just say, I'll trust the consensus.
Trust the science. Where have I heard that before?
Right. Stock for Joe says, also, how far right do you think they are? The people, well, I mean, obviously the people that like Fuentes and know, or we consider them super far right. But the people that didn't know, I don't know. It's the same thing. Like it's the same thing with when we briefly talked about John Doyle. There are a lot of people that were trying to hide the ball with John Doyle. And I was like, I don't know. He's against the concept of liberalism and democracy. Like, you can advocate for that, but don't play games about it. So I don't, it's obviously not anywhere near the level that the left makes it out to be, but you can't fall in the trap of thinking it doesn't exist, because it does exist to some extent. Kirk Dean for $5 says, Katee clearly has a knack for arguing, but her ego and abrasiveness destroy any chance of a good faith conversation. Her disagreeers are infidels. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast?
How would you feel if you didn't eat
what
breakfast?
What does this mean?
I mean, I feel like shit. Obviously.
The breakfast question, or how you would have felt if you hadn't eaten breakfast, is a bait question with reference to a fortune story of a grad student who allegedly performed IQ tests on convicts at San Quentin State Prison. During the research, individuals with low IQ struggled to simulate the hypothetical situations in their minds, instead answering that they did have breakfast. Online, the question has been used in internet arguments as a conspicuous way to indicate that one's opponent is unintelligent. Well, there you go. I see. I got it. Gotcha. Okay. I got the meme now.
The prisoners would be saying, I didn't have breakfast. That's why they couldn't answer. Or how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast?
Right.
Of course I can't get this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually a pretty smart comeback.
Right. But no. That's not. So the question in the original meme post, the person says, I did IQ research as a graduate student and involved a lot of stuff. And he said, did you know that 95% of people with less than 90 IQ can't, and this is obviously a 4chan post, so I don't know if it's true or not. 95% of people with a 90 less IQ can't understand conditional hypotheticals. And the example was, you'd ask the person, how would you have felt yesterday evening, right, if you hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch?
Right, and they would say,
respond
but
by
I
saying,
did eat breakfast.
Yes, right, exactly.
So they wanted us to ask her that to see if she would say, but I did eat breakfast.
Yes, exactly. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, let us in on this.
The meme.
Next time we can ask. Oh, I guess we're supposed to ask with the
We're supposed to know the memes. I don't know the memes. Sorry. Now that's interesting. I'm actually curious if that's true though. That 95% of people with less than 90 IQ can't understand these conditional hypotheticals, because that seems pretty bonkers if that's the case. Though obviously, if you're talking about a prison population, you'd assume there'd be that's a really bad sample of people, right? So, anyways. Destruction 89 for JR says, clinicians once recommended smoking. That's true. Science is wrong sometimes. That is true. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, are doctors immune to social contagion? Oh, that's a good point. No, they're not.
Of course not.
Mike Osborne.
They're like social pressure, though, I think is what's going on with the doctors.
Right. Michael Osborne for £5 says, clinicians don't trust clinicians. That's why Tavistock was shut down.
Yeah.
Squeeze Louise. True. Squeeze Louise for $5 says, precisely 85% of all psychiatric medicine is pseudoscience. No, I will not elaborate. Based. Dr. Diller for $10 says, ask Katee if it was smart to trust the medical professionals when they were prescribing painkillers out the wazoo in the 90s. Sure, they had a profit motive to overprescribe, but we trust these people. That's a very good counter example, Dr. Diller. David Escalante for 11 pens. Thank you. Says, hey, first time super chatting. You guys should look into the Rosen-Hahn experiments.
Which I did, and it's the Rosen-Hahn experiment or Thud experiment was an experiment conducted to determine the validity of psychiatric diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that they found out psychiatric diagnosis was
the participants feigned hallucinations to enter the psychiatric hospitals, but acted normally afterwards. They were, however, diagnosed with psychiatric disorders and given I have heard of this stuff. I remember talking about this in my psych class.
And they didn't let them out for
right. Right.
They had to pretend to, they had to acknowledge their psychiatric problems in order to actually get out of the places.
Yeah. Right.
I do remember this. This is awesome. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Daniel Irish for $5 says if Katee lived in 1940, she would support lobotomies as it was mainstream science supported by medical institutions at the time.
Yeah. If she was prescribed thalidomide, she would have taken it right up. Oh yeah.
There you go. Kava for $5.
I know. What does this mean, Kava?
We all know. Just I want to send Katee a shout out for proving my position correct.
She must be talking about her voting position.
Kava did DM me.
That women shouldn't vote.
It's all caps. This is why women shouldn't vote.
Kava.
That's so funny.
We should have asked Katee if she does vote.
Right.
Maybe she doesn't even vote.
She failed to understand the conditional hypothesis in the conversation when you asked her to pretend to be a clinician. She said, "I'm not a clinician." Oh, I missed that. That's funny.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
Right. But I don't think that was, I mean, that would be a funny meme, but I don't think she wasn't saying it because she couldn't understand the conditional
But I'm not a
hypothesis.
clinician.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's imagine you are.
Right.
That she didn't want to play on that one. Like, how do you, as a clinician, determine? I mean, I could think of ways. I would be like, well, do you listen? I would bring out pictures of Philosophy Tube, ContraPoints, Blair White. I would be, do you listen to videos from any of these content creators? Right?
Right.
But how quickly do you think your license would be pulled if you did that?
True. Soldoge for $5 says if you don't trust mental health institutions, then you're conspiratorial. Also, the police and justice system can't be trusted at all. Where did you find her? Yeah, I was literally thinking that same thing, and I was gonna say that exact thing, and then I forgot. We got fucking sidetracked, and I didn't write it down, and I forgot. I was gonna bring up that exact same thing. I was like, why do you trust the institution so much and the institutional ideas about things, but you obviously don't trust the institutions that our government comes when it comes to crime and things of that nature. So I should have put it in my little notepad, but I forgot to, and I forgot it. It got lost.
You did bring it up a little bit with systemic racism being a conspiracy. Yeah,
you're right, but that specific point that she is picking and choosing which institutions
to trust. Yeah, obviously based on her own
moral
ideology.
Biases. Yeah, right. Fondue for $2 says, ask her if she has read Height. There's like no chance at all.
I think that's probably accurate.
Well, when I even brought up the thing about, have people having personality traits that go to politics, she didn't like that I was describing any sort of potential biologicalness to personality traits. So I'm very skeptical. I'm assuming she hasn't read Height. I think that's a fair assumption. PC for 8 months. So discipline equals freedom. Thank you, PC. Says we have to trust the systemically racist institutions. That's a good counter. That's a really good counter. Why would you trust these systemically racist institutions? Nicholas Van Neal for 3 months says conspiratorial does not mean it's not the same as saying it's incorrect. That is true.
I kept trying to say that.
That's the shorthand. When someone says conspiratorial, they're trying to say like, oh, you're crazy, right?
But she did immediately clap back with that she was conflating conspiracy with incorrect. So she was following what we were saying.
Right. RRA 41 for 50 AEDs. Says, why is that people like Katee are so quick to, quote, trust the institutions while not entertaining the idea that the institutions could be wrong, lobotomies being a standard treatment for mental issues? Well, because it's easy to appeal to authority when it's on your side.
And when your side is going to call you transphobe and kick you out of the club if you don't.
Sure. Because
she was already talking about how she was worried about her people coming at her for even entertaining these ideas.
Yeah, that was wild to me. Like, and she said that multiple times. That to me is very strange. You know, if she doesn't have that big of a platform, which is what she said. I don't know what her numbers are, but she said she didn't have that big of a platform. And yet she has all these fucking people surrounding her. They're telling her like not to talk to us or gonna give her shit for things she's in this conversation. Like, who the fuck are these people?
Very cult-like behavior.
Like, it's super weird for someone that doesn't have a big audience. That to me, that's fucking bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, to have all these people like talking to you and this about this shit. I don't know. That's weird.
Did you
That's
see
not healthy.
Corncob Jake responded to our talk with TJ Kirk?
I forgot to watch that. Oh,
It's unwatchable, but
oh, is it?
I mean, it's just interesting that he responded to it. He responded so bad faith too.
Well, obviously, it's Corncob Jake. That's what he does.
He, first of all, I felt like he wasn't even doing any commentary. He was just kind of listening to it. So I fast forwarded it to when he actually did some commentary, and it was completely bad faith.
Hmm. Well, I mean, that shouldn't be surprising anyone. So
Yeah.
someone summarized it for me. I'm trying to remember what they said.
He was saying that we were making certain arguments so that we could be bad faith.
Right.
And I was like, no.
I don't remember. I don't feel like we were bad faithing. Um. Oh no. Someone told me that he said that we were sort of intentionally comparing wokeness
Trans ideology to religion, yeah.
and trans ideology to religion. He didn't understand. Like he was saying that we were being dishonest by doing that because we were implying that religion is inherently bad, which we weren't implying that. That wasn't the point of the comparison.
And not only that, it doesn't go with our, like, we think there's utility to religion. So
Right.
yeah.
Right.
There's no utility to wokeness, obviously.
Right.
So, but it doesn't make any sense that we would compare it to make wokeness seem bad when we actually think religion has some utility and wokeness
Right.
doesn't. Yeah.
We just meant in terms of it being sort of a faith-based, like strict adherence to positions.
Belief without evidence.
Right. So I mean, I'm sure we would probably also bring it up because we're kind of trying to tease TJ to some extent. So
Well, I call TJ a hypocrite, obviously.
right.
Like, why is he so skeptical of one religion, yet this
But not
other
the
religion,
other.
he's just like, follow the science.
Right.
Don't be a transphobe. Lady penis.
Fondue for Joe says her writer's working overtime. True.
Her rider or elephant?
Well, it's true. Maybe the writer fell off. It's working overtime to get back on. Anonymous for $2 says, I'm not like the plebs. I blindly trust authority. There you go.
Okay. Ironic. I like it.
That's like the meme, the meme of the person in the corner of the party. Like, they don't know.
Right.
They don't know. I blindly trust authority. Gingermas Prime for 3 Aussie bucks says, Kate, do you agree with the consensus of economists? That's a good question.
I wonder.
I got to actually pay attention to Super Chats. You guys asked some good questions. That would have been a good question for her. We got sidetracked, unfortunately. Daniel Irish for $5 says, I have to retract my earlier Super Chat about her being smart, but hey, at least you get another $5. Well, thank you, Daniel.
Daniel, I think she is smart. I just think she's ideologically
driven. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say possessed, but driven sounds better.
Possessed. I agree with that. Jamie the Panda for $2 says, I envy the deaf. They were spared from this. Jesus. Blatantly Satan for $5 says, you only get a concession because her NPC dialogue tree wasn't up to date. Ouch.
But most people won't even give the concession. So
there you go. We'll take what you can take.
I feel like we were winning her over.
I'm not as convinced. Contrast for
the
2.
earful I want to hear. The conversations he has with whoever that's going to update her software. That's what I want to hear.
Right. Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, I'm not usually into hate fucking, yet here we are. Can't say that contrast. Unless you're talking about us.
That's very sexist.
You're a married man. Okay, stop it.
Contrast is married? How dare you?
Bra Moment for $5 says, Adam, you did great with Kate. When questioning someone on their positions, throw in some compliments and reaffirm before laying down the facts.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, I tried. I do. I wouldn't lie. I do think she's smart. So
Sammy G for 13 months of Order of the Enlightenment. Thank you, Sammy. Says, what the hell are the professionals reading that normal people can't read? Are there secret studies hidden in the halls of academia? They publish their work. What is she talking about? Doctors rarely read or understand studies too. Well, that's a good point. When you talk about a lot of medicine, if you've interacted with a lot of doctors, I mean, most doctors do not keep up even remotely with the most recent academic literature and shit.
They're supposed to. There's like yearly conferences and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they don't.
Well, I know.
They're supposed to, but they don't.
Yeah, most are shit.
I have a doctor who literally complains about how little doctors keep up with
Right. No.
Kirk Dean for $5 says, good faith is only useful when it goes both ways. Don't have proselytizers on stream if you intend to have meaningful discourse. Love you guys. Well, thank you, Kirk. Here's what you were saying. J-Mac for $20 says, you guys got to stop having guests like that or I'll go broke.
That's our goal, J-Mac. Come on.
Our goal. Yes. Prince L. Lee N for $5 says, from the black conservative leaning libertarian, this is the first time I watched your show. It was quite the ordeal. Worth the 3 super chats. Well, thank you, Prince L. Lee N.
Yeah, come back again. We have a lot of fun around here.
Nick Pseudo for €6 says, was painful seeing her manipulate you all, then turn to degrading when you guys wouldn't buy her delusions. Adam, please be careful complimenting nurses.
Was this a great manipulation?
Where was the manipulation occurring? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Bra moment for $2 says, P.S. Sitch, do you still believe Tim is audience captured? No, well, it's more complicated than that. I don't think it's so simple to say that Tim is audience captured. Because obviously the fact that he had that weird reaction to the Eliza Blue situation shows that he's not just audience captured, right? Because if you're just audience captured, he would have just, jumped on board.
Yeah,
right.
There's no point to go against anyone.
Yeah, so no. So I don't think Tim is audience captured, but I do think I mean, if you go back and watch his earlier work, he was significantly more centrist and fair. And that, he just kind of went down the path of that kind of going out the window, in my opinion. And he's become more and more like kind of rabidly populist and more angrier and angrier and angrier. Now, is that legitimate? Was it for the algorithm? I don't know. But I'll say that I don't think it's fair to just say he's audience captured anymore. So,
did you see this article from BBC World News with Tim Pool's face on it? Why some people are spreading false rumors about the Texas gunman?
No. I did see that people were talking about the whole Texas gunman thing, which I have a whole rant on, but I don't think it's too late at night to talk about that.
Yeah, totally.
So
we can talk.
I'll just say this.
It's no big deal.
I don't think. Well, I can't give the 1 sentence thing because everyone will just freak out.
Yeah, don't talk about that. But I'm just saying, Tim Pool just seems like.
To be clear, I don't think Tim Pool is responsible for the shooting at all. Okay, I think that's stupid.
Obviously not. Yeah.
No, I don't want anyone to misunderstand what I was insinuating. I don't think Tim is at all responsible for the shooting at all. I think it's a ridiculous thing. So I think, to my knowledge, the guy had it didn't even seem like he was some big Tim Pool fan. I think he had a couple of clips from a single Tim Pool video on the timeline or something. That's not like it's not like he's just clip after clip of Tim Pool talking about the Civil War and shit. So, but people are gonna twist things the way they want to twist things for political reasons.
Yeah.
Diego Machado for 55 Rs. Thank you, Diego. At first, I was wondering why you kept the gloves on, but at the end, because you were friendly, she dropped her guard, and that allowed for much more productive dialogue. Kudos, gents. Well, thank you, Diego.
Yeah, I thought it was productive.
I hope you're right. Live in Your Walls for $5 says, patient approach is commendable and more persuasive, but can be hard to listen to. What's the team for people too centrist to decide between S class or A team?
There really isn't one. So
There isn't one. You're the true enlightened centrist. That's what
right.
you are.
Yeah.
You're the EC team. You're the team S-Class is a team.
Right. Yeah. People super chat that every once in a while.
Contrast for 5 Aussie bucks says, Adam, childbirth is an incredible thing to witness. I'm not squeamish at all, even though body horror / gore stuff makes me uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, I will probably pass out. So
Fondue for $2 says, was Hassan a natural birth? I mean, he slipped right out there, right? With that tiny little head, he slipped right out. So I hope
course.
so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
He was born panda style.
Slipped right out and crawled up to his mom.
Yeah, exactly.
J-Mac, thank you so much, J-Mac, for being outside the simulation for 13 months.
That's awesome.
J-Mac says, I love the Sitch and Adam show. Well, thank you, J-Mac.
J-Mac is our biggest fan and
He
supporter and basically executive producer of the show.
He's our surrogate father, J-Mac. Thank you so much. Asme for 15 MYRs says, if someone is clearly bi but identifies as straight, does that make them a transsexual?
I don't know.
Philosophers will never know the answer. Slug for $5 says, I think the reason people think you weren't pushing back is because she was being snide and rude and you didn't let yourselves be annoyed like us. Yeah, I think that's true, Slug. I think that is true.
I mean, I do feel like we were pushing back, and like I said, I felt there were at some points she seemed to be getting a little angry at us pushing back and like making jabs at her. Like I thought we had gone too far a couple times, but
well, the us pushing like so, and I think what I was saying is true, but it's sort of the way in which she was being snide and rude, and our pushbacks weren't the same level of snideness.
Mm-hmm.
So people
point.
perceive it differently. So, because I mean, I thought that our jokes at her expense were a little bit more clever. So.
There was one time when she was really hammering me though, because she was like, "You're totally misrepresenting my position and stuff," and I was like, "Oh damn, she's really mad now."
Right.
Dial it back.
Dial it back. Nomad for 1 month says, just wanted to say thanks for the stream, guys. My job requires me to be on the road most of the day, so it helps time fly. Cheers to the free will seekers. Well, thank you, Nomad.
Yeah, that's great. I love hearing people who listen at work. I've been updating the podcast for you guys now.
Right. Speaking of Tree Friday says, the other day you guys said you thought Glenn Greenwald ghosted you. Did you guys know his husband has been in the hospital and sadly passed away today? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
I saw it on Twitter. No, we were like the ghosting thing happened like a year ago, months ago. Like this was not related to that.
Well, I don't know how long he's had trouble with his husband.
Well, that's true. That's
we're like
it was a
obviously.
while ago. It wasn't like recently.
Hit him up again. Tell him, listen, now that your husband's passed away. Don't do that.
Christ.
Don't do that.
Now that your husband's dead, do you finally have time to come on the Sitch and Adam show?
Don't do.
You fucking communist.
Look, that was a terrible joke,
commie.
and I feel horrible for making it.
Yeah, there you go.
But you know, give him an appropriate mourning time and hit him up again.
J-Mac for $20 says, Adam, let's do drinking around the world challenge at Epcot. I did it once with a bunch of my bros and we had a drunken blast. We made shirts.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we have to get
fun.
Sitch to come out of his cave. I don't know if. Well, we
gotta come out of my cave to do a drunken world around the world with
you.
And
if it's going to be like, if we're all bringing dates, I mean, Sitch has got to bring a date or something. So
I see.
Yeah.
Wow. Now you're making me.
Well, we don't want you to be like the fifth wheel. Jeez, J-Mac's got his lady. I got my lady.
That's true.
Who are you going to go on the rides with? You know how Disneyland works.
Okay,
you're being a teacup all by your fucking self.
Call an escort service before I show up.
You're gonna be all by yourself in one teacup.
First of all, who the fuck goes on the teacup ride? Of all the fucking rides,
What
you're gonna
are
waste your
you
time
kidding me? That's the one that you go on after you've had some drinks. That's we find out who
so
the
you just
man is.
vomit everywhere.
We find out
That's the
who,
worst one to go on after you're drinking.
we find out who the real man is.
Oh
Come
my
on,
God.
let's go on the teacup.
Who's gonna vomit in the teacups? That's terrible.
I know.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Okay. You got to go on the Winnie the Pooh ride where he's bukkakis himself with honey at the end.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen that.
Okay. Maybe it's only in the Orlando version. Soldoge for $2 says, cheers, y'all. You have way more patience than me. Well, thank you, Soldoge. Drew Dogman for $2 says, I was just kidding. I love when you let the crazies talk. Well, thank you, Drew. Sorry to misinterpreted you. Pumpkin Hawk for $5 says, you got so tired out of nowhere, Sitch. Are you all right? Why I think I got tired once I got actually triggered. I was like, oh, so maybe that's what you're referring to.
Don't let this stuff get to you, man. Seriously. It's who cares?
Yeah. You're right. Toxic Mix for $10 says, this is an absurd argument. Also, you can't compare it to my point. Also, centrists always do this squeaky mocking of the point, probably a third of her responses. Well, I don't know what you're referring to when you said, what is, I don't know what the absurd argument was because I don't know when you sent this. You sent this an hour ago. Well, I don't know what you're referring to, but I'm assuming you.
She did say all
like us.
Also, centrists do this. She said that.
Oh, okay.
And she was mocking our points rather relentlessly.
Right. CT for 2 Canadians says, can we wrap it up soon? I have to go to the dispensary. There you go.
Sure.
CT for another $2 says, I don't smoke after the stream. Oh, I don't smoke, but after the stream, I decided to start smoking. There you go.
Well, don't do that. Oh, look, Actual Justice Warrior was in the chat. I didn't even know.
Oh, hey, Sean. Lucius Cornelius Soul for $5 says, Daryl Davis succeeds because he's black. He's the first black man they sat down with a chat. A white liberal would get dismissed. True.
CT, you can go get your dispensary stuff. Like,
yeah, go get wasted. CT.
Just put super chats at the last entry and upload the whatever timestamps there are. CT's been doing the timestamps for us, and she's amazing.
Right. Yes.
People really like the timestamps a lot.
Yes. If you like the timestamps, say thank you, CT, in the comments.
Right.
Actual Justice Warrior for $5. Hey, Sean. Says Lance looked terrible. Even the Majority Report video where they cut everything out of context to help him, it made
Majority Report look dumb.
Majority Report looked dumb for praising him. Yeah, I saw that video. That was the video where fucking with Emma saying people just have to put up with like getting hassled by homeless people on fucking public transit. That video was wildly awful. So it's a weird cope. It's a weird.
I just saw Sam
cope.
Cedar tweeted out some cope about what a great job Lance did, and I thought, this guy's crazy.
Was it the same video or did they do a different video, like a more recent video?
I don't know.
Because the one I saw, Sam wasn't actually on it. It was just, oh my God, it's a new video. Wait, I'm gonna have to watch this. He just released a video an hour ago.
Oh, he did?
That's probably what Sean's talking about. He released a video an hour ago. That's 42 minutes long.
About what an amazing job Lance did, and now Lance is part of the Majority Report. Is it? I mean...
Oh, wait, no, this is a different video. This is Tim Pool can't stop crying about Sam Cedar humiliating you. I don't know if they talks about Lance in that video. But...
Sam Cedar hates Tim Pool, and Matt Binder is on Majority Report all the time, and Matt Binder and Lance are friends, so obviously they're going to go...
Well, and Tim hates Sam Cedar, so...
Yeah.
There's a mutual hatred going there.
Which is always fun for the internet.
It's always fun. The video is Tim Pool claims he's not conservative. Shredded by Lance from the Surfs. Which is ridiculous, obviously. I would love to see Emma go on Tim Pool's show.
Jay, I didn't see ContraPoint's tweet. I looked for it, but maybe she did delete it. I don't know. He was saying that she did some tweet that was a like Stockholm Syndrome type tweet.
I don't know.
But I couldn't find it.
Ace for $5 says Katie is the worst type of person. I know nothing that thinks they know nothing that thinks they know everything. Fondue for $2 says it's the not so erudite rule.
I think that's because Not So Erudite plays with her hair or something too.
Oh, I don't remember what the not so erudite rule was.
I mean, I do think girls go on streams and try to look sexy for everyone. I think that gives them like a rush.
Well, I mean, who wants to go on stream and look ugly? I mean, boy or girl. I don't think it's like a sex thing. Well, there's some guys they'll show up on stream looking like fucking garbage, but I think most people care about their appearance, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, I care about my appearance, but
right.
Look, I got called 32. That was fucking
I know.
awesome.
Look at you. Yeah.
I'm blushing.
She basically said she's been threatened, cummed on, spat on, etc. on the subway, and the thought of not defending herself never crossed her mind. Well, that is Stockholm Syndrome. Jesus. What the fuck? That's wild.
ContraPoint said that?
Yeah.
Look, I've ridden the subway in New York City plenty of times. Someone fucking comes on me.
So there's these things are about to get very violent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my God.
Hey man, I mean, at least does that mean that she's passing?
Look at the bright side, right?
Look at the bright side, right?
Total optimist here.
Yeah, look at the bright side. It's they're passing.
Ugh.
It's just a joke. It was just a joke, Katie. Relax.
Oh yeah. What are you doing?
Oh, here we go. I found the tweet. So in the tweet, she has a picture of a different tweet. So she originally tweeted out, yeah, the sheer number of lynch mob defenders on here is ... I don't know. I don't even know how to begin fixing this. We didn't even talk about Jordan Neely. We should have talked about Jordan Neely. Then someone responded saying, to be honest, if people can't understand why people would take matters into their own hands when someone is threatening, it makes me think their lives have been so cozy that they haven't been in that kind of situation. To which ContraPoints then responded to that saying, I have felt threatened by unwell people on public transit. I have been verbally abused. I have been masturbated at. But you know what I didn't do to any of those people? Murder them. Okay, so she took the kind of Lance strawman position of, there's just murder, right? There's no middle ground.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, if he's choking his chicken, you can choke him, right? I mean.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she was.
Go ahead.
Contra was responding to the smartest Twitterer, Punished Mother.
No way.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Who said the quote, it's good to execute undesirables in the streets is IMO of the scariest rhetoric jump we've seen. Yeah, I'm offended. Yeah, I'm horrified, but more so I'm nervous. Oh.
Punished Mother is nervous now that there's going to be an all-out assault on homeless people in the subway.
Because, no, she's going to equate it to just like broader political violence, probably. Oh, here we go. Wait. She says, this is what Punished Mother says. Yes, conservatives have been awful, have always been awful, but you're lying, either to other people or yourself. If you're actually trying to pretend we are not witnessing a current emboldening into fascism, violent sentiments for the modern times we exist in.
This is just these people are just delusional. They live in a fucking dream world.
Yeah.
Jesus. No conscious awareness of the situation.
That idea, that what she just said, that's all from the fucking Jordan Neely situation. Like, that is so fucking detached from reality.
Yes. Jeez. Talking like somebody pulled out a gun and blew him away.
They're talking like, oh, there was just a black homeless person standing around, and for no reason, some people some evil racist white guy started choking him out, and everyone in the car started cheering and saying, yeah, kill the homeless, get him. And then when he died, everyone started to do cartwheels on social media saying, yay, finally killed them. Right. That's her perception of reality.
No, I know. That's why it's delusional.
Yeah.
That's why it's a complete fantasy.
That's insane. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. But she's like Lance, she's either intentionally or just very stupidly bad faith about everything. So
I think it's intentional.
maybe.
I think they
that
all
tweet
get
got a lot
off.
of likes. So
I think they all get off on creating a totally fictitious narrative.
Mhm.
And no one believes it. Everyone knows it's just completely fiction, but they all just get off on the fact that, look, we're all creating this fictional narrative together and people are falling for it.
I don't think that's what's going on. I
No,
think it's
that is what's
more.
going on.
Well, I
You
mean,
have
that's
to
like
accept it.
that's like a massive dark triad. Like maybe there's some sociopath somewhere
Don't you
that's.
think that's what social media attracts, though? All these dark triad people just getting off on how they're gaslighting everyone together. Look, we're gaslighting the world together.
No, I don't think that's happening.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think these people really believe they're leftist garbage. So
Nah, I think they're just gaslighting.
no,
It's
okay,
a massive gaslighting.
okay.
And they just get off on it. They're like, the normies are falling for it. Look, they think it's a white supremacist nation.
I think what happens, I think the way that like audience capture and these sorts of political polarizations work
Mhm.
is that you have these people who start talking about politics, and I mean, people, it's very difficult. Like if you start to say things and your audience goes, "Yay," and then you say things, your audience goes, "Boo," right? It's
Mhm.
if people are the average person is going to feel the yay, and they're going to search for that, and they're going to end up getting pulled further and further and further into being a more extreme position and a more isolated position by just following the crowd going, "Yay,"
How's that any different than what I said?
because this is, but they actually believe it. They convince themselves that whatever the yay thing that they're saying, they believe to be true. And
No,
that's why
I
they start
think
adapting more and
no, I
more
think
like
that
extreme rhetoric.
I think they're going, yay, but this is delusional but fun.
I don't think there's that level of awareness in their actions. So I think it's all unconscious.
Wouldn't it be I mean, we'd have to do some sort of research study, but I mean, I think
Well, I mean, I don't know how you would, because they would never admit that it was all like a grift, right? So, yeah.
you'd have to hypnotize them and ask them
Oh,
like
okay.
under
There you go.
hypnosis or something.
There you go.
Do you know that the thing that you're liking is not close to reality? Do you know Punished Mother's tweet is fictional? And they'd be
Didn't
like,
they?
of course I do.
Yeah, right.
But it's fun to gaslight the conservatives.
Didn't they do recently? They had something where like uh they were able to do a machine learning bot
Mm-hmm.
that could look at like human brain activity and then draw a picture or like write the words that they were thinking or something. Didn't that happen recently, or did I just like make that up?
Say that again.
Didn't they recently? There was a study
A
where
study.
they were able to have a machine learning algorithm look at brain activity and derive from it words or a picture that the person
Yes.
was.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
That happened.
So there you go. Listen,
That's some scary shit.
in 10 years, you can put the helmet on Punished Mother. You'll say, when you tweeted this out 10 years ago, did you believe this or was this a grift? You'll see what the algorithm says.
Yeah. That's so weird that AI can do that. Look at your brain
I mean, it makes
pattern
sense.
on fMRI and tell you what you're thinking about. That's so fucked up, man.
It's weird, but it makes sense, like logically.
These things are going to be able to read our fucking minds.
Yes.
I mean, they
I
kind of
know.
already can by all the liking and retweeting you're doing, right?
True.
That's the whole point of liking and retweeting. So you can teach the algorithm what you like, how to gaslight you.
True. Where was I? Kano for $5 says Sitch is at least a 1 because Adam likes to receive a null.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means, but
That
it sounds
felt
funny.
insulting.
I don't know, but I like it. JMac for $20. Thank you, Jay. Says not enough characters to put it simply, it's a superiority of someone that wields insults and labels until pushed back by the tiniest bit of argumentation default to, quote, I need to read a bunch of stuff I don't care about. True. Yeah, that did sort of, that whole bit was kind of get under my skin And then I was gonna say it, but then you kept droning on. And the longer you drone on, the less I become angry. And so I stopped caring enough to do it because I was gonna call her out for coping. That whole thing about not reading facts was just a massive cope. So
I thought you went to the bathroom or something, so I was just trying to take over a bit.
no, I'm not blaming you. I did
Okay.
actually go to the bathroom.
So maybe you just needed to pee.
There you go. I gotta pee all the hatred out.
Sometimes, when you hold it too long, it can really
Get angry.
it can make you real angry.
Well, no, but her position was a super cope. That's how I interpreted it. As like
Yeah,
I'm justifying.
Why are you coming
basically
on? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm justifying my moral intuitions while insulting the idea of looking at facts. So, I mean, that is a pretty big cope.
And why are you coming on here and saying, "Oh, you guys are full of shit," when you don't even know the studies or any of this shit? Like, how can you say we're full of shit? Come on here and say, you guys are transphobic for even talking about this stuff. Well, we're trying to figure out the fucking truth.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I agree. I should have called out on that one. Lives in your walls for $2 says, Adam looks great at 50. What price to learn your secrets?
Look, I do stay out of the sun religiously, and when I was younger, I always worked at nightclubs and stuff, so I was always working nights and never really in the sun a lot. So
there you go.
I think that's a huge component of it.
It is, yeah. Sun damages your DNA, it makes you age faster.
I work from home, so it's not like I'm in the car driving to work. I get up and I work here and draw here, and so
put on your sunscreen, people.
I putz around in the yard a little bit just to take breaks, but I always, cover up.
Be a vampire, true.
I was looking at Owen because I share the studio space.
That's why COVID hit you so hard. Maybe it's a double-edged sword.
What do you mean? Because my vitamin D levels were down, but I was taking vitamin D though.
Oh, okay.
But I do notice my friends that are the same age as me, and I see like they have wrinkles all around their eyes and stuff like that. And I think, oh my God, that's going to happen to me like overnight. I'm just going to wake up one morning and I'm going to be like, it could all fall apart tomorrow, guys. So just be aware. You're going to see me. It's going to be like the picture of Dorian Gray. I'm going to like just age right in front of you on the live stream.
It's the what's the actor? The meme where the guy ages super fast.
Yeah, what is that?
I'm trying to remember the actors. I'm blanking on the actor's name at the moment.
Isn't that like I know the movie.
Was it from Saving Private Ryan?
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And he's like looking at the tombstone.
Yeah. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be me. I'm gonna be Private Ryan.
Yeah.
Stay out of the sun. My wife always says wear sunscreen.
Matt Damon, thank you. Matt
Damon. Who cares?
Soto for Joe says, Sitch, I sent you a DM on the breakfast question. I saw, thank you. The breakfast question. Yeah, it was the thing out. Yeah, it was the thing that I talked about. She failed to understand the conditional hypothesis. Isn't that the curious case of Benjamin Button? Is it the curious case of Benjamin Button?
Benjamin Button ages in reverse.
Matt Damon wasn't in that. Who? That was
Brad
else,
Pitt.
Wasn't it? Brad Pitt, yeah.
Benjamin Button disease.
Right. It was Matt Damon in Saving Private Ryan at the end of the movie. Where are we?
Yeah, are you delusional? Or delirious?
I am. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I mean, we streamed for 11 hours.
Yesterday Sunday was a super long stream. Now this is a super long stream.
You want to stream tomorrow?
Why do we not?
Jesus, why are we doing
I don't understand why we just can't make it a 2-hour stream. But you seem into making it.
We talked to Katee for like 6 hours. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but we could have thrown her off. It's not like at any time we could.
Well, now he tells me, chat. Now he tells me this was an option. Oh my God!
This is always.
Now he tells me after it's already done. Oh, we could have thrown her off at any time and made this a 2-hour stream.
Look, I had the same when Dev came on. Look, I had planned on being like a 2-hour stream, and then Dev came on and wanted to stick around for 8 hours, and I'm like, God, I'm not ready. Like, I didn't
Listen,
even eat before that stream.
the people demand long streams from us, Adam. Okay, we have to provide content for our thirsty, thirsty audience.
We made a ton of super chats on this stream, so why are you bitching so much?
I'm not bitching.
Look,
I'm
you
bitching
almost
about doing a stream tomorrow. That's what I'm bitching.
you almost broke. We literally almost broke Jay, which I didn't think was actually
true.
possible. So
That's true. I don't even know if I want to stream tomorrow. That's what I'm bitching about. But we'll talk
do
about
you
that
not?
after the stream.
We don't. I mean, we don't have to stream. Obviously, when I get super tired out, like even the stream with Dev, where I was like, oh my God, this is never ending. I'm super anxious to get off. As soon as I'm off, I go, like I drink a glass of water, I putz around a bit, and I'm like, fuck, I could be streaming right now. Why did we quit
True.
streaming?
True.
I'm like ready to go again. I don't know why we just don't do. A lot of people who stream for long periods of time just do breaks, and then they're like, it is kind of fun to get delirious. So I'm super
That's true.
delirious right now.
That's true. Shouldn't complain. As Batosai says, you have a magic button that pays you when you stay in your room. That is true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
J-Max says, not Adam. You can't break me.
See?
There you go. Can you overdose on a vitamin? Definitely. Depends on the vitamin. I forget. There's like the water soluble ones versus the fat soluble ones. I think the water soluble ones you generally pee out and don't overdose on, generally, but not always. And the fat soluble ones you 100% can't overdose on.
What about vitamin E?
Vitamin E?
Yeah.
Why are you making a voice at me?
Ecstasy.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is the joke here I'm missing?
You can't even do drugs anymore because everything's laced with fentanyl. It's so
True.
fucked up.
True. Can't even do drugs anymore. So sad. Stack for $5 says, not very sure how to explain my point, but I'm not sure that the number of people who fall for the Fuentes joke strategy as many as you might think. Yeah, maybe.
I agree. Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying.
I think it happens, but I can't give you a metric in specifics. I do think it's more than people think. I think it has an effect. I think if people that spend all day on poll, I think it does make you more racist over time. I think it definitely has an effect. I think if you see
people are racist and spend time on poll because they're racist.
I used to go on poll all the time. I literally felt it making me more racist. That's why I stopped. I'm like, Jesus, it's like I can feel it like worming itself in my fucking brain. And I'm a fucking big-brained, enlightened centrist, Adam.
Well, maybe you're just weaker than you think. Maybe you're not the.
Well, but no, because I see this happening with my family. I see this happening with literally everyone. We talk about it every day. When we talk about it, not in terms of Nick Fuentes. Now, this is a little bit different than the joking strategy. So I'm talking about something a little bit different, which is the whole selective stories that you focus on, right? We talk about this with the media. If the media decides to selectively focus on just white people committing crimes against black people or white police officers killing black people, it makes people think that's all that's happening in the world, right?
But that's completely different than jokes.
I know.
I agree. If you're watching Nick Fuentes and Nick Fuentes is constantly going on telling stories about George Soros and the fucked up shit that
he's doing all of those things and then also telling jokes, right? Or rather, not telling jokes, couching the more extreme racist parts of what he's saying as a joke, but while doing that other element to it.
Yeah, he's creating a stylized world that you can't help but hate Jewish people, obviously.
Right.
And that world doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So maybe I am failing when I'm just explaining like, oh, it's just the jokes, because the joke is just an element to it. Maybe if that's all he was doing, just telling edgy jokes, right? If you have a person who's just telling edgy jokes, maybe that's not enough. But I think that in combination with the other elements of what he's doing, I think does cultivate an environment that, can very easily suck people into. Now, that doesn't mean everyone's going to get sucked into it, obviously, but
it sucked Kanye, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was, there were people that were friends of the show that
Oh,
got
I
sucked in
know.
that hole.
I know.
That
I
I
feel
was like,
horrible
oh, I really
about it.
like this guy. And then I'm like, oh, wow, this guy's he became a fucking ethno-nationalist, even though he's not even fucking white. Like literally the fucking poll me. So, but it's happened with the people I know. So,
I
or I
know.
knew at some
It's
point.
awful.
So
We should
it
rescue
happens,
them.
yeah.
Look, we'll a rescue
I don't
mission.
care enough to.
We'll invite them on the teacups.
Oh, okay. We'll invite him on the teacups.
It'll be great.
Slug 2 for Joe says, meaning getting manipulated into extremism. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just not expressing myself well enough, but it's not, yes, I don't think people get like necessarily manipulated into extremism. I think they just get more comfortable accepting a worldview that's very built around creating negative stereotypes, whether it be about creating negative stereotypes of police or whether it's about creating negative stereotypes about Black people. So,
which really sucks, but that's
yes.
the world we live in.
J-Mac for $20. Wow.
Yeah.
Says if Katee comes back, I'll apologize for my stampeding elephant. Never apologize, Jay. And try to be more charitable. She does exhibit similar behavior to those trapped in cults, and my heart goes out to individuals like that. Well,
I really feel like we were making some progress, Jay. I honestly feel like we did some good work today.
We'll see. I hope so.
I feel good. And she was super flirty, which was a lot of fun for Sitch. So,
yeah. Stockford $5 says, to be clear, I do know people in your chat defended Fuentes, though I wasn't around yet for no BS. Many of them, I think, were already pretty far right. Well, I mean, it's possible that like, and this is kind of the issue, and you could be right about this. Like, this is the issue. When you would when we would have people who would defend Fuentes, or kind of defend Quack or no BS or any of this shit. I don't know like what's true and what's not true. Like I don't know if that person is just intentionally hiding their power level. Like they could be that all those people defending them were already super far right or already white nationalists, right? That could be, and I wouldn't know that. I would have no way of knowing that. So that's possible. And then that makes me think, oh, these people are getting suckered in. And it's like, well, no, they already were in, and they're just lying. So it's definitely possible. But I mean, I would think that not a lot of ethno-nationalists. I know there's a couple that watch us and still like us, but I would think that not a lot of ethno-nationalists would be, big fans of our show. So, but I could be wrong.
And we would want to convince them not to be ethno-nationalists. I don't see why you can't be friends with somebody and be like, you're a racist piece of shit, and just those views are abhorrent and you should dump them.
Well, you can be. I'm not saying you can't be, right?
Constantly putting pressure on them.
Right.
Listen.
Well, yeah.
Amend your evil ways. Okay.
Fondue for $5 says, Eurodite's rule, as I can remember it, is you can be dumb, mean, or wrong, but not all at the same time. That's why Katee got me triggered at least.
That's awesome.
That's a really good rule. Yeah, I like that.
A bunch of people in the comments were giving me a hard time because I mentioned erudite didn't like evolutionary psychology.
Oh, evolutionary, right?
And they said, and if I got her position wrong, then I want to correct myself, because they were saying that her position was that she thinks there's good evolutionary psychology and bad evolutionary psychology, and she's all in favor of the good evolutionary psychology. And I kind of characterized that as she had a chip on her shoulder for evolutionary psychology,
right?
Which was my perception. But if that's not really her position, then my perception is inaccurate. So
okay, good, fair enough.
Yeah,
but I like that. It's a good rule. You can be dumb, you can be mean, and you can be wrong, but you don't want to be all three of those things.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Yes.
CT for 2 Canadians says regarding Contra's tweet, I didn't murder them. Well, maybe you should have.
Yeah.
Someone starts masturbating at you, it's going to be a big problem.
That's why it's J-Max calling it Stockholm Syndrome, because, the correct response is to punch that guy in the face.
Yes.
Look, I think it's called self-defense after
it's
jizzed on.
Kick that guy in the dick.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, she didn't say that she got jizzed on. She said masturbated at, so...
Oh, okay. So as long as he didn't come, then
I mean, there's that makes it like so much worse, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like one is bad, like one is like that's really bad, and one is like I'm gonna beat you to death, right?
Yeah, totally.
So if you're a Howard Stern fan, you might remember that's the one time Artie Lang almost killed somebody.
Because he came on him?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
He was at an orgy though. So you
Well,
can take
that's
that as you will.
what I mean.
Well, okay, maybe or it wasn't it was like a swinger party, which I guess is an orgy. You still don't want to get come on by a dude, right? That's still not a thing that you want.
I don't know.
Right. This I'm assuming this good orgy etiquette. Okay. If you're already lying, I'm assuming this good orgy etiquette. I love that story. Go look up the Artie Lang orgy story. Howard Stern. As me for 30 MYRs. Thank you so much. For the 2 heart emojis.
Yeah.
Fesh Quishetti for 5 Aussie bucks says Doomer said to stop giving Sitch money, so here's some money. Pats for Wormy too.
Oh, Wormy's right here.
There you go.
Wormy needs a haircut badly.
WTF 1A for Joe says, I hear this is the channel to get free supers. Well, no, but you can get some free will. So there's 2 free units of free will just for you, WTF.
Yeah.
Free will is not affected by inflation. So there you go.
Rico Zorro totally agreeing with me. Thank you, Rico Zorro.
For $2, Rico Zorro says they gaslight themselves further into the bubble.
True. Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Oh, Asmi for 6 MYR says those last 2 super chats I gave were censored. Oh. Well, I don't know what they said because on my screen they're just red heart emojis. The censoring the super chat things really annoys me because it's so weird. It's so overly censorous, and it seems to be based like it's not like a universal censor. It seems to be based on people. So it might also be region specific too.
I think
don't
it's
know.
based on region. Like if you're in China or something and you try to
Well, obviously, yeah.
rip on.
I think it's both. I think there's a specific regional lock, and I think there's also a personal account lock.
Look,
I
can
could have swore there
people in
was.
China even watch our show? I don't know that they can.
I don't know. Because I could have swore that there was like 2 people. We tried this once, and I thought there was someone who was in America couldn't super chat a word, and then someone else did super chat the word. So some weird shit. Maybe well, also maybe there's mobile versus PC. I don't know. There's some weird shit going on there. But
Look, that darn kid is back. We can tell her about Streamlabs. Hook up a Streamlabs,
that darn kid,
kidda.
Use Streamlabs so that JMac can donate money to you.
Yeah, and so Adam can donate money to you.
And Adam can donate money to you, yeah.
Stop making people suffer. We got $100 super chat to tell you to tell our audience to subscribe to your channel.
That's right. JMac for $100 says, since I can't super chat on Kidda's channel, I'm doing it here. Everyone should check out and subscribe to that darn Kidda's YouTube channel. Her debate diagrams are a lot of fun and worth the watch.
But if you actually had Streamlabs, he could super chat over there. You don't need to have. You don't need to be monetized on YouTube to hook up Streamlabs. Yeah.
Right.
She says, I do stream elements. No, you're not listening to me. Stream elements, I think, is how you do this, set up the stream. But
Streamlabs is how you get the money.
Yeah, you got to set up a Streamlabs account so people can send you money and you read the super chats.
Right.
Oh, yes, JMac is insane. Look,
True.
Some people call that generous. It's not. It's not called insanity.
JMac is insanely generous.
Right. Yeah.
Sam Josh for 7 months says, howdy, fellows. What are some of the best TV series from the 2010 decade? I just finished Veep and it was hilarious. A-Team reigns supreme.
I like Parks and Rec. Is that the 2010 era?
I don't know. Everyone points to Parks and Rec as like a classic thing.
Parks and Rec is amazing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
2010. I don't. That's such
Star
a
Trek:
random...
The Next Generation.
That is not 2010.
Right. That's like 90s.
That's like the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah.
50 best shows from 2010. Let's see. I probably never seen any of these fucking shows. Never seen any of these shows. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Dexter's Laboratory.
Good, but not from 2010.
Oh, damn it.
Mr. Robot, I have seen and disagree with that. Steven Universe was on this list. Oh, get off. Fuck away.
You didn't like Mr. Robot? Mr. Robot
No.
is so close to Fight Club. I'm surprised.
That's why I don't like it. It's just Fight Club.
It's too close. Yeah.
It's just too close. Yeah. This list has The Legend of Korra on top 50 TV shows from 2010. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Awful list. Well, we're closing this. Rolling Stones, you have failed me. Joe Sullivan for $10 says, you two deserve a well-deserved pat on the back for today's stream. You showed a lot of patience and good faith. I'm glad Katee came on and spoke with you even when you disagreed. Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe.
Okay. Now to read the Streamlabs.
I know.
Okay, let me.
I'm so glad you went through all. You didn't go back and forth though.
Well, it's too difficult.
Oh, I know.
In this case, sometimes I can, but it's too difficult. It's good. Sodoge for $2 says, no matter where you go, all roads lead to abortion and gun control. Nope. Abortion, platforming ethics. Now you're talking about abortion. Mommy milker theory. Nope. You'll be milking the abortion debate. Might as well rename the show. I feel like we don't even talk about abortion that much. I feel like for us, it's almost like all roads lead to either CRT or trans issues.
No, it was a massive abortion show. I was like,
no,
oh
this
my
was,
God,
but I'm saying
we're
like
talking about abortion again.
Yeah, but we don't usually talk about abortion. We only talked about it on Sunday because of the Tim Pool situation was so heavily focused on abortion. But regularly, we very rarely talk about abortion. I think.
I know.
Koholic Sam Koholic for $5 says, you have the patience of saints. All I can think of is that louder milk barista scene.
Mm-hmm.
Louder milk barista scene. What is that? What is louder milk? I've never seen the show before. Louder milk. Well, anyway, thank you. Arithmos for $2 says, I have the solution to the abortion debate. Anyone can get an abortion at any time up until birth, but you get life in prison in exchange. It wouldn't violate the woman's bodily autonomy, apparently. That's a great counter argument, Arithmos. Holy shit.
Can I put abortion in the title and not get demonetized? I don't know.
I don't know. But that's actually a really good counterpoint, because if someone is going to say, well, it's not bodily autonomy if the government restricts you from doing certain things, that's not a restriction of bodily autonomy. Then you say, well, I mean, you can get an abortion, but the government, restricts you. Or let's you could just use a one-for-one comparison. You say, well, what if the government put the same restriction on COVID vaccine? Say, oh, in the hypothetical, the government says you can't leave your house unless you get vaccinated. What if the government says, well, if you get an abortion up, past a certain point, you can't leave your house? Is that a restriction on your bodily autonomy? So, no, that's a really good way of framing it. Dr. Diller for $2 says, I've noticed an undercurrent of, quote, it's my kid, so I decide whether it lives or dies. That extends up to adulthood with a lot of turbo feminists. They can't conceptualize that sometimes you forfeit some autonomy. Yeah, true. Well, I mean, I feel like the one thing, if you wanted to criticize sort of the internet debate sphere, I feel like people very regularly come up with a position based on some kind of principle or something, and then they just kind of pig-headedly push that principle to some extreme position in a very unnuanced way and try to argue that, because it's just easy. It's as easy to argue kind of a simple one-line principle or a simple rhetorical statement. So Dr. Doodle for Jar says, did you know history is full of 20-somethings that generally believe they know better than everyone else, and yet looking back, we can see they were generally horribly wrong? True. Or right. Yeah. I mean, people said that about Darwin, right? Who's this fucking idiot that thinks he knows better than everyone else?
Yep. How that turned out.
Right. I mean, you brought up Copernicus or something, didn't you? At some point in the conversation.
Did I?
You brought, the Earth was flat. Whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Liver for $2 says, Excuse me. Just because you can't read studies without a PhD doesn't mean nobody else can. They're made to be read by other people, and when making these, everyone knows they may be read outside one's field. That is true. That is true, yeah. I mean, I agree it can be difficult to read certain studies, depending on the field, depending on the person that writes it. But yeah, that's true. People can read them without PhDs. That is true. That what she was saying there, it all felt like a cope. Dr. Liver for $2 says, I think you should give my comparison to the opioid epidemic some consideration. Outside of politicalization, I can't speak. It's getting too late in the night. Politicalization. There we go. On either side, a lot of the factors are parallel to what happened in the 90s. Okay, you could be right. I'll give it some consideration.
What was the debate in the 90s?
The opioid epidemic.
The opioid epidemic.
Opioid. I can't. It's getting too late. I'm like losing the ability.
Opioid. It's opioid.
Opioid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Arrhythmus for $2 says, not sure I understand the baby extraction consent argument. If law was after viability, extraction is the only option. The woman would either consent to the extraction or carry the baby to term. There is a violation.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
What if you don't offer the extraction? Say, listen, we're not giving you the abortion or the extraction. You know,
right?
Here, take your bodily autonomy and go home.
Right.
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 Like, huh.
Well, she did seem to concede on the extraction argument, eventually. Unless the extraction was a more dangerous option, right? So that was more than what we got from Lance. CT for $2 says, so on an unrelated note, I challenged a man to a hot sauce drinking contest. I'm gonna win, obviously. He doesn't even think he can 1v1 a dragon. Come on, he stands no chance. True. I have faith in you, CT.
Yeah, drink some
Though
hot sauce.
You are pretty white, though.
What's that mean? I like hot sauce and I'm white. Look,
I can be racist. These are my peoples.
I don't like it when, look, that's in Southern California. There's a lot of Mexicans that call you.
Do you identify as
gringo.
a Jew first or white first, Sitch?
Oh, that's no bullshit.
Remember that?
Yeah,
that's a throwback.
You never answered the question though. It's very suspicious.
It's very suspicious, Sitch. Do you identify as white for? I don't know what white means.
God,
to be a white
I never laughed harder. That's such a bizarre question to ask.
Yes. Well, I just love the context of I didn't know what it meant to be a white nationalist, but let me ask you if you identify as a white or a Jew first. But really, I don't know what it meant. I don't know what people meant when they said white nationalist. Oh my God. That conversation was hilarious.
It's just white people that are nationalists, Sitch.
I'll be honest, I don't know how I maintained my level of patience in that conversation that I did. Jesus Christ.
I can't believe you let this girl get you triggered. Jeez.
It was just about that one thing. Give me a break. I'm only human. Okay.
It's true, but like people still have the idea that I'm the emotional one. I'm not like getting triggered a lot anymore. You've
been doing really good recently, yeah.
Yeah, I think I've made giant progress.
I know.
It sucks. Impressed. We need to get new fans so the old fans who have that old reputation may go away.
Like Adam is I know. The cool, calm, collected one. Sitch is fucking can't control himself.
We need to rotate into the people who are like, yeah, Adam's the cool one. Sitch is the hothead. That's a new reputation.
Yeah, but people like the hothead myth they have in their head of you, even if you're not that anymore.
I don't think so. I really do. I think being calm, cool, and collected, I think has a better reputation, to be honest with you. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying so hard not to get triggered. What happened? Did you leave?
Oh, sorry. I was reading Twitter.
Did you nod out? Did you fall asleep?
I agree, Adam. With whatever you said, I agree.
What's going on Twitter? Did Katie send you a steamy DM or something?
No.
Katie, what's read the DM to us? What's
There
the
you
DM
go.
say?
That was
My
it. That was
boyfriend's
X. That
asleep
was-
now. I want you to call
There you
me.
go.
Here's my number.
She said, "Where's the pic, Sitch?
Yeah.
Give me the pics." There you go. Anyways,
Oh, is that it?
that's it.
Did we make it finally?
We made it. I guess. Wait, are we streaming tomorrow? I guess you'll find out if we're streaming tomorrow.
Yeah. No promises. Right now, Sitch is not feeling it, but there's going to be a town hall meeting, or Trump is holding a town hall on CNN. And I was like, Sitch, election coverage is our big chance to grow the channel, man. We should be covering the Trump stuff. We have $500 on the line. This is like, you have a dog in this fight. We got
Okay, none of this actually happened. All Adam did is said, "Hey, Trump's doing a town hall tomorrow. Do you want to cover it?" And I was like, "Sure."
Sitch.
It was
Come on,
literally
keep-
like one sentence.
Keep that to
And now Adam was
yourself.
like, "Sitch, here's the paragraph for why we should be doing this thing. We have $500 on the line." That's Sitch.
Look, I want to do. Look, first of all, I also have a correspondent set up to talk to us after the fact, who knows what's going on in the MAGA world. So
Right.
I think, look, I think it'd be good coverage.
Okay,
I'm
we'll
interested.
see.
I want to see your response. Look, we got to look at it from the moral foundations theory. Is Trump still appealing to fairness cheating, or is he falling off the bus?
Right.
Is he going to appeal to, I was robbed? Is he still going to fall into that? Do you know the poll numbers are crazy now? Trump is beating DeSantis by like 30 points.
Yeah, I know that. He's been beating DeSantis by a shit ton of like.
He's destroying
For a long time.
DeSantis. Yeah.
As soon as they started prosecuting him, his points went way up.
Yeah. And
He lost. He lost his case today.
Yeah, you said that. No, I don't even know what that is.
5 million. The woman that accused him of sexual assault and slander/libel regarding that.
So he
won
owes her $5
million,
million, but he's not serving any time in jail. Or
Well,
anything,
no, because
right?
it's just way beyond the statute of limitations.
It's a civil case, right?
Yeah, it's not a criminal case. Yeah.
But supposedly he's been found guilty of, like, he had sex with her in a way, some changing
Not
room
sex,
or something.
of assaulting her,
He hit her.
sexually assaulting her.
He
Sorry.
sexually assaulted her in a changing room.
Yes, that's her claim. Yeah.
Right. I remember this crazy lady.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
it's interesting.
Well, town hall
But
tomorrow. We'll
I haven't followed the case at all, so I don't know anything about the validity of the claims one way or the other.
let us know in the comments if you want us to stream. Maybe we will.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Whick, and thank you, Katie, for coming on and talking to us. We appreciate the conversation, even if we're very stupid
And retarded.
and retarded. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true Feeble Seekers, and we'll see you all maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday.
Bye-bye.